Also, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that our guest of honor is here. Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of our guest of honor, Yang Berhormat Tuan Nik Nazmi bin Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, Malaysia, accompanied by our distinguished VIPs. Please stand and give them a warm welcome. There we go. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. And again, before we begin, please fill out the seats in front of you, as I'll be monitoring later on for that special gift. I'm MC Jason. Should you need any further assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out to me, and I will point you to the direction of the organizing committee. Now, good morning, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani. Yang Berhormat Tuan Nik Nazmi bin Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Jessica Chew, Deputy Governor of Bank Negara, Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Datin Seri Sunita Rajakumar, Chairperson for Climate Governance Malaysia, CGM. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, Chief Executive Officer of Companies Commissions of Malaysia, SSM. Your Excellencies, our respected International Advisory Panel, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and panelists, valued sponsors and partners, attendees who are present, both physical and virtual, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure to welcome you to the National Climate Governance Summit 2024. Now, I believe that coffee is not served yet this morning, and just to make sure everyone is ready this morning, can I hear a round of applause, please? There we go. Thank you very much. Mighty well done. Now, dedicated to advancing climate governance, this year's summit congregates a distinguished ensemble of global climate thought leaders, industry experts, and policymakers with enriching and invaluable insights that will be shared over the span of 3 days. Climate Governance Malaysia is thrilled to have brought back its flagship events for its second year, with pivotal efforts to meet the urgent challenges associated with climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, to share more about this, please join me in welcoming Yang Berbahagia Datin Seri Sunita Rajakumar, Chairperson of Climate Governance Malaysia, to the stage for her opening remarks.
Hello? Yes, much better. Good morning, everyone. Delighted to see you all here. And I'm sorry for the late start because we're still waiting for the crowds to come in. They're being checked in. And I understand there was an accident as well. But great to see you all here. This is the second edition, as the MC has already said, of the National Climate Governance Summit. We are deeply grateful to all of those who have been supportive and encouraging and not hesitated to step up to support us. In particular, we're deeply grateful to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, and specifically Minister Nik Nazmi, for being such a strong supporter of climate action. We are laser focused on building capacity, so all our events are free of charge and open to the public, with recordings made available almost immediately after each session. We could not have done this without our sponsors, so thank you so much to each of you who have stepped up, and for many years, most of you, to help build our national climate resilience. There's so many other partners as well. Sorry. Okay, there's so many other partners as well who are supporting us in kind or by promoting this event to their networks. And in particular, I want to give a shout out to our youth partner on the bottom left corner, Perdana Fellows Alumni Association. I think there are about 20 of them who have volunteered to support, and you will meet them as ushers, and they are also climate ambassadors in their own right. CGM's signature event is now in its second edition, and over the course of the next 3 days, we will feature over 90 speakers at the main sessions, 7 masterclasses, and 14 workshops. And for the first time, we also have an IAP, a small but extremely impactful group of passionate, committed global thought leaders who are spending considerable time with us, and I'm very grateful for that. Specifically, yesterday, we convened with YB Nik Nazmi for intense, extensive discussions on how we could all build capacity within the ecosystem to increase our resilience in a warming world. And this is the we also have, right now, 11 universities running satellite events on climate governance, and I applaud their commitment to this important topic. So well done, all of you who are dialing in today. We could not have done this without the support of the Ministry of Higher Education and Alam, which is hosted under Bank Pembangunan. There's one partner who's too shy to be mentioned and did not want to be represented in any of our marketing collaterals. I want to thank our venue host, Bank Negara, for being incredibly supportive and for allowing us once more to convene in this beautiful conference center. So you know, CGM is 5 years old, and the council have been hard at work. We have featured over 340 speakers from many organizations just in the last 3 years. We have curated 22 op-eds in The Edge and interviews. I especially want to thank our 2 full-time staff, Saras and Sharon, and a volunteer, Audrey, who've been just great, rising over and above the call of duty. And of course, we have temporary staff and interns whom you will meet during the course of the summit. I want to keep my opening remarks short this morning, and I want to share just one observation with you. 25 years ago, in 1997, Malaysia was one of 4 countries in the eye of the storm during the Asian financial crisis. Crises have complex roots, but one of the clear outcomes of that experience was the urgent need to enhance corporate governance, particularly in the boardroom as directors direct businesses, and specifically in the way companies borrowed money and the manner in which material information was disclosed to shareholders of companies. Analysts and shareholders can spend hours poring over published audited financial statements and reports, but if corporate governance is weak or lacking, our businesses will not qualify for the governance premium, it will not attract capital, and it will hinder our expansion beyond our borders. And at the same time, the challenge of moral hazard was readily acknowledged by many thinkers, that while the government might engage in rescue operations, the business community must realize that the government might not be able to afford multiple rounds of rescues. Fast forward to only a quarter of a century later, we are now faced with a subset of the concept of corporate governance, which has evolved extensively in the last few years, which is climate governance. How institutions and businesses identify, manage, measure, and mitigate risks arising from the climate emergency, as well as seizing opportunities which will arise during the transition. And the modeling shared in the IPCC's Summary for Policymakers in 2018 was clear that to keep 1.5 degrees of warming alive, which we have all committed to, absolute emissions need to decline by 45% by 2030. Unfortunately, just based on the 30-day average, we are already at 1.58 degrees of warming above the pre-industrial baseline. Many institutions lack the capacity to process the implications and to think critically about how we can increase our collective national climate resilience. And this is where CGM is playing a role. This time in a warming world where you have extreme weather events increasing in frequency, severity, where we do not have access to data to forecast or make informed decisions, where you might have a robust net zero strategy, but the roads to your premises are impassable, your staff can't come to work, we don't have food security, you're seeing hyperinflation on medical supplies. What is the price we are going to pay for the lack of climate governance in this global climate crisis, where, as we have already seen, it will be almost impossible for emergency first responders to get to you, and for the government to conduct multiple rounds of rescues. When every person can look after themselves, this will increase our national resilience in a very cost-effective way, and this capacity building is the foundation of our efforts. What if resilience was your legacy? As I've mentioned before, every breath we take is on trust, on amanah. I would like to remind and invite every single adult in this room to commit to ensuring a smooth and just transition. Our families and societies have invested heavily in each of us. It is our responsibility to ensure we and they are protected against the worst effects of a warming world, where multiple slow-moving ecological systems are already at their tipping points against the backdrop of the 6th mass extinction of plants and animal species. Thank you. I hope the Climate Governance Summit inspires you to more action.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datin Sri. Once again, it was a sharing to, again, inspire everyone to take action on climate change and to make sure that we create a positive impact. And ladies and gentlemen, to continue, let's welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, Chief Executive Officer of Companies Commission of Malaysia, SSM, to the stage for her welcoming remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berhormat Nik Nazmi, Nik Ahmad, Minister Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, Founder and Chairperson, Climate Governance Malaysia, Datuk Jessica Chiu, Deputy Governor, Bank Negara Malaysia, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and a very warm welcome to the National Climate Governance Summit 2024. I am deeply honored to welcome everyone as we gather here today with such esteemed thought leaders, regulators, policymakers, and environmental advocates on issues relating to climate crisis, a challenge that transcends borders, sectors, and communities. First and foremost, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Climate Governance Malaysia CGM for organizing this prestigious summit. We deeply appreciate the invitation extended to the Companies Commission of Malaysia SSM to co-organize this significant event for the 2nd consecutive year. This collaboration is a testament to our collective commitment in addressing one of the most pressing challenges of our time on global warming and climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, State of the Climate in Asia 2023 report highlighted that Asia remained the world's most disaster-hit region from weather, climate, and water-related hazards in 2023, as emphasized by our Prime Minister during Asia's first ESG positive impact consortium event in June this year. The Malaysian government is dedicated towards integrating ESG principles into governance in ensuring a sustainable future. Demonstrating this commitment, Malaysia has made progress with energy transition policies, development of its carbon market, and effort to introduce the much anticipated climate change bill by next year, inshallah, to accelerate energy transition, spur investment into the country's green economy, and foster sustainable practices. Aligning with the government's vision and coming from SSM, Companies Commission of Malaysia being a corporate registry, we are custodian of corporate information and a regulator. We are committed to promote sustainable practices within the corporate community. Together with Climate Governance Malaysia CGM, we aim to create awareness and call for action amongst the business community to address challenges and issues emerging from climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the critical importance of environmental stewardship, SSM's commitment is exemplified through the Business Review reporting provision under the Companies Act 2016, which encourage companies to report on performance of non-financial aspects, including environmental consideration as part of their director's report, in addition to the usual mandatory disclosures relating to financial performance. This business review report is applicable on voluntary basis on all types of companies. Voluntary declarations of environmentally friendly initiatives may seem modest compared to other large-scale efforts to combat climate change. However, I truly believe that every small action can make a significant difference. As in this case, SMEs represent majority of 97% of 1.5 million companies in SSM's registry, of which 681,000 are active companies in Malaysia. And the majority SMEs, these are suppliers in the value chain. So ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I wish to also share SSM's support towards the government's effort in adopting the international sustainability standards issued by the ISSB board, where SSM, being a member of the Interagency Committee of ACSR, or Advisory Committee on Sustainability Reporting, which is tasked to formulate the National Sustainability Reporting Framework for Malaysia. Looking into adoption of the ISSB standard by corporate entities in Malaysia. Specifically, the FRS S1 on general requirement for disclosure of sustainability related financial information, and S2 on climate-related disclosure. The ACSR, which is chaired by SC, comprised of 6 member agencies, regulators, such as Central Bank, Bank Negara, Companies Commission of Malaysia, SSM, Bursa Malaysia, Financial Reporting Foundation, or FRF, and SC, Audit Oversight Board. And for SSM, we are committed to support the significant national effort in establishing the National Sustainability Reporting Framework for Malaysia. And being a regulator in the Administering Companies Act, SSM's role will be in the area of ensuring that preparation of sustainability reports by Malaysian companies will be based on the ISSB sustainability standard adopted under the NSRF, as well as in streamlining the business review report with NSRF for adoption by SMEs, which are majority of companies in Malaysia. So ladies and gentlemen, ACSR will unveil the National Sustainability Reporting Framework for Malaysia once policy decision is obtained, and I believe there will be deliberation on this area by relevant regulator in this summit. I am also confident that the panel of experts and professionals we have assembled today will provide valuable insights and expertise, helping us to achieve the objectives of our National Climate Governance Summit 2024. So ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude my speech, I call upon Board of Directors, business owners, policymakers, regulators, governments, and the entire community to take decisive action in combating climate change. Our collective efforts today will shape the future for our generations to come. Together we can forge a path towards a sustainable future where environmental stewardship and economic success go hand in hand. With that, I end my speech. I thank you for your attention, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, there is a message to be shared, and this will be shared by Pim Valdre, Head of Climate Ambition Initiatives of World Economic Forum. Please lend me your attention, as this is a pre-recorded message that will be shown on screen. Let's continue.
Dear esteemed climate action colleagues and participants of the National Climate Governance Summit, Malaysia. My name is Pim Valdre. I'm the head of climate ambition at the World Economic Forum. In that role, I lead our climate governance work and our corporate climate agenda. In 2019, the World Economic Forum launched the 8 Principles for Effective Climate Governance, which helped catalyze the establishment of the Climate Governance Initiative. Today, a rapidly growing global network with national chapters in over 70 countries worldwide. Together with CGI, we work to elevate climate as a boardroom priority and to empower board of directors and NEDs to integrate climate action into the core of corporate governance. I'm pleased to acknowledge the great progress of Climate Governance Malaysia, which was the second chapter to be launched globally. Malaysia's proactive and trailblazing approach is truly inspiring, setting a strong example in the region and beyond. At the Forum, we are deeply committed to advancing climate governance by uniting global leaders, businesses, and civil society to confront the urgent challenges of climate change. As part of this work, we convened over 30 non-executive and independent directors representing over 20 countries, including Malaysia, at Forum headquarters this summer to tackle both the blockages and the levers towards board action on climate. The meeting showed great readiness of board directors to adopt a stewardship mindset, but also unveiled several challenges. Some of the key risks that emerged, including fresh findings from the World Economic Forum's 2024 Global Risks Report, showing that the 4 top global risks in the next decade are all environmental, including extreme weather, critical changes to Earth systems, biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and natural resource shortages. Looking ahead, our focus will increasingly be on the vital interconnection between climate and nature, as we recognize that tackling climate change is inseparable from protecting our natural ecosystems. I'm encouraged by the robust agenda of the National Climate Governance Summit in Kuala Lumpur, 10th to the 12th of September, promising a series of insightful events, masterclasses, and workshops. I wish you a productive, engaging, and above all, action-oriented summit in the days to come. We look forward to taking your insights further and to driving impact together for a sustainable and resilient future. Thank you.
There we go. Although she's not here, let's give her a round of applause. And we thank Pim virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence with our first keynote for today. Our speaker has over 25 years of experience in the financial sector, developing key strategies such as the Financial Sector Master Plan and the Financial Sector Blueprint. She currently chairs the Board of Directors of Dana Modal Nasional Berhad and serves as an alternate member of the Board of Directors of Perbadanan Insurans Deposit Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Datuk Jessica Chew, Deputy Governor of Bank Negara Malaysia.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Minister Nik Nazmi, Datin Sri Sunita, Datuk Azimah, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and salam sejahtera. It is truly my great privilege this morning to be given an opportunity to speak on this important occasion. I would like to thank Climate Governance Malaysia, of course, for inviting me, and more importantly, for keeping attention at the highest levels of government, corporations, and authorities focused on the crucial subject of our response to climate change. We know that every little bit counts to ensure that we do not take our eye off the ball. And CGM has been a valuable partner in our efforts through the Joint Committee on Climate Change, or JC3, to mobilize collective climate actions. Climate and environmental related risks have consistently dominated the top 5 global risk chart of the World Economic Forum since 2020. As we continue to experience the real world and often devastating effects of climate change on our communities and economies, their profound implications for countries both in the near and long term are no longer in question. The only question is how we are choosing to respond, recognizing the responsibilities we bear for choices made today that will shape the future of our society and economies. In the face of overwhelming evidence that we are far from solving the climate crisis, this is a question that we all urgently need to come to terms with. In its most recent assessment of the state of climate action, published in November last year, the World Resources Institute found, and I quote, that global efforts to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius are failing across the board, with recent progress made on every indicator except electric passenger car sales, lagging significantly behind the pace and scale necessary to address the climate crisis. Progress for all but one of the 42 indicators assessed are not on track. Not only are most indicators well off track, several indicators tracked by the Institute are also moving entirely in the wrong direction. This is corroborated by the World Economic Forum report finding that global emissions must decrease around 7% annually just to retain any chance of limiting global warming below 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. Today, they are still increasing by 1.5%. Along with many other countries, Malaysia stands at a pivotal juncture, where the realities of climate crisis are converging with global mega trends, including urbanization and technological change, to propel us forward at a pace and scale that we have not experienced before. Doing nothing or too little will leave us highly vulnerable. At the same time, there are also real prospects to tap into enormous new opportunities that were not possible before, to achieve higher standards of inclusive and sustainable growth. Against this backdrop, the climate policy landscape in Malaysia has evolved substantially in the last few years, with the government and policymakers making important strides to provide greater clarity and certainty around the national climate agenda and priorities. Such progress has been critical to inform and align cross-cutting policies, business strategies, and investment decisions. As we speak, the government continues to advance several other major infrastructure and policy priorities, including the refreshed National Climate Change Policy, the long-term low-emission development strategies, and national determined contribution roadmaps, the carbon market policy, and, as Datuk Azimah has mentioned, the climate change legislation. The realization of a just and orderly transition hoped for under these policies will depend on at least three factors. First, the ability to meet the funding needs for transition. Second, the ability to capture climate risk interactions and synergies well in order to optimize climate actions and avoid unintended consequences. And third, the ability to strengthen our individual and collective capacity in terms of knowledge, skills, and resources in order to deliver the kind of transformational change needed to alter the course the world is already on. These priorities continue to be the primary focus of the work of the Joint Committee on Climate Change, which serves as a key platform in Malaysia for leading and supporting the financial sector's response to climate change. Today, over 60% of the Malaysian financial institutions have set or are in the process of setting climate targets. Climate considerations are also being mainstreamed in the Islamic financial sector through the implementation of the Value-Based Impact Assessment Framework, or VBIAF. I am pleased to note that the Islamic banking industry will today be releasing the third tranche of the VBIAF sectorial guide, which further expands the coverage of economic sectors to include agriculture, mining and quarrying, road transportation, and waste management activities. This builds on the progress of two earlier tranches covering 7 sectors and activities, including palm oil, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. Along with the higher reporting and disclosure standards following the implementation of the climate change and principle-based taxonomy by all financial institutions, these developments are expected to drive greater efforts by financial institutions to provide climate-aligned financing and protection solutions for households and businesses. This includes a wider range of product offerings, such as sustainability-linked loans and bonds, blended finance solutions offered in collaboration with multilateral institutions and development financial institutions, and adaptive flood and business interruption protection coverage. We are seeing evidence of this with more than 50% of new financing by banks this year reported to be channeled towards climate supporting and transition activities. That said, current public and financial sector commitments to ESG financing remain far below the 1.3 trillion ringgit needed to support the economy's energy transition alone. To further encourage the development and expansion of innovative financial solutions, Bank Negara is currently looking to enhance the features of our low carbon transition and green technology funds for SMEs, with a view to further expand the industry's capacity to finance transition activities and mobilize more diverse sources of funds for transition. This includes private sector investments in R&D to create or adapt innovative and implementable solutions to address Malaysia's climate-related challenges. For example, as land resources grow scarce, the feasibility of vertical solar technologies need to be studied, particularly to harness renewable energy in our densely populated urban areas. With an important agriculture sector, Malaysia also needs to further develop regenerative farming practices, focusing on conservation and rehabilitation techniques applied to food and farming systems that are cost-effective and scalable. Other cutting-edge technologies include waste-to-wealth and green mobility solutions. The bank will leverage on our regulatory sandbox, as well as the recent initiative to establish a climate finance innovation hub by Bank Pembangunan Malaysia to encourage the exploration of innovative financing models that support transition alongside appropriate regulatory and supervisory treatments. While we expect financial institutions to make further progress towards meeting the funding gap, let me be very clear that we continue to expect banks, as well as insurers and takaful operators, to carefully manage financial exclusion risks. Our journey to strengthen climate resilience should not be at odds with preserving continued access to financing and protection for business growth and development. Consistent with this, we continue to evolve our regulatory and supervisory frameworks and tools to better capture risk interactions and synergies arising from mitigation and adaptation actions. This has been crucially supported by JC3's work to address challenges related to data availability, accessibility, and reliability. To this end, JC3 has published the Climate Data Catalogue and continues to work closely with relevant parts of government to improve access to critical data points, such as flood and vehicle GHG emission data. The bank's review of financial institutions' transition plans later this year, as well as the first climate stress tests by financial institutions next year, will provide further valuable insights on how climate actions interact with other risks to affect different segments of economy and society. Indeed, the need for an inclusive approach to our nation's low-carbon transition cannot be overstated. This goes beyond simply making transition finance available to SMEs. Financial institutions must invest in strengthening the advisory capacity of their client support teams in order to ensure that the current financing and protection needs of businesses can continue to be met in alignment with a climate-resilient future. Large corporations must also do their part in supporting and accelerating the transition of small businesses within their supply chains towards sustainable practices. This can include providing SMEs with technologies or assistance in obtaining certification at an affordable cost. The JC3 Greening Value Chain Pilot Project, or GVC, demonstrates the feasibility of such initiatives. So far, more than 400 SMEs have received technical training on GHG emissions measurement and management. Of those, more than half have begun to measure and report their carbon footprint. The operational modality of the GVC pilot can be easily replicated at scale with existing as well as new partners. So I therefore urge corporates and financial institutions present here today to connect with JC3 and leverage on the GVC program to accelerate the reduction of supply chain and financed emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, finding common ground on the path to a more sustainable future can often be fraught with difficult conversations about competing priorities which can arise at the firm, sector, and national levels. Perhaps the answer is not in thinking about these issues in terms of trade-offs. Rather, we need to apply an environmental lens through which we can bring things together into clearer and sharper focus so that we don't miss or lose the forest for the trees, both figuratively and literally speaking. So on that note, thank you very much for your kind attention this morning, and I look forward to the sessions ahead.
There we go. Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk. I believe that sums up the preamble of our event. And ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves as we continue the National Climate Governance Summit with a fireside chat. And with that, before we begin, I would like to warmly invite Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar to the stage in doing the honor of leading this session. And also to accompany and to perfect this fireside chat, we will be having our primary headliner, Yang Berhormat Datuk Nik Nazmi bin Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability Malaysia, to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a round of applause, please? Datin, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So we have our headline speaker here with us today, and I'm going to open the floor to questions. So please get your questions ready. YB is extremely engaging. Yesterday during our IOP summit, he was actually given 5 A's by one of the speakers, and I will tell you later at the end of this what the 5 A's stand for. Welcome, YB Minister, and many, many thanks for supporting CGM's flagship event again. NRES has its hands full. Could you give us a quick recap of the key initiatives which the private sector should be aware of?
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, very good morning. Datin Sri Sunita, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think before I go in, I think it's just refreshing that for today's event, if I recall correctly, I'm the first man to be speaking, and I think that is something that is actually quite refreshing.
Our diversity higher.
Yeah, I'm the token male today. So anyway, I mean, thank you. It's good to be back at the National Climate Governance Summit. And I congratulate CGM for doing this for the second time. I think we are progressing, positively in terms of our policies. The background is, of course, first and foremost, which I think we are not highlighting enough, is that Malaysia is, at the end of the day, we are a mega diverse country. We are blessed with mega biodiversity, one of the 17 countries in the world. And the rest are the big ones, the US, Brazil, Russia, India, China, Australia, Indonesia, but Malaysia is ranked among those mega diverse countries, along with Colombia, one of them. And I think that is something that we should leverage on as we embark on this journey to build a climate resilient country. The second part is the fact that we are also a trading nation. We are a small country. We can't survive without trading. Historically, that has always been the case for thousands of years for Malaysia, because of our location, because of our size. So because of these two aspects, and I think the third part is the fact that we are also a maritime country. So these are the three key elements that I think we should reflect on how we want to design our policies with regards to dealing with climate change. And one of the things, obviously, I mean, we are doing our NDC roadmap, we are doing our LT-LED, some of it has been mentioned, and we are going to announce some of this decision soon. It has been decided that we are going to take even more ambitious goals with regards to climate change, and this will represent a significant step forward as we go ahead. But the most important part is that we are trying to ensure that we are talking and we are listening to the widest possible representatives of Malaysian society. We have formed a climate advisory panel, we have formed a climate consultative panel, as well as a youth cluster. So through this, we talk to the businesses, we talk to civil society, we talk to the younger generation, and getting their input on what's the direction that Malaysia should take with regards to building a climate resilient future. And we are preparing our first biennial transparency report, BTR, which we will submit to the UNFCCC this year. And at the same time, we have secured funding from the Green Climate Fund to do our adaptation plan, our national adaptation plan, which is set to begin next year. And right now, we are in the midst of preparing for our climate change bill. I've already started the discussions with the state governments, and soon we will be sharing the draft bill with the public. I insisted that the draft bill has to be shared with the public so that we can get a proper input. It has to be a truly meaningful legislation. It's not something that, just to tick the boxes and say that we've done it, but we want to hear from the public what are their hopes, their aspiration with regards to the legislation. And so with this legislation, the idea is that our obligations, our pledges that we've made at the international level since Paris 2015, it can be translated at the domestic level. And we need to combine, obviously, legislation, market frameworks in order to support these goals. So at the upcoming COP29 in Azerbaijan, which has been built as the finance COP, we will continue to speak out about the need to get the commitments of the $100 billion promise from developed nations to the developing world. But we are also advocating a strong voice for ASEAN. At the end of the day, Malaysia is a country of 35 million people. And I believe that it's only by pulling our voice together with ASEAN, we then become 670 million. 2030, we're expected to be the 4th biggest economy in the world. So that is something that we should leverage on, especially because 2025, we will be chairing ASEAN. So that's basically the direction that we are heading in terms of our climate policies.
YB, to pick up on something that you referred to, we're a small, open trading nation. Businesses are under tremendous pressure from their trading partners and providers of capital to align with their sustainability ambition if we want to remain as customers or within the global supply chain. So what is the government's view on this? How do we align with the trading ambitions, with the sustainability ambitions of our trading partners?
Yeah, I think we understand that for many countries in the developed world, they do not want to be seen to be outsourcing carbon-intense industries to the developing world, and we understand that, and I think that we have to be able to design policies that ensure that we can be part of this to embark on a just transition. And so I think one of the most important things is that the climate change bill, I believe, once it's implemented, will help us with regards to achieving this. We are working hard to have a national carbon market framework. And we are also talking to our partners in ASEAN, in Thailand, in Singapore, in Indonesia, to see how we can have an ASEAN framework as well. Again, to scale up the carbon market, because to rely on Malaysia alone will not be sufficient. But I think, I believe that there's been strong support from Bank Negara, from Securities Commission, from all the from Bursa Malaysia to help companies to understand this. But that is a valid concern for the SMEs. I always like to remind when I meet the bigger companies or I meet the regulators, the SMEs, I would say most of them can't afford to have a chief sustainability officer. So how do you assist them? And things and rules and the goalposts keep moving, right? I mean, I spoke to the timber industry. They said that they are just about to comply with what was decided 10, 15 years back. And now suddenly we have EUDR and all that. So we take that that's the requirement from certain countries or certain trading blocks. But that is where we need to play a bigger role to assist them, to update them with what's the latest requirements. But in the meantime, I think businesses can also look into the practice of shadow pricing of carbon and perhaps even water usage. But most importantly, I think it's also to change the framework of the economy. We have always been addicted to this low-cost, low-value economy in the past, which is understandable when we started our development. But today, we've started 2 weeks in my job, I had to revise the electricity tariffs, right? I'm still trying, as I mentioned, I was still trying to go through the glossary of various climate change terms, and I had to do that, and that was not easy. But we've slowly done that, and I believe that as a result, you've seen certain changes, right? Solar adoption among industry is now higher. Then now this year we started with diesel subsidy retargeting as well. So I think these are the things that the government has to do so that the market signals are right, and it can help firms then to embark on the transition better.
Brilliant. Thank you. So one last question for YB before we take questions from the floor. So please be prepared. YB, you are very close to the ground and you understand the sentiments of multiple communities. Would you think or would you consider that the climate crisis is viewed as elite propaganda?
It can be. And I think, it's not just a Malaysian thing. We see this in Europe today, we see this in the US. People have won elections in the US by speaking out against climate change, as in against the climate policies. So, and the danger is that, for many ordinary people, when you are struggling with cost of living, when you're struggling to buy food, you're struggling to get a job, your wage is stagnant, you may think that this is something distant, right? So the challenge is for people like us, the policymakers, people in the industry, in civil society. Someone was telling me, there's a lack of Malay content, for example, on climate change. There is, but not enough. So this is where we really need to work harder. And one of the things, I mentioned is that if you look at what the Pope is talking about, right? He's visiting Southeast Asia. If we look at the former Mufti of Egypt, Sheikh Ali Jum'ah, he has been talking about the environment for many, many years. And these are things we should use because we know that Malaysians are generally religious. People can take a religious message better, right? And these are things that we should tap into when we go down to the kampong, when we go to the suraus, to the mosques, to the churches, to the temples, so that we can reach out better, right? Because some people might not relate to Greta Thunberg, but they can relate to the Pope, right? So these are things which I think we have to be, we have to recognize. And the other thing is also to show that climate change, that the planetary crisis, it has a direct impact on our jobs, it has a direct impact on our health, it has a direct impact on food supply and so on and so forth. I'll give you an example. This year, during the Hajj, over 1,500 people died because of heat-related illnesses. But, okay, that's 50 degrees in Saudi Arabia. But here in Malaysia, last year we had 2 people who died because of heat strokes that we detected. There might be more, but the ones that were detected were 2, and this year I think it's 3, as far as I remember. That's the last figure that I have. And these are things that we've never heard before. When we were young, we used to play out, even in the afternoon, right? But now, because it's the afternoon is much hotter than what it was before, the impact is worse. And floods, I mean, we all know floods, landslides, all of that is happening. So I think it's what we need to do is to relate all of this. Air pollution, I mean, it's not directly climate change per se, but I think like one of the things that really struck me was when I read the book by Sadiq Khan, Breathe, right? Because he relates about air pollution with the impact on health on ordinary Londoners. And again, I think this is a conversation we've not had enough. Because once people see that it's an immediate impact, then people can see, that this is something that is truly and really serious. So I think this is where we need to, the Malaysian term would be merakyatkan the discourse to bring it down to the people and to say that it is very much relevant with ordinary Malaysians. And actually, as we tend to see, it's the most marginalized communities, the most marginalized sections of society that will be at the front lines of climate change, as opposed to the elites.
Absolutely, and also echoed by DG Jessica earlier as well, that we are relying on financial institutions to ensure that they're not marginalized or disproportionately disadvantaged. Do we have any questions for the Minister? Yeah. Dato' Andrew?
Morning, YB. And congrats on being the first male to be up. YB, you have spoken very well on climate change, and a lot of good things have been spoken about you regarding your role in history. Now, Bursa, a lot of the GLCs, SIME, etc., have been doing their job in moving the policies forward. But my question is, as you mentioned just now, what about the rakyat? What about the makcik, the pakcik? How is ESG, SDGs, carbon zero, net zero, how is it being affected and implemented in their lives so that they understand what the ministry and all the GLCs are doing, as opposed to them worrying about what is happening in their rice bowl every day? Because in Singapore, I was speaking to somebody from Singapore, and the whole community, they've divided the community so that they understand how this is being implemented. Now, we all know how important this is, but what practically can be done so that not only do they understand, but they are using it in their daily lives? Thank you.
Let's take a few questions and then YB can. Karina.
Thank you very much. My name is Karina Litvak. Minister, you mentioned 2 things in your remarks. One, the just transition, and the other, your ambition to broaden this out to the ASEAN region. Now, China has the largest carbon market in the world, but it also has one of the lowest carbon prices at about $12.50 per ton, versus Uruguay that has $167 per ton. And Europe is somewhere in the middle, but closer to the Uruguay level. So clearly there is certainly, if you ask any economist, a need to bring that price up over here and to create a sizable and liquid market to keep up with what's happening in the region and China on your doorstep. But that also implies some very significant impacts on the poorest. So bringing us to the question of just transition, to what extent have you contemplated policy measures that bring together both the environment and income redistribution to enable these types of quite ambitious but indispensable policies? And I'm thinking in particular, I'm Canadian myself, and in the province of British Columbia, we introduced already over 10 years ago a carbon tax that is automatically recycled into an annual check to every man, woman, and child so as to ensure that everybody has a stake, or you could say a bribe, but a stake in the success of the carbon taxation scheme and the pain that is caused because of prices going up in certain areas is softened, while at the same time inducing people to redirect their purchases to lower carbon alternatives. Thank you.
Any other questions for the Minister? Yes, thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm on the extreme right, left, depending on where you are. Good morning. Nice to see you again, YB, and to actually hear some very progressive things that you're already working on. My question is about how the world has become more and more borderless. So the policy with Malaysia, ASEAN, China, etc., will actually have to become more and more clear. So I wanted to talk about a couple of things that will get your response. For example, environmentally sensitive type of industries like extractive industries. And also, we're talking about like logging and how it gets exported. Plastic waste being imported from different countries and so on. So where is it that we can actually plug the gap when it comes to cross-border type of environmental crimes, and how it would affect national policy here, because it's very much tied in with trading and bringing in FDIs and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last question. Are you still? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, YB Nick. I'm Sharifah Nur Kamsia, Innovation and Nuclear Advocate. It is very reassuring to hear YB saying that Malaysia will further enhance its NDCs and also providing a platform for youth. So what I'd like to share is during COP28, it has ushered in a new milestone where the narrative of renewable or nuclear power becomes renewable energy as well as nuclear power, because we see 22 leaders have already signed a declaration that nuclear power has to be tripled so that by 2050 the climate target will be reached. So I would like to inquire, because if we look at ASEAN, Singapore's EMA market has identified nuclear as a game changer because the island is small. And Philippines has also signed 123. May I know what is Malaysia's plans for nuclear power? Because we always hear we are interested in SMR. Previously, YB, you said it is amber for nuclear, not green yet. So do you think there's going to be a change for green? And one last one, because there's a platform for youth, could I also propose that there's a platform for women? Because when we're talking about fair and just transition, next year Malaysia is going to be the chair of ASEAN, and we understand during COP28 there was a declaration for women in energy transition, but it seems none of the ASEAN countries had signed this declaration. Could I encourage that next year, when we are the chair, that we will recommend and propose for our member countries to sign these declarations so that women have a more important role to play in this climate change? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so 4 questions. Well, first, on how do we get the people involved? I think not as an excuse, but I think for Singapore, I mean, in this sense, it's easier for them to do. One, I mean, they're more developed, but two, you know, it's a city-state. So for us, what can work? I think, I mean, KL should be looking at what Singapore is doing, definitely. Penang, right? But certainly, there are other places in Malaysia where it's very different than that. So, but the most important thing for me is we have to have the right policies first, one, and then the enforcement and implementation is the second part as well. because like I said, when previously, when electricity was cheap, when diesel was cheap, you can't expect people not to use it. I mean, people will look at what's the cheapest. That's the first consideration. Similarly, I know it's in the law that we are supposed to separate our trash, but we also know that it's not enforced, right? So these are things that we need to relook. So I spoke to, for example, Alam Flora. They say in KL now they're restarting where you should separate your trash for recyclables and whatnot. So that is the challenge where I think sometimes our policies are world class, but we also need to look at how to enforce and how to implement them. Because rather than showing off our nice books and glossy books and we pay expensive consultants to do it, we should actually, I don't know whether there are consultants in the room, we should actually look at how to translate it into action, right? And that's the challenge. But I think the positive things is that we are getting young children, they are very aware. I accept that it may not be across Malaysia, but like in my household, I have to fight with my 8-year-old daughter with who can collect the recyclables, because she wants to bring it to school and be the #1, and she did win. She won the first prize yesterday. But we also have things that we do in the ministry and whatnot. And these are good things that we need to push and get people to be involved in. As when you make it convenient and easy for people to do all these things, then they will participate. The challenge has always been that it has been difficult. So we are trying to tweak around the policies so that we can do nudges and whatnot to get people to be part of it. Most people, if you ask, they would love to do all these things. It's just that they don't find, that it's convenient. If you remember in the past, we had our paper lama uncle, old newspaper, who will come and collect at the homes. But so how do we make it easy for people to recycle and to do all these things, right? Then the question on how to embark on transition and protect the poor. This is always the challenge, and this always scares other ministers. So I remember when we wanted to do our diesel retargeting, some ministers, I won't name them, they said that can't we wait until 2 more elections? And because it happened to be, it's this year. So, but we decided to do it anyway. Last year during the electricity, we went through 3 cycles. One of it was during some state elections. Again, there was some nervous jitters among some ministers, but we felt that we just had to embark on it. But one of the things that we felt that it helped us is, again, like you said, is to ensure that a lot of it is redistributed. And we have a very generous definition of, it's not just the working class, but it's also the middle class, at least initially. Because for a lot of the middle class, they also feel squeezed, right? So, but what we say is that, but if you have 8 or 9 aircons, a swimming pool, you don't deserve a subsidy. So now that's where we start. Eventually, I guess we will slowly go further down, but it has to be a very delicate balance that you have to take, right? But I agree that people have to see the benefit. If we do a carbon tax, for example, we need to show that it is redistributed as much as possible. I know that sometimes the government even take a fiscal neutral position. They don't actually gain from it to show that it's not for the government, but it's actually for direct benefits for certain communities. Cynthia, you were asking, you're never on the extreme right. You were talking about the borderless world. So I think that this is the challenge for Malaysia. We are things like what we are. We have a lot of resources in terms of critical minerals, in terms of rare earths. Unfortunately, we don't have any deserts, right? So a lot of it, some of it, quite a bit of it is in private land. It's in plantations and whatnot, and that's fine, right? But a lot of it is also in the forest. So that's why we're moving very carefully. We know that this is needed for the transition, we want to move very carefully in this. But I did say when I meet the state governments, I talk to them because some of them are very excited about just simply extracting these minerals. I said you have to make sure that you do it properly because these are going to be used by the EVs, these are going to be used by the wind turbines and whatnot, and they want to know where are they getting their minerals from, right? And we should learn from our experience with palm oil that if we don't get the standards right, I mean, we are doing, I think now palm oil, we have a very high standard for sustainable palm oil and whatnot, but we need to do the same with regards to minerals so that there's confidence when we sell them, right? So that's an important part. And similarly for logging, we have that sustainable timber that we, sustainable forest management, and some states have lost their certification when they do not fulfill what's required by the certification. So we put a very high standard to that so that we are able to sell our timber to the global market. And plastic is another challenge. One of the reasons why, if you speak to the plastic industry, why is this happening, the illegal market in plastic? Some of it comes in legally, but obviously the dirty ones come in illegally. Why? Because there's a lack of recycling in Malaysia. Now our rate is about 35% recycling. We are supposed to be at 40% by next year, but we need to push it up higher. I mean, some European countries, they have about 90% plastic recycling rates. So if we reach those rates, then we won't need to recycle, we won't need to import dirty plastics anymore, right? So our target has always been, our policy for the last few years has been reducing towards zero single-use plastics and to ensure that whatever plastics that we have to use, it's recycled. So we lost some time during COVID. So our target was to achieve those things like zero single-use plastics by 2030. The target now seems a bit difficult with the years lost during COVID, so we are trying to look back at the existing policies and tweak it to see how we can address the issue, including the problem of illegal waste coming in, because that's a major problem since China, increased the standards. As a result, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, we are now the major destinations for this dirty waste, including e-waste that comes into the country. And obviously, we are trying to make this a major point during ASEAN chairmanship next year because of the fact that it transcends many countries across the region. With regards to the N-word, nuclear, that is, as I think the government is looking at it closely. The challenge for Malaysia is, we don't, when you talk about renewables, we have solar, but solar has its limitations. I mean, of course, solar plus battery is now getting cheaper, but there's still a limit to that. Hydro, we've exhausted. I mean, I think we had a discussion yesterday. We do not want to have, ideally, we do not want to have more large hydro because it's a trade-off with our biodiversity. Then that leaves us, we have some other things, biomass and all that, but it's still very limited. So this is where nuclear may seem promising, but we have to study it carefully. I know that public sentiment is still very mixed about it. And I think, we have to make the case for maintenance, for management of waste. I think that's the major issue. If we can show that that can be done properly, but then we can convince the public. And I think, but yes, I mean, other countries in the region, not just in Singapore, not just Philippines, I think Indonesia, Thailand are also looking at it closely. So it's something that we have to consider for moving forward. In terms of women, I think we actually need a men cluster now because we are. But no, seriously, I take your point. I think to have, there are times when women are properly represented, but there are still gaps. I accept that. And I think we will see how we can focus on having a focused women representation with regards to climate policy making in the country. We'll work on that.
One of the participants yesterday gave YB Minister 5 A's A for accessibility, A for adaptable, A for astute, A for articulate, and A for being an active listener. A big round of applause for our Minister. Thank you. Thank you so much, Aziz.
All right, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that Yang Berhormat Minister has successfully answered most of the questions. And let's continue on. Thank you once again to Yang Berhormat Minister as well as Datin Sri Sunita for such an insightful session, by the way. And I can see that everyone kind of enjoyed that as well. Now let's move forward. One moment, let me just check the time. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be taking a short break, but before that, a gentle reminder to everyone, for those of you who are acquiring the CPE points, please ensure to fill out our survey form, which will be shown later on at 4 p.m. in the afternoon. And of course, after this, before we proceed with the next following session, we shall be taking a 15 minutes break. All right, once again, 15 minutes break. So go ahead and enjoy. The refreshments are available outside. Finally, you can enjoy your coffee. We have not yet served coffee, but now it is available. So go ahead, enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much, and we'll see you shortly. What's the difference between panelist and speaker? Okay, 1 moment. Yeah. Let's see. 11:30, right? You are panelist. Yeah.
Climate neutral continent in the world by 2050.
Okay, last time I saw this, first time I've seen it like this, it was just before it was just for speakers. We had a briefing session 2 weeks ago when all the speakers decided to change it up. So now it's listed as 2 panelists and 3 speakers.
I see, okay.
Who should I ask? Don't tell me Sunita.
No. Let me just mobilize.
Most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Okay, somebody's coming to me right now. Just
We need support from the organizations. We need everyone, and no one will get left.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union.
I am light. I am water. I am life. I am nature. Through me you grow. With me you thrive. I can challenge, but I prefer to nurture. So Esti Guthrie, I ask you to be my partner. Draw on your ingenuity and tap into my strength. My land, my water, and my energy are yours to use wisely. Find new ways of nourishing our world. Together, we can make a future where we all flourish on the planet we call home. Our only home. I am your past. I am your present. I am your future. Unlock my power.
SD Guthrie. Unlocking nature's superpower.
Innovative minds from around the world are creating business solutions aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, to mitigate the immense challenges our planet faces due to climate change and environmental degradation. Though these businesses are key to a better future, they often face a critical barrier: access to capital. The funding gap is huge. Estimates reveal Asia's developing economies need at least $1.1 trillion annually to meet climate mitigation and adaptation needs. For Malaysia's energy transition to accommodate its clean energy ambitions, an estimated 1.2 trillion ringgit is needed between 2023 and 2050. The cost of grid development alone is estimated at 180 billion ringgit by 2050. In the next 10 years, Malaysia will require 60 to 90 billion ringgit to fund critical projects aligned with the SDGs. Government funding alone cannot meet the gap, and the call of the hour is to create synergies that can allow businesses to access public markets faster. Mobilist and Bursa Malaysia's partnership is an initiative in this direction to overcome the funding gap in Malaysia. The combination of Bursa Malaysia's platform and Mobilist's expertise creates a powerful bridge that connects promising, sustainable ventures with the capital they need to thrive. Together, it empowers SDG-driven companies to scale their solutions, create real-world impact, and unlock new economic opportunities. Mobilist provides funds earmarked by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK government and is committed to investing approximately 1 billion ringgit across emerging markets in sustainable infrastructure, climate finance, and inclusive finance projects. Working with its partners Palladium and 18 East, Mobilist facilitates listings through its Source Select and support process, provides technical assistance and global exposure to selected companies. While Mobilist provides the necessary funding, Bursa Malaysia operates and regulates a multi-asset exchange, offering a comprehensive range of investment, capital raising, and exchange-related services for Malaysian businesses. Committed to its mission of creating opportunities and growing value, Bursa Malaysia provides unique insight into Malaysian businesses, capital markets, economy, and society. This partnership between Bursa Malaysia and Mobilist aims to create momentum and incentivize organizations to develop innovative solutions and support Malaysia's journey towards a more sustainable future. So if you are a company that can help with SDG goals, then Mobilist and Bursa Malaysia can help you. Let's build a better world together. To know more, email us at mobilist@bursamalasia.com.
Hi everyone. CelcomDigi aims to build an inclusive, sustainable and trusted digital society. As an operator connecting more than 20 million customers and one of the largest corporate entities in Malaysia, we have the responsibility and capability to drive meaningful change to the society and environment that we operate in. Our environment, social and governance, or ESG practice, is an integral part of delivering this purpose. We have a clear focus on 4 priority areas. First, in enabling inclusive and safe digital access for everyone. We want to ensure that all Malaysians from all walks of life and all parts of the nations are able to safely and equitably participate in the vision of a digital society and to become responsible and resilient digital citizens. Second, in order to deliver our services, we rely on local and global business partners. We aspire to build a sustainable value chain, and we continuously raise our standards across our operations uplifting hundreds of Malaysian businesses through capacity building, while raising human rights, environment, and health and safety standards. Our third focus area is in building a strong governance and performance culture within our organization. We are committed to delivering our business practices guided by the values of an ethical, agile, diverse, and high-performing company. And last but not least, in managing our environmental impact and action, we are focused on both decarbonizing our operations and putting in place a clear pathway to achieving net zero by 2050 in alignment to the Science Based Targets Initiative, or SBTI. Each of these areas help us to fulfill our commitment to do business responsibly, adhering to the highest standards. Now, as we continue this journey to build a strong digital society in Malaysia, please hear more from us and how we are delivering our commitments.
I want Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050.
European Green Deal could be a cornerstone for changing our politics,
Just Transition Fund is... If we want to deliver, obviously mobilizing EU funds.
That's exactly what we want to do.
Most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Appropriate support for paying new obligations.
We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union.
I am light. I am water. I am life. I am nature. Through me you grow. With me you thrive. I can challenge, but I prefer to nurture. So SD Guthrie, I ask you to be my partner. Draw on your ingenuity and tap into my strength. My land, my water, and my energy are yours to use wisely. Find new ways of nourishing our world. Together, we can make a future where we all flourish on the planet we call home. Our only home. I am your past. I am your present. I am your future. Unlock my power.
SD Guthrie. Unlocking nature's superpower.
minds from around the world are creating business solutions aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, to mitigate the immense challenges our planet faces due to climate change and environmental degradation. Though these businesses are key to a better future, they often face a critical barrier: access to capital. The funding gap is huge. Estimates reveal Asia's developing economies need at least $1.1 trillion annually to meet climate mitigation and adaptation needs. For Malaysia's energy transition to accommodate its clean energy ambitions, an estimated 1.2 trillion ringgit is needed between 2023 and 2050. The cost of grid development alone is estimated at 180 billion ringgit by 2050. In the next 10 years, Malaysia will require 60 to 90 billion ringgit to fund critical projects aligned with the SDGs. Government funding alone cannot meet the gap, and the call of the hour is to create synergies that can allow businesses to access public markets faster. Mobilist and Bursa Malaysia's partnership is an initiative in this direction to overcome the funding gap in Malaysia. The combination of Bursa Malaysia's platform and Mobilist's expertise creates a powerful bridge that connects promising sustainable ventures with the capital they need to thrive. Together, it empowers SDG-driven companies to scale their solutions, create real-world impact, and unlock new economic opportunities. Mobilist provides funds earmarked by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK government and is committed to investing approximately 1 billion ringgit across emerging markets in sustainable infrastructure, climate finance, and inclusive finance projects. Working with its partners Palladium and 18 East, Mobilist facilitates listings through its Source Select and support process, provides technical assistance and global exposure to selected companies. While Mobilist provides the necessary funding, Bursa Malaysia operates and regulates a multi-asset exchange, offering a comprehensive range of investment, capital raising, and exchange-related services for Malaysian businesses. Committed to its mission of creating opportunities and growing value, Bursa Malaysia provides unique insight into Malaysian businesses, capital markets, economy, and society. This partnership between Bursa Malaysia and Mobilist aims to create momentum and incentivize organizations to develop innovative solutions and support Malaysia's journey towards a more sustainable future. So if you are a company that can help with SDG goals, then Mobilist and Bursa Malaysia can help you. Let's build a better world together. To know more, email us at mobilist@bursamalasia.com.
Hi everyone. CelcomDigi aims to build an inclusive, sustainable and trusted digital society. As an operator connecting more than 20 million customers and one of the largest corporate entities in Malaysia, we have the responsibility and capability to drive meaningful change to the society and environment that we operate in. Our environment, social and governance, or ESG practice, is an integral part of delivering this purpose. We have a clear focus on 4 priority areas. First, in enabling inclusive and safe digital access for everyone. We want to ensure that all Malaysians from all walks of life and all parts of the nations are able to safely and equitably participate in the vision of a digital society and to become responsible and resilient digital citizens. Second, in order to deliver our services, we rely on local and global business partners. We aspire to build a sustainable value chain, and we continuously raise our standards across our operations, uplifting hundreds of Malaysian businesses through capacity building, while raising human rights, environment, and health and safety standards. Our third focus area is in building a strong governance and performance culture within our organization. We are committed to delivering our business practices guided by the values of an ethical, agile, diverse, and high-performing company. And last but not least, in managing our environmental impact and action, we are focused on both decarbonizing our operations and putting in place a clear pathway to achieving net zero by 2050 in alignment to the Science Based Targets Initiative, or SBTI. Each of these areas help us to fulfill our commitment to do business responsibly, adhering to the highest standards. Now, as we continue this journey to build a strong digital society in Malaysia, please hear more from us and how we are delivering our commitments.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure whether our colleagues outside at the foyer can hear me, but I'd like to invite everyone who is still outside to please join us in the auditorium. We'll be proceeding with our next session momentarily. Thank you. Now again, while we're waiting for everyone else, just a kind reminder, make sure to switch your mobile phones to silent mode. All right, just a gentle reminder. I'm sure some of you have went out and most probably did some calls. Of course, it's a Monday, it's a busy Monday. So I hope that everyone can switch your mobile phones to silent mode. And of course, in case if there is any alarm set in your mobile phones, kindly switch it off as well. Thank you very much. Unless, of course, you want to wake yourself up, but I'm sure we have some very interesting topics after this. And of course, most of you have gotten your coffee. That's a good thing. All right, now we will do our very best to be on time in accordance to the program. As of now, we are slightly behind, around 10 minutes plus, but I'm sure we can catch up, okay?
Just announce, say that everyone come back in. All that. Already. And then you start to say.
Can hear from outside.
Actually quite soft, but I think half of the people in maybe just start then. Okay. They will slowly come in. I'll get the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again and welcome back. Thank you so much for being as prompt as possible to join us on time. And to those of you who have just entered the auditorium, please be seated. We'll be starting the next session promptly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start straight to the next session. Without further ado, we have an intervention by Professor Sanjay Sarma, President and CEO of Asia School of Business. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome him up on stage with a round of applause, please. There we go. Over to you, Professor.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. This is an amazing conference, and at a time of great change and crisis, I hope we do more of these and we take what we're doing very seriously. I'm going to speak for only about 10 minutes, but I want to be a little bit provocative. Let's begin with the 1.5 degree goal. There's a lot of good news and there's bad news in the fight against climate change. So what I'm going to do today is start with the bad news, some of which you already know. And maybe I'll make a couple of other points of bad news that might make this whole battle, bring it a little bit closer to home. The first piece of bad news, unfortunately, is 1.5 degree. Unfortunately, we're running out of runway, folks. We're already, as of last year, at 1.1 degree. If we want to get to 1.5, this is all well documented and by academics around the world, by the IPCC, etc. We probably have to get to net zero by 2035. We're looking down the gun barrel, and the gun is loaded, and nature has its finger on the trigger. This is the reality of where we are today. So, that's the first piece of bad news. It's known. I didn't say anything new. I think we must also recognize that climate change has begun to impact us already. I'm not going to talk right away about island nations in trouble and so on. But think about one particular thing, which is the insurance industry. If you look at insurance losses in the last 10 or 20 years, the biggest ones tend to be earthquakes, like Fukushima. The Fukushima earthquake, in terms of insurable losses, was something like $210 billion. $210 billion. Actual losses were higher. Most of the other big losses outside of earthquakes, in fact the top 10, are all extreme weather. And almost every single one of them is a hurricane. And the reason, of course, is when the waters warm up, there is more energy going into the system, and these hurricanes start landing in highly dense urban environments. When they miss, things are fine, they're not so bad. But when they land in an urban environment, the damage is catastrophic. So for example, Hurricane Katrina, the famous Hurricane Katrina, which hit Louisiana, was $82 billion in insurance losses. And then you had Hurricane Harvey, which unfortunately, all three examples I'll give you have to do with Louisiana, which seems to be a big target for hurricanes. And the reason is that these hurricanes go into the Gulf and then they sort of barrel up heading northeast, and they hammer the Texas-Louisiana border, the Florida Panhandle. I'm just using US examples here because the dollar numbers are very well documented. But Hurricane Harvey was $30 billion, and Hurricane Ida, which also hit the Texas-Louisiana border, was $30 to $40 billion. So what I'm saying is that climate change isn't this intangible thing. It has a very tangible implication on a very fundamental aspect of our financial ecosystems, which is insurance and reinsurance, which is the insurers who insure the insurance companies. And they have to figure out, my God, how do we pool this risk? How do we mitigate risk? How do we spread it out? And you know how they do it? Anyone know? They deny the insurance. So what I mean by that is I'm not talking about reneging on their insurance commitment. In many parts of America today, you buy a house, you want flood insurance, forget it. You aren't getting it. In many parts of California, you buy a home, you want fire insurance, you aren't going to get it. Look at the implications of that on personal finances, on corporate planning, and on the stability of a society. One of my friends just bought a house in the Berkeley Hills, beautiful view of the Golden Gate Bridge, cannot get fire insurance. He's willing to suck it up. He's in the Bay Area, sold a company, he can afford it. But how many can? And that is the second piece of bad news. The financials are there, they're clear, they're present, it is not theoretical, and they're confronting us right now. Here's a third piece of bad news. How many of you have been to a beach recently? Anyone? You like beaches? Beaches are the interface of land and the sea and water. It takes 300 years to create a beach because the sand has to pile up, there has to be some grinding of rock, 300 years. When sea levels rise catastrophically, beaches vanish. I had this theory once sitting on a beach actually in Phuket, and I did some research, and then finally there was a paper published on it, thank heavens, and it says by the year 2000, by basically the end of the century, right, 2100, half the beaches will be gone. It's pretty obvious because beaches are not very high, and a little bit of sea level rise, the beach is gone. And if sea level rise continues at a rapid pace, you don't have the time to replenish and create new beaches. Already, many beaches are inundated or washed away, and it's taking a lot of activity to keep a beach healthy. So these are very tangible pieces of bad news, not just a number, not just 1.5 degrees, not just the fact that the last few years have been the hottest in human history. These are tangible things that affect our pocketbook, our economics. That's a little negative. I will now switch to talk about something a little bit more positive. Unfortunately, as we run out of runway, we have to realize that we have to engineer our way out of this crisis. I say this as an engineer. Engineers have to come in and help save the day. Let's begin with a piece of information that many of you may know, but many of you do not, probably, which is solar. What's happening today around the world is a silent miracle in solar. It's not driven by subsidies, it's purely commercial. In 2004, it took 1 year to install 1 gigawatt of solar worldwide. 1 gigawatt. There's a nice Economist article about it. In 2010, it took 1 month to install 1 gigawatt. In 2016, it took 1 week to install 1 gigawatt. In 2023, ladies and gentlemen, it took 1 day to install 1 gigawatt of solar worldwide. This year, there'll be 2 gigawatts for every day of the year. This is insane. It's an extraordinary piece of good news. The amount of solar worldwide, solar last year was about 5.5% of total electricity production worldwide. The amount of solar is doubling every 3 years. It's a 26% growth rate. So compound 26% over 3 years, you get a doubling every 3 years. Renewables, purely on commercial grounds, are skyrocketing. Actually, if you look at the actual projections, it's going exponentially, but every time the IEA does an analysis, it says, it's going to change, it's going to go like this. But then the next year, it bucks the trend, and it goes up again. There's a great article, actually, you should follow someone called Michael Leibreich, an Englishman, who's written extensively about it. And he is right. And it's not just solar, wind as well. Wind is growing exponentially. It's quite extraordinary, actually. Wind has doubled 6 times since 2004. It's not as fantastic as solar, but it's still very good. So what that means is, at this growth rate, if it continues, then Within 10 years, solar will be 50% of electricity production worldwide, and that is stunning. I told you I'd give you some good news. I think that's pretty good news. Some of you may think, oh my God, this is just because there's cheap manufacturing happening in China and they're just dumping to the world. Not really true. Well, yes, it is. It's cheaper. I mean, Chinese PV is much cheaper. It's about 11 cents per watt. But American PV is not even double the price. Give us engineers a chance, we will get the prices down. Wind is similar. The prices are going down. Of course, there are problems with things like rare earth, magnets, etc. So that's the first piece of good news. Of course, the problem is you generate all this electricity with solar, the sun sets in the night, where do you store it? And so that's a whole other shebang that we're trying to figure out. Is it batteries in the grid? Is it pumped hydro? Is it other sources, wind, but then it's also unpredictable, it's not dispatchable, and most importantly, is the grid ready? In fact, the real challenge for us is going to be the grid as we electrify, because the grid is not, unfortunately, sexy. No one wants to invest in the grid. Everyone wants to build a PV plant or a green hydrogen plant. Which brings me to hydrogen. Second piece of good news. All of you have heard of blue hydrogen. You've heard of green hydrogen. You've heard of gray hydrogen. There's actually a hydrogen wheel with various colors. Have you heard of gold hydrogen? Let me explain what that is. Most people don't know this. And I tell them, they go, no, that can't be real. Did you know that in many parts of the world, literally around the world, we're finding, and as a guy used to work in the oil industry, I knew this, but we thought it was an irritant. You drill a hole, and in some parts of the world, pure hydrogen comes out. Did you know this? It's weird, isn't it? No electrolysis. You get hydrogen straight out of the ground. Let me tell you the science behind it. What is the mantle? What is the earth? It's hot iron. What else is the earth full of? Water. What happens when water reacts with hot iron? You get rust, and the hydrogen is liberated. There are actually literally holes in places like Mali where hydrogen comes out, and there are maps now, and it's a growing industry of getting something called geologic hydrogen, also called gold hydrogen or white hydrogen, no electrolysis, straight from the ground. Very early days. Actually, MIT, my parent university, is deeply involved in this. Others are as well, Lawrence Berkeley Lab, etc. This could be a second game changer. The reason is only so much of the industry is electrified. You need hydrogen for other stuff. Hydrogen is very hard to transport. Let's not kid ourselves. But if you can get hydrogen straight from the ground, what you can do with it is extraordinary. Final provocation, final piece of good news. A little bit aspirational, a little bit sci-fi. How many of you have seen Total Recall, the first movie? The one with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Ma'am, you have to see it. It's a great movie. I recommend it. In the last scene, they go to Mars and they create a Martian atmosphere like that. That's the last scene. Right? They trigger it. Something like that may well be in the offing. We can now literally, in principle, it's too expensive, suck CO2 straight out of the air. It's called direct air carbon capture. It's insane to do it now because you're better off spending that energy doing something else. There's too many other offsets. But if we can do it, it may be our only alternative. And it has all sorts of benefits. You suck CO2 out of the air, direct air carbon capture. In theory, this is very aspirational. It's being done, by the way. There are companies that have been sold. This is already being done. It's just very expensive. You suck HO2 from the ground, H2O from the ground, sorry, H2, hydrogen from the ground. You mix the CO2 and hydrogen. You get electrofuel. You sell the electrofuel. Your regular car uses electrofuel. You dump CO2 in the air, gets sucked out again, net zero. And that is called e-fuels. The first industry that absolutely has to go to net zero is aviation. Because don't hold your breath for a hydrogen plane. It's going to be sustainable aviation fuel. That's the first example. Biofuels is also the other way to do it. If you can find the energy, and unless you can find the energy from the ground like H2, that could be game changing. And the other one is small modular reactors, nuclear. Nuclear may well be our future. By the way, that's part of the peace deal that may or may not happen in the Middle East, is managed nuclear for Saudi. That's a whole other story. So, as we stare down the barrel of the gun, my provocation to you is, nature has its finger on the trigger, and we are looking down the barrel. We have 8-10 years to go net zero. Good news, we can put our shoulders to this. There are solutions. So I'll leave you with that piece of good news. Thank you very much. Such a pleasure to be here.
There we go. Thank you very much, Professor, for both the bad news and especially good news, of course. Now, without further ado, let's proceed with a keynote by one of our esteemed International Advisory Panel members. She is a Brazilian mathematician, teacher, climate change researcher, and a prominent figure in the environmental science. Please turn your kind attention to the screen, as this is a pre-recorded keynote by Professor Thelma Krug, Chairperson of the Global Climate Observing Systems Steering Committee.
Good afternoon to all, and let me first thank Climate Governance Malaysia for the invitation to address today the business community and the civil society representatives, and also to highlight the important role they can play in supporting the development and implementation of climate response options, including mitigation and adaptation. Well, it's already well known that governments alone will not be able to address the many challenges posed by climate change. And this has already been acknowledged in the preamble of the Paris Agreement that explicitly recognizes the importance of engaging various actors in addressing climate change. The business community, equipped with rapid innovation, scalability, and systemic change, and the civil society, through their national and international engagement, can actively support governments and successfully contribute to emission reductions, helping them to meet their climate goals. Business and non-governmental organizations, governing bodies, and other partners from all over the world deliver transformational solutions to the climate challenge that can include low-carbon transport fuels, forest, energy efficiency in buildings, renewable energy, low-carbon freight, chemicals, cement, and climate-smart agriculture, just to name a few. And many non-governmental actors are already contributing with national governments to enhance climate action, and their actions are normally fit for purposes, since every country has its own national circumstances and capabilities. As one example, Brazil's government authorities are presently conducting a broad participatory process around the entire country that ensures a comprehensive social participation, including citizens, civil society organizations, public policy councils, and experts, that will culminate in Brazil's climate plan. There are several processes that can trigger the participation of non-state actors in climate-related issues, including consultation processes such as the one I just mentioned, requests for inputs on national climate policies, including the development and implementation of countries' nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, which is already been an important channel for broader participation. But there are also several other examples where national governments delegate the implementation of specific policies and targets to non-state actors. And one of these examples is in China, for instance, where provincial governments, cities, and industrial sectors have been tasked who is designing regionally tailored policies to help achieve the national targets. The civil society can play an effective role by empowering and encouraging communities to engage in climate action through education, capacity building, and resource allocation, but also through advocating for policy reforms and also in implementing projects. Some projects, such as those involving, for instance, sustainable agriculture practices, can generate community-led solutions that facilitate the accomplishment of global climate targets while simultaneously enhancing local resilience. Civil society can also promote a more inclusive approach to climate change mitigation through stimulating collaboration among the commercial sector, governments, and communities, helping to develop more effective climate change mitigation strategies, and helping to ensure a more sustainable and resilient future. The decision that adopted the Paris Agreement welcomed contributions of subnational actors who fill a gap in national policies, participate in transnational and subnational climate governance networks, and facilitate learning and exchange among governmental, community, and private organizations at multiple levels, gathering knowledge and best practices such as emissions inventories and risk management tools that can be applied in multiple contexts. The private sector has particular competences which can make significant contributions to adaptation through innovative technology, design of resilient infrastructure, development and implementation of improved information systems, and the management of major projects. The private sector can be seen as a supplier of innovative goods and services to meet the adaptation priorities of developing countries in particular, with their expertise in technology and service delivery. The IPCC highlighted in the latest assessment cycle that civil society and private actors have emerged as core knowledge holders and drivers of experimentation, even succeeding in changing public policies in the process. But even previously, the IPCC has noted that civil society actors enable local risk awareness, sensitization, and adaptive capacity, and generate locally based innovation. As I have mentioned yesterday in my brief intervention addressing subnational governments and regulators, there is a broad recognition that adaptation is no longer a matter of choice, but a matter of urgency in face of intensifying climate impacts. So business and civil society can have an important role by stimulating, for instance, community-based adaptation that puts communities at the center of the planning for adaptation, often led by the communities themselves. Residents adopt private coping strategies to reduce exposure and hence reduce the impacts of heat, floods, flash floods, landslides, storms, and diseases on their lives. Private sector actors engaged in community climate responses can play a role in funding and managing programs that address public health and education concerns as well, and constitutes a key stakeholder group involved in collaborative processes to develop adaptive strategies. The lack of private sector and citizen engagement is cited in the IPCC report as one of the key barriers to adaptation, in addition, obviously, to insufficient mobilization of finance, including for research, low climate literacy, lack of political commitment, limited research and/or slow and low uptake of adaptation science, and low sense of urgency. There are widening disparities between the estimated costs of adaptation and the finance allocated to adaptation, although this gap in adaptation funding is diminishing. Engaging the private sector in identifying climate change risks, response measures, and adaptation needs to be a much higher priority in developing countries. While the private sector companies should integrate adaptation into their strategies and investments, but this not only for their own economic interest, but also for the interests of their clients and for the interests of the countries they operate. Unfortunately, the private sector adaptation efforts are not widely understood or seen as a good business practice, and in general are impeded by several obstacles. Public policy should provide appropriate incentives for such investments through communication of risks, incentives for resilience-enhancing measures, and where necessary, regulation to avoid shifting risks into the public. So stronger public-private partnerships will also be an important vehicle to enhance climate resilience and at the same time create business opportunities. So in summary, government actions at subnational, national, and international levels with civil society and the private sector play a crucial role in enabling and accelerating shifts in development pathways towards sustainability and climate resilient development. Climate resilient development is enabled when governments, civil society, and the private sector make inclusive development choices that prioritize risk reduction, equity, and justice, and when decision-making processes, finance, and actions are integrated across governance levels, sectors, and timeframes. Enabling conditions are differentiated by national, regional, and local circumstances and geographies, according to capabilities, and include the political commitment and follow-through, coordinated policies, social and international cooperation, ecosystem stewardship, inclusive governance, knowledge diversity, technological innovation, monitoring and evaluation, and improved access to adequate financial resources, especially for vulnerable regions, sectors, and communities. The extent to which civil society actors, political actors, businesses, youth, labor, media, indigenous peoples, and local communities are engaged influences political support for climate change mitigation and adaptation and eventual policy outcomes. So with this, I close my brief intervention, and I hope that this is going to be helpful for the discussions that will follow. And I would like again to thank the Climate Governance Malaysia for the opportunity here to bring some of these statements. Thank you very much.
There we go. Let's give a big hand to Professor Thelma Krug virtually. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's continue on with a panel discussion for the title, Engaging Stakeholders to Achieve Biodiversity Conservation Targets. And for your information, ladies and gentlemen, you may cast or upload your questions specifically for this panel discussion via the WOVA app. So just simply launch the app, select this event, select session Q&A, then look for this panel discussion. Once again, it should be Tuesday, 10th of September, 11:30, panel discussion on engaging stakeholders to achieve biodiversity conservation targets. Again, if you would like to ask any questions, just cast your questions on the WOVA app there. Before we begin, allow me to introduce our moderator and esteemed panelists. Our moderator for this session is a British national who is now a permanent resident of Malaysia with an extensive business interests in both countries. He has an extensive experience in banking, investment, and plantation industries. Please welcome Dr. Henry Barlow, Council Member of CGM, to moderate this session. As for our panelists for this session, our first panelist is a tropical biologist and a permanent resident of Sabah, the beautiful land below the wind. Being the head of WWF Malaysia from 1982 to 1998, he has dedicated over 25,000 hours to living within rainforests, specializing in the conservation of endangered large mammals. Let's welcome Datuk Dr. John Payne, CEO of Bringing Back Our Rare Animals, BORA. Our next panelist is a scientist by training with a degree in biochemistry. He worked for several years as a management consultant, including 6 years in Russia, managing a variety of environmental consulting programs. Please welcome Julian Hyde, CEO of Reef Check Malaysia. And of course, our final panelist here we have, he has over 2 decades of experience in corporate and advisory roles around sustainability, corporate responsibility, corporate strategy, program management, and change management across various sectors. Please give a big hand to Rashid Reza Anwaruddin, Chief Sustainability Officer of SD Guthrie. All right, there we go. Our panelist has 18 years of, let me see, okay, we have one more. Our panelist has 18 years of experience as a conservation scientist in Southeast Asia, receiving his PhD in conservation science from James Cook University, Australia. Let's give a big hand to Professor Gopalasamy Ruben Clemens, Sustainable Finance Specialist at the Zoological Society of London. All right, with that, I now hand over the floor to Dr. Henry. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd originally arranged the sequence, but I believe the slides have come up not necessarily in the sequence which I've chosen. So perhaps the administrators could tell us who they'd like us to speak first, please.
All right, one moment. Can we have the organizing committee to advise? Or we'll just let the moderator lead the session. All right? Dr. Henry, it seems that the floor is yours, and this session is yours to lead.
Right.
So, yep.
So may I then please ask Rashid Reza of my old firm, Sime Darby Guthrie, now renamed, to give his presentation, please.
Thank you, Datuk. And thanks, CGM, for inviting me to speak. But before I start, maybe just a slight observation here is that this panel is actually about biodiversity. But I think we can do a bit more better when it comes to gender diversity of this particular panel. Yeah. So, going back to the script now. So, SD Guthrie, we are essentially one of the largest producers of certified sustainable palm oil globally. And due to the nature of our business itself, right, we are highly dependent on nature, but we can also have a potentially negative impact that we need to mitigate on nature, but also potentially have a very positive impact as well. So a lot of work that we do is basically looking at the intersection between us and nature itself. I mean, giving a few examples, right, on dependencies on nature. Pollinators, for example, we actually use weevils to actually pollinate our palm trees, and we are highly dependent on that. And if we don't have weevils to pollinate our trees as part of a nature-based solution, we would need to go back to having individual workers go to each and every tree to pollinate our trees. We also have, for example, as part of our integrated pest management, things like barn owls to actually work as another nature-based solution to basically counter rat population in our operations. But looking at, on the negative side of things, the impacts to nature as well, we actually have a lot of work that we are doing in eliminating deforestation. In our operations, we have a no deforestation commitment since 2016, and we are working to replicate that into our supply chain. We also have a lot of work on, making a more positive impact to nature as well. The work we do around conservation, restoration, reforestation, and also mitigating human-wildlife conflict. So when we talk about the topic of the panel today, which is about the importance of engaging stakeholders, right? Looking at all of these things that we're working on, I'd like to just give a few examples of what we're doing and how important engaging stakeholders are. Number one, when you look at our no deforestation commitment, we need to, although we have a good handle of that within our own operations. We have roughly 600,000 hectares of our plantations in Malaysia, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea and Solomon Islands. But we still need to engage with our suppliers. So we work a lot with the suppliers around, implementing this no deforestation commitment in our supply chain. So that includes, our CPO, crude palm oil suppliers. We work with 60,000 smallholders globally as well, directly to make sure that, they implement that. And also, we also engage with, more than 500 mills globally as well. So we source from all over the world. And the work is around, not just engaging them. It's also about monitoring them using satellites and, third parties. It's also about capacity building. It's about awareness raising and also providing support to them in the event that there are issues in their operation. The second example that I wanted to give is basically when it comes to our conservation, restoration, and biodiversity work. And this is where the approach that we take is essentially we need to take to look at the efforts that we are doing at a landscape level, because due to the nature of nature, right? Nature doesn't stop in our concession. It basically extends into the wider landscape of our operations. So, for example, if you look at the human-wildlife conflict, right? A good example is basically the work that we do around mitigating human-elephant conflict in Johor, for example. We actually sent one of our team members to do her master's in developing best management practices for managing human-elephant conflict. And these standard operating procedures now, which are developed, we've actually made them available publicly. And what we also do within the landscapes where these elephants roam, where we operate as well, is that we also engage with the local communities, the smallholders, the other actors within that, because it's not useful for us to basically protect the elephants only when they come into our concession, but they also need to coexist within the wider landscape with the other actors as well. So we do a lot of work engaging with the local authorities, the local stakeholders, the other estates, smallholders as well, such that they also know in the event that they do sight an elephant, for example, what are the sort of practices and actions that they need to do or not do in these particular examples. And just one more example is basically looking at the work that we do around restoration and reforestation as well. So again, whenever we do any sort of conservation and restoration work, we also need to look at the wider landscape as well to make sure that whatever reforestation work that we do within our concession fits into the situation of the wider landscape. For example, for some of the work that we do in Peninsular Malaysia, we actually work with the Forest Research Institute of Malaysia, FRIM, to understand whether or not this particular area is close by to large forested landscapes, such that it can be used as stepping stones and connectivity to that particular area, and also what sort of trees are suitable to be planted there as well. and we need to engage with them, the local authorities, and we work with, for example, local communities as well to basically get them involved in the work that we do around conservation and biodiversity. So I think my 5 minutes are up. So just to summarize the points that I wanted to have. Number one is that, due to the nature of our business, we are highly dependent on nature, but we also have a very good potential to have a good impact good positive impact to nature. But the key thing is basically looking at who the stakeholders are within and surrounding our operations, and making sure that we take a landscape approach whenever we come to doing this work, such that it has a higher chance of success. So I'll hand it back over to you, Datuk. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that succinct account of how SD Guthrie handles these matters. May I now go on to our second speaker, Julian Hyde of Reef Check Malaysia, please.
Oh, I've got a slide. Marvelous, I wasn't expecting that. Okay. Biodiversity conservation and stakeholder engagement. Why do we need to bother? So this is where fish come from. These are 3 marine ecosystems: mangroves, seagrasses, and coral reefs. This marine biodiversity is providing about 130,000 jobs in small-scale fisheries on the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia. It's contributing to Malaysia's fish habit. You're one of the biggest consumers of seafood in Southeast Asia at about 57 kilograms a year. This is where it comes from. So without these ecosystems, no more fish, by the way, just as an aside. It's also important in tourism. The islands off the east coast attract 500,000 tourists a year. They provide jobs for 10,000 people, and the tourism industry on the islands is worth around 750 million to $1 billion ringgit a year. So that's what these ecosystems do, apart from coastal protection and a few other things. Who are the stakeholders? Well, the obvious ones are the local communities are living on the islands who are not, still today, are not sufficiently engaged. And I'll explain that in a minute. But there's also the tourism businesses. How much should they be involved in, conversations about biodiversity conservation? There are external corporations that want to do things like build new resorts on the islands or new airports on the islands. Where's the stakeholders there? And I think one of the ones that, and federal and state governments and those obvious ones, one of the things a lot of people forget is, particularly businesses forget, your employees are also a stakeholder. I remember many years ago learning a very important lesson from a lecturer on marketing, that a lot of businesses, they have people that turn up at 9 o'clock and they leave at 5 o'clock, right? It's the old model of 9 till 5 days. And they come to the office and they perform a job, whatever. And then they go home and they're active in the Scouts movement, or they're doing community work of some sort, or they're, I don't know, a pigeon racer, whatever it is. But they have something outside of work that they're passionate about. And we forget those people, and we don't use that passion inside the business as well. So you may find that your staff are kind of supportive about what the corporation's doing about biodiversity, but in the meantime, they're also one of our volunteers helping to protect these ecosystems, and there's energy and passion there that is perhaps sometimes forgotten. This is like 5 minutes, so again, it's very brief, but how do we engage with stakeholders? It's very simply, go on the ground and talk to them. And let me give you one example from my housing area at the moment, because people go, oh, stakeholder engagement, it's very complicated. We've got to do some stakeholder mapping, and we've got to do all these. Just go and talk to them. In my housing area at the moment, there's a new condo just started construction down at the bottom of the road, and the local people are becoming increasingly concerned by this. It's a bit NIMBY thing, not in my backyard. We don't want another condo, but actually down at the bottom of the hill. There's a dip before, that floods now. Didn't used to 20 years ago when I started living here, but now more rainfall, changing climate, that is now flooding. What if we have an emergency and, an ambulance can't get through? I actually, a few weeks ago, I got dropped off by a Grab driver on the wrong side of it who wouldn't drive through it, so I had to wade through it, and it was kind of knee-deep on me. Cars weren't getting through. What if we'd needed an ambulance? And about 3 weeks before this happened, we needed an ambulance. right? My father-in-law was taken ill. So it's real stuff. So people are getting concerned. Now, that construction company faces a stop work order. They've got 10 big pieces of equipment on the site that probably cost them $5,000 a day to hire them. So 50,000 ringgit a day, and we're going to make you close down for a week. Eek. That's 350,000 I wasn't expecting on the project cost. Perhaps if you'd gone round and had a conversation with people before and engaged in those stakeholders, you might have come across these problems. They might have been raised, and you may have said, we need to do something about this in order to allow the project to go ahead. So that's the impact it has on businesses. Now, obviously, my housing area, there's not a lot of biodiversity, but the principle of stakeholder engagement when we're looking at biodiversity conservation is the same. If you don't ask people about what their views on a topic are, then you are going to cause problems with compliance, with poor feedback, and it's going to have an impact on your business performance because you're just raising the risks of not being able to go ahead with projects that you wanted to do. So I'm mixing up a little bit of business and biodiversity and stakeholder stuff there. It's all in there. It's all relevant to what Rashid said, and I'm sure it's relevant to what the other guys are going to say as well. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Julian, for your concise and succinct comments. Number 3 on the list, Dato Dr. John Payne of Bora, please.
Thank you, Henry. And I'd like to take the opportunity of thanking Sunita and the CGM team for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. Now, because of time constraints, I've prepared what I want to say as a written text. Forgive me for that. So, as mentioned, I'm a practicing biologist. I've lived in Malaysia for 49 years now, mostly in Sabah. Since 2008, I've managed a small non-governmental organization, or NGO, Borneo Rhino Alliance. I won't go into the background now, which we rebranded a few years ago as Bringing Back Our Rare Animals, BORA, B-O-R-A for short. So there's 3 key words in this session, this panel. Targets, biodiversity, and stakeholders. Targets, I'll dismiss quite quickly that there's 12 targets for biodiversity in the Sustainable Development Goals, and they're all generic. The one most relevant, I think, here is the one that says protect and prevent the extinction of threatened species. So now the other 2 bits. Stakeholders. I see 5 main stakeholder groups. First of all, government, by which I mean national and state, political and civil service. Now, frankly, after 49 years, I see government as a very big challenge to biodiversity conservation. Many people that I see, especially in the national civil service, in my opinion, are very risk-averse, resistant to change, with often a cavalier attitude to civil society. And for biodiversity, maybe there'll be questions on this, I see many ineffective and frankly wrong policies in place on biodiversity. Having said that, on the positive side, I've also seen over the years many good supportive people in government, individuals, particularly in Sabah. Second big stakeholder group, local communities. Now, I was fascinated, I know you've seen this, early this year, Jeff Bezos, of all people, in a public domain lecture was asked, or talk said, when the data and the anecdotes disagree, the anecdotes are usually right. Quite a shocking statement. But this is also my observation, and I'm now going to give a quick anecdote. In 1984, I married a woman from a small village in the Kinabatangan River in eastern Sabah. At that time, the entire Kinabatangan region of eastern Sabah was stuffed with wildlife, the biggest numbers of orangutans, elephant, proboscis, monkeys, and so on in Malaysia. And crucially, you could see that wildlife from a boat along the Kinabatangan River. There's no need to walk anywhere. And in 1984, 95% of that whole region was under forest cover. I personally, and on behalf of my employer at that time, WWF Malaysia, we determined to preserve at least some of that area for biodiversity. The problem was absolutely no one in 1984 supported that idea, least of all the local communities. All the government departments, this was in Sabah, there was no national involvement, were either neutral or against the idea of a wildlife sanctuary. Of course, the nascent then nascent palm oil industry in Sabah was also against conservation. And I reckon by 1990, at least 30,000 people were against this proposal that I'd put up through WWF, and most of them were land title applicants, both from local communities and from towns. Unfortunately, there was just one man in government, whose name was Datuk Wilfred Lingham, permanent secretary in a Sabah ministry, was supportive. And we put up a proposal in 1992 for a 55,000 hectare wildlife sanctuary, just 10% of the whole region. And the idea was rejected by cabinet because it was, to quote, too big. It was cut down to half that amount, and a couple of years later, with a new cabinet approved the wildlife sanctuary. Problem by that time was, and still is, that wildlife sanctuary is in 24 bits of forest separated by rivers and roads. Not ideal. But now, in 2024, 90% of that region, remember it was 90% was forest 40 years ago, 90% is under oil palm, 1% is village, and 9% is under some sort of forest cover. But in 2024, we anticipate, and I think this is a conservative estimate this year, 200,000 foreign tourists will visit the area with one objective, which is to see wildlife from a boat. And the sort of rough estimate, unofficial estimate, is about 130 million ringgit will go this year and annually into local businesses, many of whom are the children and grandchildren of those who fought against the sanctuary proposal in 1990. And I think the fact is, and I include myself, humans in general find it very difficult to imagine something they've never seen and never experienced. And people in positions of authority, not just in government, are very resistant to change. I think we know that. And I've experienced a number of similar stories in my working life. So I think a better way of approaching this is vision and leadership. In the past, passionate individuals or small groups could handle that. Now it's very, very difficult. Laws, conventions, post-20th century fashions, social media, together tend to sabotage small groups of authentic, passionate visionaries. Third stakeholder group, civil society organizations, NGOs, with which I'm one. And I tend to take a rather, maybe a grumpy old man sort of view on this as well. It's not their fault, but NGOs typically have nothing that anyone wants to buy. Sometimes it's t-shirts, or in our case, we have a nursery, we try to sell seedlings. And we largely rely on donors. Now, donors, another group, inevitably they tend to like nice things like training, events, workshops, gadgets, camera traps, and that sort of thing. But what they don't like is to pay salaries. Now, my little NGO has only 18 people, and we really struggle every month to get enough money together to pay salaries of those 18 staff. So how do NGOs typically deal with this? They tend to succumb, in my view, to populism. They tend to do safe things that are attractive for donations. That means a tendency to keep on doing the same thing year after year. Things that tend to look nowadays look good on social media. Again, digressing a bit on biodiversity, the other key topic. Now, I think, and I'm a biologist, more than 90% of species, in our case we have in Malaysia, they'll tend to survive without humans doing anything out of the ordinary. Lists of species, which are often touted as biodiversity, tend to be of limited value because they say nothing of the demography or the number of fertile individuals of animals or plants in that list. And those, of course, demography and fertility are the two key aspects that determine whether a population will survive or go extinct. And of course, I'm leaving out the imponderable of climate change now. So the effort, I tend to think, in biodiversity should be maybe just 1% of 1% of species that will go extinct in the near future in the absence of targeted management programs. So appropriate programs, what is that? It could mean targeted things on particular species or particular areas. So for example, my NGO, Bora, we grow grasslands for elephants. Elephants, as you may know, are addicted to oil palm in Malaysia. That's why they go out. But they could also get addicted to grass. So we've already embarked through the Hornbill Award, which CGM started 3 or 4 years ago, to plant grasses for elephants. And it's working. They're starting to go back to grasses rather than the oil palm, but it's early days. And we're doing something now, starting this year, for deer as tiger prey in Ulu Tembeling in Pahang. And also our sort of bread and butter program is to plant food for orangutans inside oil palm estates. Orangutans can live in oil palm if they have enough food. And there's no need to give up a lot of land. Modifying just 1% of a large plantation in a targeted way can make an enormous difference to wildlife nutrition and their movements, and therefore the numbers that can be sustained there. So finally, with that background, I'm going to summarize on the two stakeholder groups which I think are the most relevant here today, this week. And that's businesses and financial institutions. Now, here's my sort of message. If your organization decides to contribute to biodiversity conservation, I would urge you to seek to support long-term programs that have a specific vision and purpose. So that could be keeping elephants or tigers out of areas of human use, but supporting them in nutrition in places where you want them to be. Or like the orangutan case, you could try to sustain harmless species within a big plantation landscape. And my final comment and message is, please do not support or try to support populist short-term projects that tend to look good on social media and in mainstream news, but instead try to support meaningful programs, a few of them, that are based on science and good analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for your words of advice, which will no doubt be taken on board by those concerned. Our final speaker today is Professor Reuben Clements of the Zoological Society of London. Reuben.
Thank you, Henry. Thanks, John. So although we don't have enough women here, but I think we have ticked the box of ethnic diversity. I'm half Indian, half Chinese, so we got that box ticked. At least I'm also youngish, so that also helped. So a lot of us were doing this just now, right? All of us are just so busy. There's a lot of information flooding our phones, and engaging stakeholders is so difficult because this is the reality. When we go to governments, we see them like this. How do we engage our stakeholders? So scientists like me, we are terrible communicators. I'm sure Julian has a lot to say about academics communicating to stakeholders. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of our stakeholders have so much information on their minds. We need to give them shortcuts. And for us, we need to look into talking into behavioral scientists. We need to speak to psychologists to use the science of persuasion. How many of you have heard of Robert Cialdini's 6 principles of persuasion? I mean, I'm sure if you're in business, you know how to persuade people, but this is what we do. This is what we should also do when we engage stakeholders when it comes to saving tigers, and this is what I've been doing for the last 14 years. I've been working on tigers in Kenya, and we use a bit of this intuitively, but there's a science to it. And if you're not already familiar with this by now, there are 6 principles of persuasion. I won't go through them. I'm going to give you some highlights of how we use some of this to persuade our stakeholders. And this is our beneficiary, the tiger, and you know a lot of people are after the tiger. There are a lot of poachers in the forest. This is a Vietnamese poacher that came all the way to look for the tigers, to set snares, but our rangers in the wildlife department, they don't have sometimes enough equipment, not enough funds for overtime, even simple things like that. That's where we NGOs can come in. We need to be the first to give. So people feel obligated to give back to others who have given them first. So be the first to give. We had funds. We bought camera traps for them, satellite phones to make their job easier, and then it became easier for them to do their jobs catching poachers. So this is one thing. It's one picture that summarizes happy rangers working hand in hand with NGOs. And because we kind of gave them what they needed, they became really efficient in what they did. So this is, for me, one of the most important things, reciprocate, be the first to give. Second problem we noticed with our habitats, when rangers were going through, there are lots of forests being cleared, and to engage governments to protect forests. It's a tall order, but again, you got to use a bit of, you got to be savvy, and you got to use a bit of persuasion. And we use the principle of scarcity, so highlight to the government what losses they will come to them rather than the gains. I was a bit naive. I used to think that, hey, you know, we could conserve forests by showing them nice, cute pictures of tigers. That doesn't work. You need to show what they stand to lose, and what we did was we created deforestation maps for the state of Terengganu. How much more forest will be left after 20 years? So we did this kind of modeling. We used our science to do this kind of modeling to show what they stand to lose rather than what they stand to gain. So this is what behavioral scientists also tell us to do, highlight the losses. And also use social proof. When we are uncertain, we look to cues to help us decide. And you've seen how social proof works when it comes to the vaccine. But in conservation, we use social proof by bringing people to Sabah. So Sir John, here is, as I said, there's a lot of good examples from Sabah for conservation. So we brought the whole team from the economic planning unit from Terengganu to Sabah to see how conservation is done in Sabah. Again, study trips, you might be thinking it's a waste of time, and they're really expensive, but study trips help to bring governments to see what's going on elsewhere, and this is what we did. This inspired the Terengganu government after seeing Danum Valley. This is Danum Valley, and we went back and decided to set up a new protected area. This is 30,000 hectares of forest now protected because of demonstrating positive and good social proof. So this is the impact that behavioral science or persuasion science can help you engage stakeholders. You know, we have helped the government arrest 36 poachers, and they removed more than 300 snares since 2014. 30,000 hectares of forest is now protected. If you want to go into the science, these are population trends of the tiger and their prey. They seem to be recovering. In 2021, you can see the dip there because of the poaching, but due to our interventions, due to implementing some psychology in things, when we talk to people, we get to see an increase in animal population. So I'm not going to give you the whole picture of all the other principles, but I want to touch on one last principle, unity. So this is the seventh principle, what they call it. So the more we perceive people as part of us, the more likely we are to be influenced by them. And this CGM, you know, this wonderful platform in which we come together is uniting all of us to help combat climate change. But similarly, for biodiversity in Terengganu, we formed this green financing task force. So all of us here are smiling and happy to be part of the green financing task force, because we have a common mission and common goal, and every quarter we sit down to discuss how we can help protect biodiversity in Terengganu. This was supported by the British High Commission's work as well, the UK PAC grant. But again, unity, we have 3 stakeholders here. Orang Asli, for the first time, are given a voice to have a say in co-development of the area, the NGO on the right, and we have the government behind. So these are 3 important stakeholders need to bear in mind. But it's again this long-term vision. As John said, don't invest in short-term projects. If you want to scan this QR code to see more about what the long-term work we want to do in Kenya is for life. It's long-term protection. We need money for life, and all of it to protect the life of animals. And also, if you want to find out more about how we use persuasion science, there's a workshop that I conduct for NGOs, like small things, like for example, on Batik Thursdays, don't ever wear Indonesian batik, all right? That's all, thank you.
Yes, which I have done.
Thank you very much indeed, Ruben, for a very enlightening talk. This leaves us, I'm pleased to say, absolutely on schedule, with 10 minutes before our lunch break for people to ask questions. My Whoever is not working, or actually more correctly, I can't work it. So I'm going to ask people to raise their hands and pass to us the questions, and I will encourage members of our team to answer them. So anybody who's put up a Whoever question, would they like to raise their hands and put it to us personally, please? Yes, the lady in red.
Thank you, panelists. I asked the question to Julian because I'm not a diver. My husband is a diver, always go to Perhentian. Because East Coast is a tourism industry, in your knowledge, how much have the state government actually helps to build the coral restoration or help on the biodiversity in the East Coast? Because it's a lot of challenge for the people living there, as I know. Thank you.
Is there anybody here from state government? If not, I'll continue. Not as much as I would like them to do, but there are very encouraging signs that the governments on the East Coast are becoming more engaged. Right now, the marine resources are under the control of the Department of Fisheries. The islands off the East Coast, Perhentian, Redang, Tenggol, Tioman, the Mersing Islands, the waters around the islands are gazetted as marine parks, and those are managed by the Department of Fisheries. State governments, like I said, are showing more interest in getting engaged. In fact, I just got an email yesterday from Terengganu State Government asking us to help them to gazette one of the islands, Pulau Tenggol. So they are recognizing their role in protecting these resources. The beauty of this is that at the moment we've got this crazy situation where the island is managed by state because land is a state issue, the water is managed by federal, and they don't talk to each other very well. Nobody from government, right? If you get the state government involved in managing the island and the water, then you integrate that management and it becomes much more effective. So the short answer is not much yet, but hopefully more in the future. Is that okay?
Thank you very much indeed for that. In the meantime, Rubin has come to my aid, and I think, except it has just flicked off. Yes, please. Chap who's raising his hand. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for your presentations. I think we talk about stakeholders, and I think Ruben, maybe if you could share a bit about a particular stakeholder that contributed to your successes in Terengganu. I think we didn't talk about royalty, but maybe that's something you'd like to share about, and maybe if it's something other NGOs could try to emulate in other states. Thanks.
Thanks, Shakil. Yep. Very important stakeholder is the royal family, because a lot of land use planning decisions can be affected by royal family interests. And I think what we did in Terengganu was we really gave an idea of how conservation would work in a landscape where you don't have that many roads and trails. We actually brought the Sultan into the forest. We did a forest walk. We did camping trips together. We educated, or rather brought awareness to the royal family, and they understood why it's important to conserve forests. And I think perhaps a lot of royal families are a bit detached from reality, and I think a lot of NGOs, they don't want to get into that scene, but I feel it's fundamental if you want to protect large habitats that you need the buy-in, and one way to do that is really to just practice the principle of reciprocity, right? Be the first to give. So you're just giving a free trip, a camping trip, giving knowledge. Giving knowledge is also free. Empathy, space to listen. That's also reciprocity. So once you create that, you get something in return, because again, it's the obligation, right? And in our case, well, 30,000 hectares protected is a good ROI, I think. Yeah.
Very much indeed for that.
I just briefly want to endorse the Pahang royal family. As many of you may know, there's now something called the Sultan Al Abdullah Royal Tiger Reserve. And within a short time frame, a new state parks board, 90,000 hectares of forest protected, another 40,000 coming when the logging licenses have gone. And it's really down to the future Sultan of Pahang, who I believe is very genuine. And I'm very excited personally because, as you may know, Malaysia, to put it bluntly, I wouldn't say has been resistant, has not looked at the idea of private enterprise managing areas or species for conservation. This is going to be one of the first in Malaysia, I think, Ruben, isn't it? In other words, managing very big areas of Pahang for preventing the extinction for tigers, and it's the royal family in this case.
Very much indeed for that. I now have one of the questions on Whova from Putri Majid, and it's for Saim Darby Guthrie. Do you engage only the stakeholders within your own value chain, or do you also work collaboratively with other big palm companies to have these targets achieved? Could you share some instances, please?
Yeah, thanks, Datuk. So, when it comes to collaboration with our stakeholders, we work with multiple parties. One party is basically, suppliers which are directly in our supply chain. However, when we start looking at the landscape level of the conservation and the conservation work that we do, we would then need to actively engage with other actors within that landscape who may or may not be within our supply chain as well. So, for example, the work that we do on elephants in Johor, right? The estate next to ours basically is not within our supply chain, but to make sure that when elephants roam within that particular landscapes, they are protected not just within our estates, but in our neighboring estates. We would then need to also work with them as well to make sure that they are also practicing similar approaches. Other examples is we also work with other like-minded palm oil companies in developing tools and resources and approaches to implement some of our commitments. One example is basically on the development of the high carbon stock approach, which is basically a multi-stakeholder approach to develop a tool to implement no deforestation commitments in your own operations and also within our supply chain. So that particular work that we did was we actually worked with other growers, our customers on the FMCG side, and also civil society organizations to develop an implementable tool which can be practically used by companies to implement these commitments. And it has now been embedded into the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, RSPO's principles and criteria. So, these are just some of the examples. So, if the question is, do we work with other stakeholders who are not within our supply chain? Yes, we do.
Much indeed. Was there somebody in the audience who had their hand up? Yes, please.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jasin, and I'm from Bernard Business Consulting. I'm an ESG and sustainability consultant. So before I ask my question, I just have a comment, a feedback to the committee. Probably you guys can try to increase the temperature of the hall because it's a bit cold, and probably it can help you to reduce the carbon emission from this event. Okay. Okay, so go back to the question. My question is about, as you guys has experience in engaging with stakeholders over so many years, what is your observation or experience in related to the self-awareness and human consciousness of those stakeholders? Because we hear from our panelists that we hope that corporates can shift from those short-term, good-looking initiatives that they can put on social media to long-term, impactful initiatives. And I believe that depends a lot on human consciousness. So I would like to hear from our panelists. Thank you.
Anybody volunteer?
I think this is what you're asking about. Let me give you an example from the work we've been doing on Tierman, where we've been working for 10 years. When the marine parks were set up in 1994, it was done largely without any stakeholder consultations. And 30 years later, the local community is still pissed off because they were never asked. We're going to make this marine park, means you can't fish here. What are we supposed to do for a living? We don't care. You're just not allowed to fish here. That was the attitude back in 1994. What we've seen since we started working on the island 10 years ago is a slow shift and an understanding amongst the local community, the local stakeholders of why the marine park's necessary, what it's for, how it works, what the benefits are, and why they need to join in. And I'm going to refer back to what I said just now, that what you end up with is improved compliance with regulations because people understand why there are fishing regulations and restrictions. And so I don't know, is that a consciousness thing, or is it a constant thing, or is it just a better understanding of what's going on? You know, if you just tell people without explaining, perhaps they'll go along so far, but comes a point when they start to rebel. Whereas if you get better buy-in and you get better understanding of what's going on, compliance improves, you are actually empowering people to make their own decisions. And so conservation outcomes improve. That's our experience. If you truly tell people what's going on and engage them, then you can actually help your cause. Is that helpful? Okay.
Anybody else?
Also, in Terengganu, we saw kind of religious awakening, like to be important, to be a Khalifa, right? You need to also protect the environment, and we also embarked on approach faith-based conservation to get more imams to spread the word during the Friday prayers. We also had a fatwa against poaching, the first state to do that in Peninsular Malaysia in 2016, I think. Yep. So there was a bit of, I guess, awakening from a religious point of view that we need to do something for the environment, and I think that required some time and some, of course, funding from benevolent donors who were patient with us. So again, a long-term approach, right? So just different tools, but slowly. I mean, in psychology, we'll tell you, the behavioral scientists will tell you, you need to just follow and realize why you're doing it later. So social proof is a key principle. Follow what the majority is doing, and slowly you realize why you're doing it. And I think that's something that we need to harness moving forward.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Time is now effectively up. So I would like to take this opportunity of thanking my teammates here on the stage for their contributions, and also to Climate Governance Malaysia for arranging this outstanding conference. We're most grateful. Thank you very much indeed.
All right, there we go. I believe that wraps up the session. Thank you so much once again to our moderator and panelists for this session. Thank you for leading the session, Dr. Henry. And yeah, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a kind reminder, later on we will be showcasing the QR code for you to acquire the CPE points. Just fill out the survey form later. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with lunch break. All right, please return to the auditorium before 1:30 p.m. Please register early to request for an invitation.
European Green Deal could be a cornerstone of changing our politics, changing.
Let's lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
The Just Transition Fund is...
If we want to deliver, obviously mobilizing EU funds
reconnect.
That's exactly what we want to do.
Most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Appropriate support for their new obligations.
We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union.
I want Europe
to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050.
European Green Deal could be a cornerstone for changing our politics, changing
The Just Transition Fund is...
If we want to deliver, obviously mobilizing EU funds
reconnect. So that's exactly what we want to do.
Most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Appropriate support for their new obligations.
We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union. I want Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050.
European Green Deal could be a cornerstone for changing our politics, changing
The Just Transition Fund is...
if we want to deliver, obviously mobilizing EU funds
reconnect. So that's exactly what we want to do.
Most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Appropriate support for their new obligations.
We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union. I want Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050.
European Green Deal could be a cornerstone for changing our politics, changing
The Just Transition Fund is...
if we want to deliver, obviously mobilizing EU funds
reconnect. So that's exactly what we want to do.
Most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Appropriate support for their new obligations.
We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union.
I want Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050.
European Green Deal could be a cornerstone for changing our politics, changing
The Just Transition Fund is...
If we want to deliver, obviously mobilizing EU funds
That's exactly what we want to do.
most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Appropriate support for their new obligations.
We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union.
I want Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050.
European Green Deal could be a cornerstone for changing our politics, changing
The Just Transition Fund is...
If we want to deliver, obviously mobilizing EU funds
That's exactly what we want to do.
Most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Appropriate support for their new obligations.
We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union.
I want Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050.
European Green Deal could be a cornerstone for changing our politics, changing
The Just Transition Fund is...
If we want to deliver, obviously mobilizing EU funds
That's exactly what we want to do.
Most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Appropriate support for their new obligations.
We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union.
I want Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050.
European Green Deal could be a cornerstone for changing our politics, changing
The Just Transition Fund is...
If we want to deliver, obviously mobilizing EU funds
That's exactly what we want to do.
Most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Appropriate support for their new obligations.
We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union.
Innovative minds from around the world are creating business solutions aligned with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, to mitigate the immense challenges our planet faces due to climate change and environmental degradation. Though these businesses are key to a better future, they often face a critical barrier: access to capital. The funding gap is huge. Estimates reveal Asia's developing economies need at least $1.1 trillion annually to meet climate mitigation and adaptation needs. For Malaysia's energy transition to accommodate its clean energy ambitions, an estimated 1.2 trillion ringgit is needed between 2023 and 2050. The cost of grid development alone is estimated at 180 billion ringgit by 2050. In the next 10 years, Malaysia will require 60 to 90 billion ringgit to fund critical projects aligned with the SDGs. Government funding alone cannot meet the gap, and the call of the hour is to create synergies that can allow businesses to access public markets faster. Mobilist and Bursa Malaysia's partnership is an initiative in this direction to overcome the funding gap in Malaysia. The combination of Bursa Malaysia's platform and Mobilist's expertise creates a powerful bridge that connects promising sustainable ventures with the capital they need to thrive. Together, it empowers SDG-driven companies to scale their solutions, create real-world impact, and unlock new economic opportunities. Mobilist provides funds earmarked by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK government and is committed to investing approximately 1 billion ringgit across emerging markets in sustainable infrastructure, climate finance, and inclusive finance projects. Working with its partners Palladium and 18 East, Mobilist facilitates listings through its Source Select and support process, provides technical assistance, and global exposure to selected companies. While Mobilist provides the necessary funding, Bursa Malaysia operates and regulates a multi-asset exchange, offering a comprehensive range of investment, capital raising, and exchange-related services for Malaysian businesses. Committed to its mission of creating opportunities and growing value, Bursa Malaysia provides unique insight into Malaysian businesses, capital markets, economy, and society. This partnership between Bursa Malaysia and Mobilist aims to create momentum and incentivize organizations to develop innovative solutions and support Malaysia's journey towards a more sustainable future. So if you are a company that can help with SDG goals, then Mobilist and Bursa Malaysia can help you. Let's build a better world together. To know more, email us at mobilist@bursamalasia.com.
Hi everyone. CelcomDigi aims to build an inclusive, sustainable and trusted digital society. As an operator connecting more than 20 million customers and one of the largest corporate entities in Malaysia, we have the responsibility and capability to drive meaningful change to the society and environment that we operate in. Our environment, social and governance, or ESG practice, is an integral part of delivering this purpose. We have a clear focus on 4 priority areas. First, in enabling inclusive and safe digital access for everyone. We want to ensure that all Malaysians from all walks of life and all parts of the nations are able to safely and equitably participate in the vision of a digital society and to become responsible and resilient digital citizens. Second, in order to deliver our services, we rely on local and global business partners. We aspire to build a sustainable value chain, and we continuously raise our standards across our operations, uplifting hundreds of Malaysian businesses through capacity building, while raising human rights, environment, and health and safety standards. Our third focus area is in building a strong governance and performance culture within our organization. We are committed to delivering our business practices guided by the values of an ethical, agile, diverse, and high-performing company. And last but not least, in managing our environmental impact and action, we are focused on both decarbonizing our operations and putting in place a clear pathway to achieving net zero by 2050 in alignment to the Science Based Targets Initiative, or SBTI. Each of these areas help us to fulfill our commitment to do business responsibly, adhering to the highest standards. Now, as we continue this journey to build a strong digital society in Malaysia, please hear more from us and how we are delivering our commitments.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome back. How was lunch? All good? Good, good. Yeah, I can feel the food is now heading towards your digestive system, and that's when it starts to get sleepy, right? So before we begin, can everyone give yourselves a round of applause, please? Welcome back. Thank you very much. And also, before we begin, as usual, I would like the kind assistance of all the handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies to please fill up the seats in front. Boleh tak isikan dulu tempat duduk yang ada di depan. So, ladies, gentlemen, let's start with the gentlemen first, because let's be gentlemen, right? Let's fill up the seats in front, shall we? And then followed by the ladies. Please fill up the seats in front. Thank you very much. All right. Now, trust everyone had a wonderful lunch just now. And let's not further delay our event. We are 30 minutes behind, but that's fine. Okay, let's continue. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our next speaker, a seasoned leader with extensive experience in managing policy-focused organizations, building partnerships, and navigating multilateral negotiations on sustainable development, climate change, and energy. By the way, this is a pre-recorded keynote by our IAP member. So let's welcome Andrei Marcu, founder and executive director of the European Roundtable on Climate Change and Sustainable Transition. Enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. I'm calling from Europe, and it is with deep regret that I'm not able to be with you today. I had indeed and truly fond memories of Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, the warm welcome and the warm people in your country, and I look forward to making the trip one day, hopefully very soon. Many of you are in this room because you understand the significance of the climate crisis we are facing, and you are carefully observing what's happening in the more developed countries, in this year, which we see many election cycles. You might be anxious about our ability to influence the transition which is needed, and might even be wondering if ESG is dead. No, ESG is not over. There are important historical elements that have emerged as society and its value changes. There are elements that have put forward ideologically and that are not necessarily appropriate in democratic society, and there are elements that were put to appeal to some segments, but that society overall does not recognize. And there is the fundamental role of business, which cannot be put in the background if we believe in market economy and if the main objective is wealth creation and not redistribution. Everything is in timing, and right now it's simply more of a pause than a denial of vision. When new concepts are introduced, which are for many revolutionary or disruptive in their way of thinking, disrupting on their way of cooperation, it clearly takes time for it to sink in and to gain acceptance. And that we are now at the point where the first wave of enthusiasm and operationalization of ECG has become a generally known concept, albeit controversial in some places. Remember, when ESG as a concept was introduced and started to sink in, it was a time when the economy was doing well. We didn't have 2 wars. We didn't have inflation that is eating into the saving of billions. We didn't have an energy crisis. We didn't have many other things. So we are now on a terrain that was, we were on a terrain that was allowing us to focus on this, but things have changed. All of a sudden, we have a very dispersed attention needing to focus on many things. So I think that we're at a time when many are taking stock as opposed to consider that this is a reversal of the approach where part of the ESG that are valuable will become part of the governance and become the general view of the world, but emphasize those parts that are valuable and valid. I personally used to work for Maurice Strong. Many of you are probably too young to remember, but in his time, he was a great personality. He was Undersecretary General of the United Nations. He founded Petro-Canada. He was a visionary. But he also was the Secretary General of the 1992 landmark meeting, the UN Conference on Trade Development, known as the Earth Council in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. That conference addressed climate change and underscored the right to sustainable development under other topics. Many of you take these things for granted now, but all the big conventions, the desertification convention, the climate change convention, the biodiversity convention came out of the Rio conference in '92. I do recall one day he told me, Andrei, you know, I'm not fooling myself. I think that if I can manage the culture, I change something. So ECG is to a large degree about changing culture, and changing culture takes time and is the most difficult thing to do. So this is where we are. Around the world, ECG has been introduced in many jurisdictions, and perhaps the terrain is more fertile in more advanced and more legislated jurisdictions. There are countries where the attention is still on development, and maybe Malaysia is one of these. Of course, Malaysia is a country that has developed very rapidly, very successfully, but nevertheless, it still has many preoccupations related to development as a primary objective. So I think it's not unnatural that you take stock. You would pause your group until you take the adjustments and move forward in a better way. Right now, yes, we see a lot of organizations moving from ECG, but that is, in my view, only while we make the necessary adjustment to move forward. It is normal, and it is the way it should be. The view of politicians and many in business is in many ways short-term. ECG requires, in many ways, a much longer-term vision. So work is needed on consolidating both, including working on the acceptance by the population and understanding the long-term benefits. Evolving the vision and making sure that all of our society understands it will take a number of steps. We've taken the first step. Many are working on and consolidating and making sure that we discover things that need to be fixed and then move forward. ECG is clearly a framework for addressing these problems. In Europe, we are recognizing now the fact that we have pushed it very strong, but not given as much attention to the competitiveness of industry. The Green Deal, pushed very hard by President Timmermans, saw a great deal of momentum. That now a new commission is coming out. To maintain the momentum, there is likely to be a vice president in charge of competitiveness. Also, the other thing that needs to be mentioned, and that I've also learned from the person that led Rio '92, is that there's no one single definition of sustainable development. It has many definitions, especially from the angle that people look at it. I was told and I was taught that sustainable development is a prerogative of the host country, and each country which has its priorities and approaches. The other thing that you have to remember about sustainable development is it has three axes: the environmental, social, and economic. And we have to move in harmony on these three axes. If one of the axes moves ahead of the other ones, there's going to be stress and there's going to be problems. In Europe, for the last 5 years, we have had a strong environmental push, which we now realize was accompanied by erosion of competitiveness. And as such, obviously, we need to catch up in that aspect and address it. For instance, the initiative of the Antwerp Declaration calling for a European industrial deal, supported by the Belgian presidency of the EU and the president of the European Commission itself. So this is an important step, shows the preoccupation and recognition that the correction has to take place. So there might be a perception of you that some sectors are pausing in ECG. The reality that we're doing an adjustment, I don't think we're pausing. I think we are doing just an adjustment to continue what is a long-term process. Many talk about the win-win-win situation. Yes, in the long term, but there is the reality that it is hard. Changing the energy matrix of the world is a child's play. It's a very, very serious thing, and if not done properly, you risk massive supply chain, energy chain disruptions. One example is Germany, which has moved ahead in a very, very courageous way. They have showed a clear energy change, and when they change, they have changed their energy mix, coal phased out, less nuclear, increase in renewable. Maybe a more gradual approach would have been probably in order, but obviously people are looking at this. The just transition element has not been taken into consideration enough, which is why now you see a lot of emphasis, both in the international process, in the UN process, but also at the national level. It is quite clear that the social implications of what we're doing are hitting hard, and this is leading to resistance. We have to remember that the world in the 90s has gone through a tremendous change. That change was from a centrally planned economy, socialist economy, in Central Eastern Europe to a market economy that led to massive disruptions and suffering that has affected a generation. And that was because in some countries it was either not well managed or not managed at all. Now, in this case, this change to a new energy matrix, to a society that in the transition to net zero, is a much more massive change. And as such, we really need to know how to manage this. It is clearly and simply a moment of pause, a moment to reflect as to how we have done things, how we can do things better, the implication we need to address in order to move forward. The path ahead is not easy, it is difficult, but we need to secure public support in the transition by acknowledging this. The global approach, including in the EU bubble, was top-down and very regulatory approach. This is one of the reasons in 2016 I created ERCSD, and the differentiate us to some degree from other organizations is that we are much more market-oriented. We have supported emission trading from the very beginning because it provides flexibility, and the business community who needs to operationalize this understands this better than anybody else. While Europe has in principle an emission trading system, there are many regulatory constraints around it. While we have the flexibility of an emission trading system and a price discovery, there are so many constraints that the choice sometimes becomes limited. We strongly advise technology neutrality to come together with carbon pricing, whether an emission trading system or a carbon pricing or carbon market. But in the European context, it's not sufficiently technologically neutral. There are so many constraints. Under the new Commission, we hope there's going to be a broader acceptance of technological neutrality, allowing market signals to dictate the transformation, to achieve a much better acceptance and more rapid integration of ECG in everyday life, society, and business. The instinct of bureaucracy is regulation, but by definition, regulation is less efficient than market signals. And within Europe, we have moved too much on the regulatory side. This makes the transformation and the transition less efficient. We've lost some of the efficiency, which is now translating in competitive issues. It is clear that this is being recognized and addressed. For you in Malaysia, in Southeast Asia in general, a society that is booming, a society that is now becoming having a very heavy impact on global economy and global supply chains, for you is to observe, to take your lessons learned and apply them to the realities of your country. Malaysia, by definition, is different from Europe, and even with the little that I know about Southeast Asia, there are very big differences between countries in terms of culture, in terms of level of development, in terms of approach to society and business. I thank you again very much for your invitation. I'll stop here. Thank you.
All right, there we go. Thank you very much, Andrei. In case he's also currently watching, since we do have attendees that are viewing this event virtually. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on with another keynote. This is by an educator who was the first democratically elected Minister of Education of the Kingdom of Bhutan. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to IAP member, Professor Thakur S. Powdyel, former Minister of Education of the Royal Government of Bhutan.
Salam Sejatra. Good afternoon, honored hosts, esteemed scientists, experts, professionals, friends of Mother Nature, warriors fighting climate change and global warming. Such joy and honor to be participating in this very special call dedicated to protecting the integrity of our planet Earth and indeed respect for life. I would also like to acknowledge the exceptional services provided by the organizing team, down to the last detail. Everybody has been so very generous, so very kind. It's all a joy to visit this beautiful country, mainly because of the warmth and the hospitality that leaves nothing to imagination. Thank you very much indeed. This afternoon, in my little presentation, the clock is already ticking very fast. I would like to make two very humble submissions. One, that of invitation to look inward, to listen to the voice of our conscience. And the second, a kind of a call, an appeal to try and reset our discourse on climate change. I'm more inclined towards the narrative side of human history rather than the numeral or the numeric side of it. That's why my presentation this afternoon might be very different. I do not have any statistics or numbers to present. However, I feel I should make a confession to the effect that as a teacher, I have been looking at the human conditions, and it comes from my own experience as a human being, as well as from my reading. And my relationship with our planet Earth, Mother Nature, is very personal. I begin my day with gratitude to Mother Earth, on which my feet rest, as if I have obtained her permission to do so the moment I took my baby steps and started walking. I look to the sunrise and bow in obedience, bow in obeisance to the blessings of the light and the life that I celebrate as a normal process of living, without ever asking if and how I am entitled to these precious gifts. I breathe Mother Nature's life-giving air, drink her thirst-quenching water that runs in my veins, and savor the vital oxygen that comes from Mother Nature's plants and vegetation. I receive the lights and the sounds and the smells that surround me and awaken my senses and remind me that I am alive. I try to decipher the language of the sea and the land and the sky as I look for what meanings they might have for me and for humanity. The sun and the moon and the stars that span the mighty dome above me inform my life and its kinship with the cosmos. My eyes have followed the towering peaks of white, and my heart has bemoaned the rapid blackening of the mountainsides, even as my ears hear the retreating bleat of the frightened deer. You and I stand at a crossroads today. Old certainties are no longer certainties. The blizzard of the world has crossed the threshold, and it has overturned the order of the soul. My esteemed audience would recall this poem, sung as a matter of fact, by Leonard Cohen. The blizzard of the world has crossed the threshold and overturned the order of the soul. This has been the human condition, and it's been aggravated ever more now because of what we see in the natural world. Scientists and environmentalists warn us that we are living through the most difficult times. But many years ago, our prophets had already warned us about what was on the way. How did we manage to have the threshold crossed? How did we manage to have our soul overturned? Now is the time, perhaps, beginning with this very important summit, to restore that order. There is more. Today, the blizzard is the unrelenting lava of sweltering heat and the inexorable tide of climate change. In the supreme irony of evolution, the blizzard of the world today is caused principally by the most highly evolved of all the species, the human beings. The Homo sapiens, supposed to be the thinking beings, lulled into believing that the more we have, the happier we are going to be. We have exploited the finite resources of our beautiful planet to pander to our infinite desires to a point where the order of the soul has been tragically overturned. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, we are here not to lament the loss of paradise, but to regain one. This exceptionally important climate governance summit has been called to rebuild the threshold, ward off the blizzard, and restore the order of the soul. Doing less is so clearly no option, given the tenacity of the blizzard and the demand of the task before us. I come from a country where we hear a lot of thunder, and I'm sure at one point or the other you would have heard the sound of thunder. And thunder reminds us of the coming of the rain. But today we hear the thunder, but no rains. Our feet are in the sand, and our sweat is dry. Our words dry in our lips. I think I'm already, looking at the time. So, however, I feel that at this point in time, it's important to be a little humble and understand, recognize that all along, we have tried to govern nature. We have tried to order and organize, even edit nature, Mother Earth. But for me, the Mother Earth presents the most comprehensive and a perfect curriculum for education, for planning. See. Perhaps it's about time that we started looking at Mother Nature as an example of fine balance, delicate balance. And the problem that we have today is the disruption of that balance caused mainly by human beings. And I would like to believe that one of the most important things that perhaps we can do together is to restore that balance, to allow Mother Nature to govern us, to teach us, to inspire us, and perhaps make Mother Nature a partner with us, instead perhaps only of dictating Mother Nature's, moderating our desires, which are infinite compared to the finite resources of Mother Nature. And in fact, we are not beginning from ground zero. See. Climate Governance Malaysia has already done such good work. And here I see a coming together of all the important players to advance the goal of climate governance. And I believe we can add more to that. As a teacher, my work is based on two principles. One is the principle of hope, and the other is the principle of possibility. Even though there are so many warning signs, everybody is saying how bad the situation is. And if you look at the statistics, they're frightening indeed. However, one of the greatest incentives that Climate Governance Malaysia has, one of the greatest incentives that you and I have is that with human effort, we can make a change, and change for the better. The world is not a perfect place. However, with effort, we can make it better. Life is not perfect. However, with our common combined endeavor, we can make it even more beautiful. That is why I think meeting here like this and sharing our stories, sharing our dreams and our hopes, we will actually be able to make the world a better place. I feel that you and I have this very special responsibility to work almost like artists. You know, the artist, a teacher, a poet. We look at the world through different eyes. We take the world as it is. It's important to take the world as it is. with all the aches and pains, warts and all. But we have a vision, we have a dream that if we work faithfully and if we work honestly and sincerely, a better world is possible. An alternative world is possible. We'll be able to reclaim the lost promise of humanity. We'll be able to regenerate Mother Nature, the denuded forests, meaningless lives. That's why I feel that we can literally actually take the same path as an artist takes. Take the world as it is, but end up by designing a template of a world as we wish it to be. How would we like Mother Nature to be? How would we like our life to be, the world to be? I think one of the very important tasks that we have in front of us is to believe that with human effort, with our strivings, we can make the world a better place. Life, not only more livable, but that much more beautiful. And I would like to hope that because of our efforts, 10 years down the line, 15, 20 years down the line, our children, our grandchildren beyond them will be able to see a better world. Even during COVID-19, we saw some beautiful things happening. And my hope was that all the gains that we made out of all that suffering of COVID-19, I call it Revolution 5.0, the return of the human. The earth became greener. Human beings became more humane. We were more caring, more sharing. The birds were able to reclaim their lost skies. Animals were able to reclaim their lost grounds. The air became cleaner. Water became purer. And we were able to do more with less. So things are possible. Human beings wanting to make the difference, things are possible. So my wish for this conference is that we allow Mother Nature to be a partner with us. We allow the blessings of our planet Earth to inspire us, and perhaps we will be able to find a better point of reference, a better guide to live our lives and to organize ourselves, organize our societies. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Professor, for also reminding us to stay grounded and reconnect with Mother Nature on an intimate level. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can feel right now, we have increased the temperature of the air conditioning. So if you feel like we should adjust it a bit, just let me know, right? Or you can just let the organizing committee know. Just fun fact, for ESG purposes and sustainability, there is something called cross-ventilation where it uses the natural wind to actually keep the air cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, our next speaker is a co-founder of the Climate Positive Investing Alliance, a global community dedicated to decarbonizing investment portfolios in line with climate science. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome IAP member Ian Monroe, President and Chief Investment Officer of Ito Capital.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for those wonderful, wise, beautiful, and powerful words. And I almost feel I need to apologize because I'm originally a scientist and engineer working on climate solution, now turned into a tech and finance guy. And so I have a lot of numbers for you, a lot of statistics. But in many ways, it's the same message. It's that we're at this crossroads, and it's a message of hope, that this crossroads, this change is really coming. A lot of what I'm talking about comes out of over a decade of teaching, primarily at Stanford University, courses on solving climate change. And along with a colleague there, John Kumi, we authored this textbook called Solving Climate Change that we tried to illustrate 8 pillars of climate action that need to happen to decarbonize our economy. And the good news is we're making progress on all of these. It starts with electrifying everything, then decarbonizing that electricity, and also reducing our non-fossil emissions, being as efficient and optimized in our systems as possible, and removing all the climate pollution that's already up there in the atmosphere as well. So those are the technological pillars. But just as important are aligning incentives with the right policies at the company level, at the government level, mobilizing the money to actually drive the change, and last, but certainly not at all least, elevating truth. And that's really what brings us here today, is to elevate these truths, not just about the climate problems, but the real exciting news is also the climate solutions are here and really ready to scale. So I'm going to focus the talk really around the first few pillars, particularly electrify everything, decarbonize electricity, and efficiency and optimization. But all these other pieces are important as well, and I'll be doing a master class on Thursday to dive a bit deeper. So technology generally grows in what are called S-curves. It starts out pretty slow, and we've seen a lot of climate solution technologies, and really all technologies start this way. But that at some point it hits this inflection point of just dramatic exponential growth. And then once it's grown as far as it can, it levels off. And we've seen this with essentially every technology, from cell phones to adoption of things like refrigerators and radios, the internet. We see it with infrastructure as well, the building of canals, railways, roads. And we're at the point now where we're seeing it with climate solutions, specifically renewable energy, particularly solar and wind, and now batteries, EVs, a number of other climate solutions as well. So I'm showing you two visions of the future. The one on the left is the vision that the fossil fuel industry is selling to their investors, to governments, which is, yeah, we've got the solar and wind stuff. It's going to keep growing, but it'll be pretty slow, and we're going to have fossil fuels for a very long time. That is the climate disaster vision of the future. But fortunately, that vision is no longer remotely true. Instead, we're now seeing the climate solution vision of the future, which is the climate solutions are ramping up exponentially, particularly in the energy world. And fossil fuels are going to dramatically decline much, much faster than many would have you believe, particularly with vested interests. We're already seeing solar and wind as energy technologies growing faster than any energy technology has in history, particularly solar, but wind as well. And every year, as was mentioned earlier today, but here's the data to prove it, coming from Bloomberg New Energy Finance and RMI, a few other sources, every year we're seeing clean energy technologies growing far faster than the forecast predicted. So you're seeing those gray lines, those were the forecasts in each year, and then this exponential growth of new solar additions, of EV vehicle sales, of battery sales. That's where the curve is right now. We're at the exponential part of the S-curve for renewable energy, for electric vehicles. And why is that? It's because they're really, really cheap now. This is the cost of offshore and onshore wind, solar, PV, and batteries. And we've now hit the point where, thanks to China more than anyone else, but innovation all around the world, renewable energy, battery technology, electric vehicles, they're just the best, cheapest solutions with zero subsidies. So we've gotten to that point now where it actually even makes sense to shut down coal-fired power plants, for example, other fossil fuel infrastructure, and install solar, install battery storage systems, install wind. And that's just the drop, the dramatic decline we've seen in the last 10 years, 70% for wind, 76% cost of solar, about 80% now with batteries. And we're into that territory now where they not only compete, but actually very soon will be just dramatically cheaper than our conventional fossil fuel systems. We see this here in Malaysia as well. This is a study that University of California, Berkeley did with several organizations, including One Energy Access that's here, Forever Sabah, looking at powering the grid for energy access there with 100% renewable energy. and just finding that already it's cheaper. In this case, it was actually done 4 years ago, 2020, 15% cheaper. Now, renewables, particularly solar and batteries, are even substantially cheaper than 4 years ago, and I imagine it probably would be 20% cheaper, maybe even 25% cheaper to do this 100% renewable energy switch compared to the subsidized fossil system that's currently in place. And the outlook, because of the way that technology improves with economies of scale and constant improvement, particularly with these clean technologies, the outlook is solar, wind, batteries, essentially every climate solution technology is just going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, to the point it's probably going to be half the cost of fossil generation very soon. We're already seeing solar installs. We talked some stats earlier today. We're already seeing solar installs now pass the capacity of hydro. Soon gas and coal will be passed. This year, for the first time, we saw battery storage technology become the most popular energy storage, and it's only going to continue exponentially going up, again, just because it's so darn cheap now. It's passed pump hydro, which previously had that title. And a key piece of the story is that as we electrify our economy, as we switch to induction cooking, as we switch to high-speed bullet trains, even we can electrify aviation, and of course, electric vehicles. We just see tremendous efficiency gains. An electric vehicle is about 90% efficient without electricity versus 30-ish% efficient if you're burning in a petrol engine. Cooking with electricity, much more efficient as well. Obviously, taking a high-speed electric train, much, much more efficient. We'll see if that KL Singapore high-speed rail line ever gets built. If anybody has inside intel there, I'm quite curious about it. Heat pumps, again, dramatically more efficient than the technologies they're replacing. And of course, this growth, more than anything else, has been driven by what's going on in the Chinese market. Solar exponentially increasing. China installed more solar last year than the US has installed in our entire history. Pretty insane, and there's going to be even more installed this year. Wind dramatically, exponentially increasing. Just last month, China crossed the point where over half of new vehicle sales are now either plug-in hybrid or fully electric. And again, that's going to go up to 100% of new vehicle sales, probably a lot faster than certainly the fossil fuel companies are projecting. Battery storage, you can see the exponential growth there, pretty crazy, in a good way. But it's not just China. A number of other global south countries in particular are now leapfrogging. You can see the blue line is the US for solar, wind, and overall economy-wide electrification. And a number of economies are jumping ahead. On electrification, actually, Malaysia is now ahead of the US. Solar, winds, Vietnam is ahead of the US here in ASEAN. And really with this technological transition, much like with cell phones, you see an opportunity for the global south to really jump ahead of where supposedly more developed economies are. So this clean tech expansion, if you really look at where this S-curve growth is going, we very soon can eliminate around 75% of global fossil fuel demand. A combination of solar and wind, electric vehicles, heat pumps, including industrial heat pumps, and other indirect phase-out efficiency technologies. So we actually already are at peak fossil fuel demand, and we've passed it for industries and buildings. We've just passed it for power and heat. Transportation is about to pass it, primarily, again, due to very, very cheap electric vehicles. This BYD Seagull is becoming a bestseller around the world. It currently retails for less than $10,000 US. And so this is probably what is actually close to happening, that we have this real dramatic fossil fuel phase out, solar and wind dramatically ramping up just based on pure economics, not even needing subsidies. Of course, the more fossil fuels are subsidized, the slower this transition happens. And we can really be on pace at this point, based on what's going on with the energy economy, for 1.8 to 1.6 degrees of warming, which I would say is still not what we want, but certainly better than what outlooks were previously. We've also seen with my day job at Etho Capital that companies that are incorporating renewables, incorporating efficiency, overall reducing the climate footprint of their supply chains, they're simply better investments. Our Etho Climate Leadership Index has substantially outperformed equally weighted US stock market since we launched way back in 2015. And by the way, that also removes tobacco, alcohol, companies associated with animal cruelty. So we look broadly at impact in ESG, not just climate, but as a climate first index, we're showing that climate investing really can pay off throughout the economy. It's not just about clean tech, it's really about investing in companies everywhere that are decarbonizing as best they can, which really is just better for efficiency. We see this as an efficiency optimization argument, not just do it because it's the right thing to do argument. Of course, the more we price not just climate damage, but also the overall health impacts of our current fossil fuel system, the more this transition should be accelerated. A study out of the Harvard School of Public Health recently found that globally, fossil fuels, not based on anything climate related, just direct air pollution, kill somewhere around 8 million people every single year. That's 1 out of every 5 deaths are linked to burning fossil fuels, oil, coal, and gas, with that being the single largest source of pollution in the world, of just direct air pollution, let alone climate pollution. And of course, the pollution's also getting accentuated, and I feel this very personally in California and the San Francisco area where I'm based, by additional pollution now from wildfires that are growing at a pace that really wasn't even predicted by the worst science just a few years ago. And we have days sometimes in San Francisco where you can't even see the sun because the wildfire smoke is so thick. And it's as toxic as the worst pollution day in India and some of the biggest cities. In Malaysia alone, it's estimated that somewhere around 23,000 people die related to pollution causes every year. And of course, that's got tremendous economic impacts as well as just the human health and suffering impacts. And that's probably an underestimate. If you look at the full-on petrochemical industry, there's lots of other petrochemical cancers and diseases that would only add to those numbers. On the climate side, yes, we do need to move faster. I'm focusing mostly on the optimistic side of things. My personal connection to this is I grew up in nature on a small farm in Northern California, and literally my nightmare as a child was that farm being wiped out by wildfire, which at that point was a crazy idea. We had small fires, but nothing crazy big like the fires we have now. Unfortunately, in 2017, that nightmare came true. My entire community, including my home, my mother's home, over 20 family members, lost our homes overnight. I did feel really fortunate that my family was able to escape a wall of flame that was 100 meters high, moving at about 100 kilometers per hour. Some of our neighbors were not so lucky and they burned to death in their homes. So for me, climate impacts are here and now. My worst nightmare has already come true. 1.5 degrees is an even worse world. 1.5 degrees is not a target, it's a limit. Really, the target should be 0 degrees warming and getting beyond net zero to net positive, where we remove the pollution that's up there. But again, the good news is we really can do it. If you factor in the economic losses of our current fossil system, it's somewhere around 22 trillion per year that actually is the cost to our society. Most of it effectively stolen from people in terms of health and other livelihood degradation. But on the good news, I don't want to just demonize the fossil fuel industry. The fossil fuel industry does have expertise that can actually be real substantial pieces of the solution. The same skills for extracting things out of the ground can be used to really scale up our carbon removal economy. And there are some fantastic startups that are part of our Climate Positive Investing Alliance, like Charm Industrial, that are actually effectively doing a reverse oil process to have plants suck the carbon out of the air, turn it into a bio-oil, inject it back underground in depleted oil and gas wells. There's other similar companies doing things to repurpose fossil infrastructure. There's a company called Renewwell that takes depleted oil and gas wells and actually puts weights in them to turn them into gravity energy storage devices. Pretty amazing. And there's also applications for fossil fuel skills to be reskilled into enhanced geothermal systems. There's a whole lot of carbon that's already up there. It's about 1.6 trillion tons of CO2 pollution that we need to take out of the atmosphere to really stabilize climate. And that is a lot of work, which the fossil fuel industry can be a huge piece of that transition. That weight of carbon in the atmosphere is more than every living thing on Earth. So just think about that invisible weight hanging over our heads and the need to put it back where it belongs, under the ground. So the question for Malaysia, and really for every country, every decision maker around the world, is do you want to be a leader or a follower in this clean energy economy, economic transition? And there's certainly a lot of progress that I can see. Almost everywhere there's a lot more to do. We need to move faster. We are going to have this inflection point, this crossroads of clean energy economy passing the fossil economy sooner rather than later. And cheap EVs out of China, I'd say, are the biggest recent news. That the cheapest popular EV is actually less than $5,000, $4,300 US. I don't think you're allowed to buy these yet in Malaysia because of some of the import rules, but that hopefully will change soon around the world. But this is part of the reason that now more than half of vehicle sales in China are fully electrified. Our challenge is not will this crossroads happen, but how quickly this crossroads would happen. And speeding up this transition to a clean economy is both a big challenge, but it's also a tremendous opportunity for investors. The era of industrialization, British Empire played a big role. My home in the United States played a big role. Right now, really, China is dominating the market, but there is a lot of room for other players to even leapfrog ahead in many ways. Because in the US, in Europe, and China, there are some advantages, but there are some real substantial challenges as well, particularly as it relates to geopolitics of late. And so here in Malaysia, you have tremendous opportunity. You have all the renewable energy you need in terms of a resource, particularly around solar. It's more than 10x what actually is needed in the country. It's just a matter of tapping into it and scaling it up in a way that's affordable and just for everybody involved. Here in Malaysia, from what I've seen, and I am a naive outsider, I confess to that, but I think a major competitive advantage is your people. You have a multicultural, STEM-educated, English-speaking workforce that really can both push innovation and scale up. You're already a technology hub for solar and IT chips. A lot of that translates to becoming a market leader. Your geopolitical and geographic position allows you to potentially take the best of Asia, of MENA, Middle East and North Africa, of Europe, Australia, New Zealand, the Americas, and make it uniquely Malaysian and bring it back out to the rest of the world. You have an affordable, really high quality of life. Coming from San Francisco, affordability is a major thing that's driving away our entrepreneurs and investors. And you have an environment that's ideal not just for solar and batteries and the industry for artificial intelligence as well, but also for carbon removal in terms of your ability to grow things really quickly and then having an industry to put it back underground. Of course, fossil interests, as everywhere, including the US, are challenges, geopolitics. But I'd say the biggest challenge that I run into everywhere, just not uniquely here in Malaysia, is just outdated thinking. And the previous thinking around clean energy is expensive, but the truth now, and that used to be true, but what is now true is clean energy is cheap and abundant. It's the cheapest, most abundant source of energy on the planet. Conventional wisdom, now outdated, is that fossil fuels are cheap, but really fossil fuels are now relatively expensive compared to solar and wind in many parts of the country, and when you factor in batteries as well. EVs, conventional thinking is they're expensive, but now they're actually cheaper in terms of sticker price, at least in China, but soon everywhere. So fossil fuels really are expensive and also deadly. Conventional wisdom is that emerging economies and middle income countries can't afford climate solutions. The realities now is that climate solutions are a real essential piece for economic growth and solving poverty. They go hand in hand. And economies that don't factor this into their planning really are going to be left high and dry. Conventional thinking around climate has been setting net zero by 2050 targets. Unfortunately, that's what the science said 20 years ago, if we started actually acting then. Now, as was brought up this morning, we probably need net zero by 2035 to hold under 1.5 degrees warming. And of course, we want to go positive and draw it down even faster. Climate positive by 2040 is what many are pushing towards, but with our Climate Positive Investing Alliance, we set the 2035 target. So really, I'd say for companies, for governments here in Malaysia and beyond, the choice is, do you want to be a leader or do you want to be a loser? Stealing one of Donald Trump's favorite words. The technology, the economics, the policies, the physics, they're all pushing for much faster net zero, but fortunately, they're pushing that on an economics argument, at least as it relates to clean energy and electrification. I know the official target is net zero by 2050 here in Malaysia, but I think net zero by 2040 or even net zero by 2035 really now is achievable with a vision of 100% electrification and EVs, 100% clean energy. Whether you like it or not, because of the scale up of electrification and EVs, it's going to be very hard to sell fossil fuels within the next decade. And of course, zero deforestation and shifting to a carbon innovation and carbon removal economy, economies that do that faster will be economies that are really positioned for the future. In the masterclass, we'll go much deeper, and I apologize for going over time already, into the other pillars of decarbonizing our economy and what it means for investors. So anybody who's around for Thursday, I'll look forward to talking with you then. And with that, I'll just say thank you again for inviting me to be part of this conversation, because it is a just important conversation for us all to have. And it's upon all of us to elevate the truth of not just what needs to happen, but what can happen, and share the hope and just the exciting reality that we're a lot closer in some ways than we think. So thank you again, and I'll look forward to diving deeper with anybody who wants to geek out about this stuff, because I love numbers and geeking out.
All right, there we go. Thank you so much, Ian. And ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed any further, I'd just like to acknowledge the arrival of Manu Bala. Can we give him a big hand? Our Deputy Chief of Mission at the US Embassy in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Thank you very much for joining us here this afternoon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on with a panel discussion for the title, Meaningful Sustainability Ambition. And for this session, once again, you may cast or upload your questions via the WOVA app under session Q&A for panel discussion, once again, Meaningful Sustainability Ambition. For this one, you can cast your questions, yeah? Now, the moderator for this panel discussion brings with her a wide spectrum of leadership and advisory experience over a career spanning 30 years, particularly on corporate governance-related matters, which include board evaluation, director development and education, remuneration and succession planning, legal and compliance, sustainability, and corporate performance. Please welcome Michelle Kathleen, President and Chief Executive Officer of ICDM, the Institute of Corporate Directors Malaysia. And together with her, we have two panel speakers. We have Karina Litvak, Ambassador and Founding Chairman of Climate Governance Initiative, together with Joseph De Cruz, Chief Executive Officer of Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, RSPO. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, can we give them another big hand, please? There we go. Michelle, you may now lead the session.
Thank you, everyone. We actually were meant to have 3 people on this panel, but Dr. Alizan had to drop out. Otherwise, we would have been completely balanced in terms of diversity. But all right, we've got JD as he likes to be known. Thank you very much to Climate Governance Malaysia for having us here. I've got 2 very, very experienced people in their fields. Karina, obviously founding chair of CGI, but she herself sitting on boards in terms of RE, oil and gas, and investor, and from the investor point of view as well. And JD, UNDP, and now the CEO of RSPO. So please do prepare your questions as we go through our conversations. I'll have about 20 minutes of a conversation and about 10 minutes or so for questions from the audience. Just on the topic itself, Karina and Joseph, starting with Karina, meaningful sustainability ambition. Now, obviously, from my point of view, and we've got quite a balanced perspective here on this topic from ICDM as well. We obviously raise awareness and capability and competence on boards in terms of climate governance under the broader umbrella of sustainability. Now, Karina, your viewpoint from being a board director yourself, as well as from an investor point of view, what is your take on meaningful sustainability ambition? Switch on.
Hello? Yes, got it. Thank you for that question. You know, I'm going to answer this question as if I were in one of my boardrooms, because we deal with this all the time. And what I encounter again and again is a tendency to say, what do the disclosure regulations require us to do? Let's get on with it and do it. Okay, let's move on. And that is not a meaningful sustainability ambition. A meaningful sustainability ambition, picking up on what Ian Munro just presented to us, is to ask yourself what kind of business you're in and what kind of business you want to be in order to ride that wave that he just described so ably to us. So if you're in energy and you're in fossil fuels, as I was for 9 years, where should you be capitalizing on all of those assets that you already have? And Ian was talking about, you know, the skills that you have, the technologies and so forth. How can those be repurposed to deliver the services, the outcomes that your customers want, but without the CO2 emissions that historically have been associated with energy? So that across the board. I'm now in a power transmission operator, but in any business, it's about reimagining the business and then setting ambitions that are about the transformation, about weathering disruption and turning it into an asset.
Thank you, Karina. JD.
Thanks, both of you. It's a pleasure to be the token male left on the panel. Let me pick up actually from where...
You have to work harder.
I will. Karina, where you left off, because I think you painted the best case picture of how companies, industries can capitalize on the changes that are coming, because any disruption, of course, is an opportunity if you seize it. But let me start at the other end by saying, if as a business today, your sustainability function sits somewhere in a CSR unit or in a communications unit, you are woefully behind the curve. If you are not yet integrating the effects and implications of sustainability into all your business practices, you are woefully behind the curve. Both to understand the opportunities, as Karina so eloquently described them, but also to understand the risks. And I think one of the things that I find useful in talking to business leaders is when they start to grasp that sustainability is actually the flip side of risk management. On the downside, what you're doing is you're identifying potential risks and mitigating them. And on the upside, as you rightly said, you're capitalizing on opportunities. So what would I look for? I would look for companies that have embedded sustainability clearly into their strategies, where it is very clear to unit heads and business unit leaders how they are meant to actually respond to these challenges, and also where you see sustainability as a set of metrics embedded into not just disclosure requirements, but the key metrics management and the board and others use to guide the health of the firm. And that would be a starting point for me.
Thank you. And I'm very glad that, Karina raised the point about that sustainability ambition should not be a compliance thing. It should not be disclosure-based. And I will say that again, it should not be disclosure-based. Following on from that, what JD has said, that it needs to be internalized, which means it needs to be part and parcel of your business, not just a nice to have, but really, being able to do well whilst doing good. Now, I'm going to go back to this point of internalizing, because I think a lot of companies now are grappling with this. How do we then convert ambition into something real, right? Into the actual roadmap. What are you relying on? How do you internalize this? What do you rely on internally? Data. I think we're going to talk about data, and that should be evidence-based. JD, I'm going to address this back to you. How do we ensure that the data is reliable, there's integrity of the data, there's no greenwashing, green hushing, all of that? How do we ensure then that comes out, and that companies maximize the output, what they can get in terms of the value of good data?
Brilliant, thanks. I think one of the things we are seeing very clearly in the world today, and this is not just in markets, it's in engagement with brands, it's in engagement with citizens, policymakers, is that people are no longer willing to accept assertions of sustainability. If I can be blunt, simply having a nice annual report or sustainability report that talks about your ambition is not sufficient. Putting out nice PR campaigns and commercials is not sufficient. Having your board, your CEO say the right things is not sufficient. People want to see the data. This goes back, I think, also to the point, Ian, you made just now in one of your 8 action pillars about elevating truth. I think that is a critical necessity here, because that is the only basis on which discerning people today are willing to believe whether or not your company or your organization is actually on a pathway to help us respond to these challenges. Now, speaking a little bit from my own perspective working in the palm industry, this is something that we've recognized very clearly. For the longest time, we have worked primarily through certifications as a way to demonstrate sustainability credentials in the market. The RSPO that I'm proud to lead today has the gold standard in terms of a certification for sustainability. But we are the first to say that we recognize in the world today a certificate by itself is not sufficient. So we're building systems together with our partners, including many of the companies present here today, to be able to tell a much deeper and more data and evidence-informed story about the actual practices. What are we doing on climate? But very importantly also, what are we doing on the other dimensions of sustainability? How we treat our workers, how we treat the communities we work in, how we deal with biodiversity conservation, etc.
Thank you, JD. I mean, we'll go back to that point. But Karina, your views, yeah.
Sure. I have just one small thing to add to that, and that is the dynamic around this in the boardroom. So in 2014, the EU passed something called the NFRD, the Non-Financial Reporting Directive. That happens to have coincided with the year that I entered my first listed company board, and we had a 3-year runway within which to make this happen. And so the company, dutifully got to work collecting the data and introducing the management systems, et cetera, so that by 2017 we could hit the ground running. The first question the board asked was, how are these data collected and just how robust are they? Well, came the answer, it's a lot of estimates and extrapolations and interpolations and samplings. And the board reacted very negatively and said, but hold on a minute, per the Non-Financial Reporting Directive, or rather its translation into Italian enabling legislation, we are on the hook individually for 50,000 euros a head if there's any material omission or error in the reporting. So you're asking us to sign off on data that are the result of sampling? Not good enough. We want these data to be as reliable, as robust as what we're producing in the financial report. So go back and fix it. And that is what happened. And it took an investment. It took, really reinforcing the data collection systems and the management information systems and so forth. But once it was in place, it really kind of ran on its own, and it was a very, very good investment, which by the time the new and improved version of the NFRD came along, which is the CSRD, the Corporate Social Responsibility Directive, which is about to go live, the company is well positioned to comply. There is very much an attitude that you don't do this unless you do it to the exact same standard that you would expect of yourself in financial reporting. And in fact, one of the big debates, again, around the boardroom table was, how comfortable are we with the level of assurance? Are we just going to go for, sorry, accountants in the room, remind me of the terminology, but, there are different levels. But anyway, I was certainly pushing the strongest for achieving a level of audit that was comparable to what we do for the financials. Because why should it be any different? These data are obviously just as important as cash flows and so forth.
Thank you. I will, since we're talking about this and within corporates, this is a question that we get quite often at ICDM as well. How do we balance profitability versus sustainability? Can they go hand in hand? Can you do well whilst doing good? Karina, I'm going to start with you. Can we do well as do good?
I wish I could just say, oh, definitely yes. And there's a lot of boosterism in this industry, and let's just be honest about that. Disruption is unpleasant, and it does have its winners and its losers. So yes, you can do well by doing good if you handle it well, if you manage it well, but you can also lose your shirt. I think we have to be honest about that. The other thing I meant to say, and I'll just add that, is that when the board started to see the data coming through, and what the data revealed was that we weren't necessarily as brilliant on the sustainability front as we were on the financials. We were accustomed to producing numbers that we were proud of, and on the sustainability front, they weren't always as pretty a picture. The reaction of the board was, again, wait a second, we don't want to be associated with something that doesn't paint an impressive picture of the company. So raise your game. And I think that is ultimately the point of reporting. This is why regulators push so hard on reporting. It's not reporting for the sake of reporting. It's reporting for the sake of incentivizing business leaders to improve the substance of what they're reporting, not the quality of how they report. So to your question about doing well by doing good, I think the answer is you can, and Ian certainly painted a very convincing picture of how that's possible, but it doesn't happen by itself. I think there are going to be mistakes, and people are going to, just as they would in any kind of business decision, there are going to be good ones and bad ones.
Yeah, that's true. And if you talk about reporting as well, I think a lot of boards and companies will realize as they're getting into it, as they're internalizing it, as they're realizing the data for reporting purposes, that they're already doing quite a lot of what the regulators are asking them to do. JD, your view on profitability versus sustainability and in your business as well.
I think picking up on what Karina was saying, you have to look at this, first of all, on two levels. First of all is the cost of compliance with sustainability requirements from regulators in the market and others. And yes, there is a cost there, but I think as you were touching on, Karina, if you do it well, this gives you insight into the characteristics of your business, which you as a board or a management team need to have. So you should be looking not just at financial data, but also data about the sustainability of your supply chains, the integrity of your production areas in terms of its exposure to climate risk, the integrity of your energy supply systems, because we are seeing over and over again those disruptions having material impacts on the bottom line. And I think boards are no longer, if I may, in a position to throw their hands up in surprise and horror when a climate disaster happens that affects their business. The expectation is you should already have known this and prepared for it. So that's the first. And the second challenge, of course, is when you talk about the cost of adapting to the reality of climate change and other disruptions, where, again, done right, what you're doing is you are simply responding faster than your peers and competitors to a change in your market environment. If climate change is going to make extreme weather events more common and you're in a plantation business and you're not preparing for that today, you are losing a competitive advantage. And within our industry, we certainly see that. We see the first movers who are already thinking about this and investing in those kinds of solutions, and you will see that impact on the bottom line.
Thank you. Moving on, what you mentioned earlier about it's not just, in terms of looking at climate, it's not just climate, you're looking at labor issues, et cetera, et cetera. How has, and I'm going to ask this question, regulation shaped the sustainability ambition that we talk about? And I'll start with you, JD. And we're talking about regulation worldwide.
Yes. I think one of the first things we need to recognize is that there is already a tidal wave of regulation hitting all of us, responding to the requirements of sustainability. Because policymakers and governments recognize they need to respond, and they will do so. So that's an inevitability. It's a market reality. Now, taking a slightly more positive view of this, my perspective, my view on this is how regulations are framed, both in terms of the process by which they're developed and in terms of how those regulations intervene in a market, can have a very positive catalytic impact, or it can have a very unnecessarily disruptive impact. And often when I speak to regulators about this, one of the points I try to make is when you are looking at a complex system, which is what any major sector is, with due respect to your role as regulators, understand that what you are doing is only one intervention in a complex system. Your regulation cannot and will not ever determine how a sector or an industry responds. Businesses are very good at responding to regulations in a way that makes sense for their business. So I think one of the first things many regulators, smart regulators, understand is you have to be very tactical and very, very targeted in terms of how you use the levers of regulation to induce change in the industry, to catalyze and encourage good behavior and to disincentivize bad behavior, rather than writing a regulation that tries to be a blueprint for an industry that you assume everybody will blindly follow, because that doesn't work.
Thank you. Karina.
You know, if you were to ask this question of oil company CEOs, the Europeans would complain that they're at a marked disadvantage compared to their US peers, that you know, they're trading at a 40% discount relative to their peers in the United States. Why? Because the EU is imposing all these onerous regulations, but also because the investors have been so precious about ESG and stakeholders and so forth. I am an alumna of one of those companies, and we ignored that, and we went ahead with it, and we embraced the transition. And yes, we did have a valuation that wasn't as high as our US peers. I can't comment for the company now because I've been out for 15 months, but certainly in the 9 years that I was there, that was not the kind of rhetoric that we employed. When I see what Ian just presented today, with the picture that paints about the much earlier decline in demand for oil and gas, which is what I was saying in the boardroom all along, is, you know, I don't buy your prediction that there's going to be sustained demand through 2050. Things are changing ever faster, always faster than we think they will. That's borne out. So regulation, as you say, is part of the picture, but technological change and customer demand are major drivers. And so the industry is going to be forced into changing its ways, irrespective of what the regulation pushes at them.
Thank you. Before we get into the Q&A section, I really would like to address this topic about, for lack of a better word, weaponizing of ESG, right? And why there's no one size fits all, why, you know, you can't impose standards from more developed countries on lesser developed countries. Now, case in point, we've discussed this, the golden rice case in the Philippines. So some of you are not aware of it, where it is a case on genetically modified rice. Golden because it has beta-carotene in it, which is vitamin A, which is needed to combat blindness. Now, this was developed in the Philippines because they wanted to address childhood blindness, which was about 15% of the population. And because a lot of, you know, rice is a staple there, therefore they could address that. Now, Greenpeace have come up and challenged it, so have some other Philippine farmers because it challenged their livelihood. Now they've been told to stop commercial production. Now I'd like to know, you know, both JD and Karina's views on where do we stand on this, where you have on the one hand a need that's saving lives, right? And on the other hand, you're arguing, you know, that this is against, you know, everything that we know of about, you know, the climate and ESG. Your view, JD?
Elevate truth. Build a space in which you can have informed conversations backed by data and science about the costs and benefits of these interventions. I have worked in sustainability my entire life. It is a space that is powered by people with a deep commitment and a deep set of beliefs. And one of our challenges in this space is to be willing to accept that, number one, the situation is evolving faster than we expect. Number two, because of technology and science, solutions are evolving faster than we expect. And therefore, preconceptions we may have held for a long time about the right way to approach certain issues may no longer be correct. And if we, as intelligent, informed, engaged people, are not willing to constantly challenge our preconceptions, you end up with situations where very valid solutions are criticized and are rejected by decision makers, policy makers, consumers, based on either misconceptions or outdated data. This is something we in the palm industry struggle with every day. Yes, there was a lot that happened in the industry in the past that was wrong. Much of that has been corrected. The industry is at its best, and we have some of those companies in the room today. At its best, this is a world-leading industry in terms of how it is responding to climate change and other sustainability challenges. But the gap between the reality and perception bedevils us every single day. And if we are going to be serious about responding to the challenges of the world today, we need to do so in a way that is informed by evidence and data today, not by fears and misconceptions of the past.
Thank you. Karina?
I have very little to add to that, except perhaps to say that the concept of stakeholder engagement needs to be tested in the sense that it's democratized to the point where the validity of science, you said the word science once in what you just said now, but I trust the scientists. The scientists make mistakes sometimes, but I don't want to elect my pilot to fly the plane. I want to get the pilot who did the thousands and thousands of hours in order to qualify to be a pilot. And the same goes for the person who's going, or the persons who are going to decide whether a particular agricultural technology is safe or not safe. I don't want an activist group to make those decisions or influence the judges, as happened in the Philippines. I want this to be decided in a technocratic and peer-reviewed and genuinely robust manner. And I think that sometimes gets lost, certainly in the corporate environment when we talk in the boardroom about stakeholder consultation. There's a lot of, how shall I put this? It's a kind of democratization and populism that really dominates the way decisions are made that I think can be dangerous at times. And sometimes you have to listen to some people more than others in order to arrive at the right outcome. And I think that's just a fact.
Thank you. And if I could just say one thing, I think there is evidence to show that people do trust scientists more than they trust their own leaders. Thank you. I'm going to open questions to the floor. We actually don't have a lot of time. If anyone has any questions, please do step up to the mic. For either JD, RSPO, Karina, ONG, yes, please, the lady in pink. On the side, yes? Could you step up to the mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned about the regulation sometimes pulling back the advancement of efforts in sustainability. As we all know, technological advancement progresses very fast, and regulators take time in order to catch up. So in your view and experience, what do you feel is the situation for sustainability, and how could regulators and technology developers plus businesses work together to have a win-win situation rather than the regulators causing the whole efforts in order to get sustainability being obstructed or pushed backwards? Thank you.
JD? Oh, Karina, who's ready?
I'm ready, but
okay.
by all means. Okay.
Karina, go ahead.
This is the enduring challenge that we face. And what I've seen work, and this has been happening for decades, is that ideas, innovations are often born amongst practitioners who identify ways of doing things better that go beyond regulation, go beyond compliance, except that doing so may be costlier in the near term, and the benefits of doing so will spill over to everybody else as well as to themselves. And so there can be a disincentive to investing in improvements in this way if there isn't a leveling of the playing field to basically drag everyone along. So typically what you see is you see a group of industry leaders. In other words, either you have a single industry leader who, like Apple, develops the iPhone and kills the market, but oftentimes it's a group of industry leaders who will come together and say, let's agree that we're going to raise standards on. It could be e-waste, it could be what you've experienced, right? These things are born within industry, and then there's an active process of engagement with policymakers to avoid getting too far ahead of ourselves and then facing disloyal competition from actors in our own countries or perhaps in other countries that are much more lightly regulated, where we lose market share because of that. And so, part of what CGM does that I think is brilliant is to actively pursue public policy engagement so as to have very fluid lines of communication with policymakers so that we ensure that we have this convergence of ideas and innovation so that industry has the space to innovate and push the limits, push the envelope, without putting itself at a competitive disadvantage.
Thank you. JD?
I'll keep it super brief. I know we're out of time. I think regulators need to be clear as to their intent and then allow industry and innovation to figure out the best pathway to get there. So if you take climate, for instance, regulate on the specifics of what kind of emission levels you want companies or industries to achieve. Let the technologies and the solutions figure out how to achieve that, rather than the temptation to try and regulate process and the pathway to get there, which is seldom going to be effective.
Thank you. Any further questions from the floor? While we're waiting, I'm going to jump into the app. JD, you're a very popular man today, so I told you have to work hard. We've got quite a few questions for you. I'm going to ask this one. I see the company-wide understanding and integration of sustainability in many major oil palm growers as weak at best. JD, what do you observe as the key ingredients or characteristics of company leaders who have managed to get company-wide understanding and implementation? So leadership.
I will hunt down the palm oil people in the room later and find out who asked me that question. So, first of all, in defense of my peers and colleagues, remember, when you're running an industry like palm, you are dealing with a massively dispersed set of plantations in very remote areas, employing thousands of people, sometimes with relatively limited education levels, knowledge levels. So the idea that you can have the same kind of a sustainability understanding across the entire organization is very difficult to achieve. What can leaders do? I think, as I said at the start, number one, make it very clear that your commitment to sustainability does not only sit in your CSR report and in your annual board speech, but embeds itself through all your operations. Number two, make it clear to your staff you recognize and reward people who take this seriously. Make it a key part of how you actually recognize everybody down to the rack and file. If you live this practice, if you're unremitting in how you constantly remind people that this is not just something imposed on us from the outside, but a core value of how we as a company see ourselves and how we operate, you will see much better outcomes.
Thank you. I do like that reward and recognition. That's not the first time we've heard that, actually. There is one more question that I will ask. Oh, sorry, they're still coming in. But how do you balance between adhering to regulation, market forces, and working towards meaningful sustainability ambition? Balance.
Balance? I mean, first of all, compliance is not optional, right? You have to do it. The question is, how far beyond compliance do you want to be? And one of the frustrations that I've experienced, and it goes back to your point earlier, Michelle, about greenwashing and green hushing, there has been a chilling certainly in boardrooms, around reaching beyond compliance for fear that we're going to be called out for hypocrisy, accused of greenwashing, sued, and therefore the reaction is to keep it quiet and to just, well, we're doing it anyway, we're just not going to talk about it. We don't need to blow our own horns. We do it because we care about the substance, not the PR. The problem with that is that if you're not transparent, because transparency is actually key to holding people accountable, if you don't come out and publicly declare what you're aiming to do, there's no way to hold companies accountable for their commitments. And so I think greenhushing is as noxious as greenwashing. Yep. And I hope that we come out of this unfortunate phase quickly, because it is really it is undermining the the ambition in boardrooms.
JD, any further thoughts on that?
I'm conscious of the earnest young man waving a red sign at us from the back.
Yes, it is. As well. He's doing it very politely, but yes.
No, I think the only thing I would add is the difference I see in the many, many companies we work with is in the places where the ownership team, the leadership team, make it clear we are doing this because we believe this is what we need to do. We are not doing it because regulators require it. We're not doing it because somebody else demands it or because we are afraid of stakeholders and activists and the public. We're doing it because we believe this is intrinsic to the vision and the future of the organization. And if you do that well, that empowers and motivates your people in a way you wouldn't believe.
And if there's one key takeaway, just 60 seconds probably, one key takeaway from today's session that you want to tell the audience, Karina, on this session. One word of advice, in 3 words maybe then.
I think what JD just said, which unfortunately is in short supply, this genuine commitment to doing it, unfortunately there's a lot of, how do we get away with just getting away with? And when you find that rare leader who really believes in it, you're absolutely right. It inspires everyone around them. And for those of us who sit in the boardroom, we need to impart that in our leadership and give them the support, the backing that they can do this. But it's not a given, unfortunately.
Thank you. JD?
What I just agree with Karina agreeing with me and we'll leave it at that.
Please tell me I'm wrong.
So I think key takeaways, right? Authenticity in terms of leadership, authenticity, walk the talk, internalize, all of that. And I'm sure we all know that, but easier said than done. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us today. And thank you to Karina and JD.
There we go. Thank you, Michelle, for leading the session, and thank you once again, JD and Karina, for that very insightful sharing. And I can see that there are plenty of questions for this particular discussion. I'm sure you can catch 3 of these individuals later on. Okay, so do find the time. We do have some networking sessions later on as well. So we have a break later, not now, later. So maybe you can catch these 2 panelists, or perhaps maybe Michelle after this during the break, yeah? So ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, before that, I'd just like to acknowledge during the panel discussion, we had 2 distinguished guests who have just arrived. Can we give a big hand and warm welcome to Zheng Shuifang and the Minister of Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Malaysia, and also His Excellency B.N. Reddy, High Commissioner of India. Can we give them a big hand, please? Thank you very much for joining us. In the midst of that panel discussion just now, they entered into the auditorium, and ladies and gentlemen, we are a bit far behind schedule, so allow me to just speed things up a bit. We'll be proceeding with the next keynotes. All right, without further ado, our next speaker belongs to the 1993 batch of the Indian Foreign Service and has had varied experience of diplomatic assignments in numerous countries. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please give a big hand for the High Commissioner of India, His Excellency B.N. Reddy, on stage.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, Founder Chairperson, Climate Governance Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, CEO Companies Commission of Malaysia. Excellencies, my diplomatic colleagues from US, China, and the European Union, Ms. Veno Zephyr, First Secretary from the Indian High Commission, distinguished guests. Well, at the very outset, allow me to commend the Climate Governance Malaysia, led by its director and founder, Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, for hosting this flagship event, the National Climate Governance Summit, for the second consecutive year. I'm also glad to see that the second edition has several new features and with much wider participation of global climate thought leaders. Also wish to thank the CGM for inviting India to the conversation of paramount global importance. Glad to see, as I mentioned a little while ago, my colleagues from US, EU, and China, who will also be speaking on the subject a little later. Friends, the global community led by the United Nations, World Economic Forum, and several other green organizations are seized with initiatives to make climate action truly a reality with the active participation of all countries. This is also evident from the 28th COP, and we know COP what it is, I'm not going to spell it out, held in UAE, which was aptly called COP for Action. So, world is looking for action at all levels. As I proceed further on what India stands for and how it has been responding to challenges of climate change, I wish to highlight certain core aspects of our approach into this issue. India has always held the view that people and the planet are inseparable, and human well-being and nature are intrinsically linked. Also announced its commitment for the common objective for a greener, cleaner, and healthier planet. You know, it's very simple. Why we have to do this? As we are one earth, we are one family, and we share one future. Secondly, to address the climate-related challenges, we have believed that it is not just a whole of the government approach, but a whole of the nation approach as a way forward. Thirdly, India has been playing a pivotal role in climate action across multiple sectors. Our focus has been a holistic approach to sustainability, where economic growth and environmental protection go in hand. Last but not the least, India's contribution to climate action has been significant through its international efforts, which I'll have a time to elaborate a little further. Friends, in the conversation on climate change, in India, we believe that there is a need for a holistic and a time-scale-based approach for effectively addressing it. India has historically low contribution of only 3% of the global historical emissions. Despite being today, as you know, the world's largest, most populous, with a population of 1.4 billion people, nearly 17% of the global population. But equally important, I want to stress this point, equally important, India's efforts in climate action have been aimed at balancing economic growth with climate responsibility. For a collective global effort, India has therefore been underscoring in the international fora the foundational principles of equity, climate justice, and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Any increased climate ambitions, particularly in emissions reductions, should be met with adequate financial and technological support from developed nations. India and other countries of the global south continue to highlight the inequity of expecting developing countries to bear the same burden as historically high emitters, especially when developed countries have not met their $100 billion annual climate finance commitment. As the global carbon budget has historically been used up by developed countries, India called on the developed countries for a climate justice and for undertaking rapid reductions in emissions and during the current decade so as to reach net zero much earlier their announced dates, as they've used more than fair share of their depleting global carbon budget. Well, having said this, distinguished guests, I mentioned earlier, India's efforts have been aimed at balancing economic growth with climate responsibility. Allow me to provide a quick overview of the areas in which India has been forging ahead in climate action. India's evolving approach on climate action since 2015, when all countries gathered in Paris, is marked by progressive and ambitious goals, targets, and initiatives. The first climate commitment made by India at Paris, COP21, was to set a target of 175 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2022. But then, by the time we moved to Glasgow in COP26, Honorable Prime Minister of India, His Excellency Narendra Modi ji, announced 5 targets. In Sanskrit we call Panch Amrit, which means 5. Amrit is nectars for immortality, which means we are talking about what are those 5 which India would like to achieve in as part of the targets. We set ourselves a non-fossil energy target of 500 gigawatts by 2030. By far, this is the world's largest expansion plan in renewable energy. To meet 50% of its energy requirements till 2030 with renewable energy. To reduce its projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons by 2030. To reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by 45% by again 2030. And to achieve net zero by 2070. India's G20 presidency last year, if you have been following it, if you had followed rather, saw the historic adoption of Green Development Pact by the G20 countries as part of the New Delhi Declaration. Well, friends, targets are very important, but what is important as we see in India is how much of it you've realized them, so that we are made very equally accountable to what we are saying. In our effort to decouple economic growth from greenhouse gas emissions, India has successfully reduced the emission intensity vis-à-vis the GDP by 33% between 2005 and 2019, thus achieving the initial NDC target for 2030, which means we are 11 years ahead of time. India has also achieved 40% of the electric installed capacity through non-fossil fuel sources, 9 years ahead of the target, which is 2030. Between 2017 and 2023, India has added around 100 gigawatts of installed electric capacity, of which 80% is attributed to non-fossil fuel-based resources. We are very proud that today India is the 4th largest in renewable energy capacity. As a result, at the last COP, which was held in UAE, India has announced that it is now revising its NDC commitments upwards, indicating our deep commitment towards enhanced climate action. Our approach remains consistent with focus on transitioning forward renewable energy while ensuring that economic growth essential for poverty reduction are not compromised. Well, there are several initiatives which we have taken internationally. I'd like to mention them for paucity of time. I'll be very happy to share more details. First is the International Solar Alliance, launched with our French colleagues in 2015 by India. Today we have about 119 countries which have members of it, and we are now seeking more and more countries to join and ratify this. Similarly, we launched this Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, which is called CDRI. Over 40 countries are members of this, including 7 partner countries, including the European Union, ADB, and others. Similarly, creation of what is called LEAD IT, which is Industry Transition Platform, which was launched in 2019 by India and Sweden, wherein we bring in governments, industries, technology providers, researchers, and think tanks under one platform with a view to find out how to do industry transition, co-development, and transfer of low-carbon technology and financial support for emerging economies. Similarly, we launched what is called Infrastructure for Resilient Island States. Then there is the International Big Cat Alliance, where Malaysia is a founder member along with India. In the last G20 platform, India launched together with several other countries, including United States, the Global Biofuel Alliance, which is again to serve as a catalytic platform for fostering global collaboration for advancement and widespread adoption of biofuels. Similarly, our Prime Minister has launched what is called the importance of demand-side action. We always talk of the supply side, but there's a need to talk of demand side, which is generated by all of us, by what is called the mission life. Life means lifestyle for environment. In this context, I think life has become a public movement to mobilize individuals to become pro-planet people. India also joined the Green Credits program, which was again launched together with several countries at the UAE COP, wherein green credits for plantations on waste, degraded lands and river catchment areas to rejuvenate and revive natural ecosystems. Well, there are several other initiatives which are being launched in India. I think for paucity of time, I think we will try and keep it as short as possible, which is the National Hydrogen Mission, where we have a target of 5 million tons of green hydrogen, etc. But let me move to the key question of what is India and Malaysia doing in this context? Friends, with the visit of Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister of India, to last month, wherein we have decided to elevate the relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership, where we are now looking at climate action and sustainability as areas for collaboration. So in this context, let me list out what are these areas. I'll be very happy to answer this subsequently, anyone interested. We are looking at renewable energy cooperation, certainly, then green hydrogen development, sustainable agriculture and food security, because food security is very vital for both the countries, biodiversity and nature positive approaches, climate finance and technology transfer, and climate resilient infrastructure. It is in this context we look forward to Malaysia joining the International Solar Alliance, as well as CDRI, which I said, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. So by these words, let me conclude by saying that India continues to remain and take lead, I would use the word, and forge ahead in economic partnerships with all other countries, particularly with Malaysia here, so that we seek to integrate sustainability into various aspects of our growth strategy. I'm confident that India and Malaysia will continue to strengthen this collaboration in the field of climate tech, environment and sustainability in the days to come, given the greater convergence of views, concerns and interests. And I think both as members of the Global South, we have a lot of responsibility to handle and take forward. With these words, I once again thank the organizers for inviting India into this and wish you all the best in your conversations further. Thank you.
Let's give His Excellency another round of applause. Thank you once again, Your Excellency. And of course, from Malaysia, we look forward to advance and further strengthen India-Malaysia relations and economic cooperation as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed on with the next respectable speaker here, who has nearly 3 decades in diplomacy, where he began his career in the Department of Asian Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in 1995. Ladies and gentlemen, currently he is the Minister for the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Malaysia since 2023. Please welcome Chen Shui-Fang. Let's give him a big hand.
Honorable Datin Seri Sunita Rajakumar, Chairperson of Climate Governance Malaysia. Honorable Datuk Azimah Abdul Aziz, Chief Executive Officer, Companies Commission of Malaysia. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor to attend the National Climate Governance Summit 2024. On behalf of the Chinese Embassy in Malaysia, I extend my warm congratulations to the successful convening of this summit. My thanks go to Climate Governance Malaysia, ASEAN Climate Governance Network, and all sponsors and partners. It is your dedicated work to green development that has enabled this forum to us, which will provide a great platform for idea exchanges and experience sharing. Today, climate change is posing increasingly severe hazards to mankind. It has become one of the core issues in global governance. China is the largest developing country in the world with a population of 1.4 billion. It has gone through industrialization within a few decades, which took Western countries 100 or even several hundred years to accomplish. Despite the tremendous pressure and the numerous difficulties, China has solemnly promised to peak its carbon dioxide emissions before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2060, which is the shortest time span in history to descend from peak to neutrality. China's promise and deeds are important impetus in driving forward global energy transition and realizing sustainable development. I would like to share its experiences with you. First, top leadership's determination is a fundamental guarantee for China's green development. Putting high priority on building an ecologically friendly China, President Xi Jinping required officials of all levels to protect ecosystems as preciously as we protect our eyes. Under the guidance of Xi Jinping's thought on ecological civilization, China has launched a series of ecological reform programs in which goals, concepts, principles, tasks, and institutional duties were clearly defined and measures were effectively taken, with top-level design and grassroots implementation efficiently coordinating with each other. China has made impressive progress in ecological building, and the Chinese people are enjoying a sweet life with a keen sense of happiness and safety, thanks to the continuously upgraded ecological system. The notion of mountains and rivers green are mountains of silver and gold has become a social norm. Secondly, energy transition and innovation is key to China's green development. Immensely powering industrialization, fossil fuels have brought climate change, geopolitical conflicts, and other severe problems to mankind. Energy transition has become an international consensus. As a responsible stakeholder, China has taken great efforts in making its energy transition by taking the innovation-driven approach. It is now at the forefront of energy efficiency and the development of the recycling and clean energies. Just quote a few figures. Year 2023 has seen China's share in clean energy consumption increasing to 26.4%, a 10.9% rise than 2013. The recent International Renewable Energy Agency's report has pointed out that the global average cost of per kilowatt hour per power generation from wind to solar photovoltaics has declined cumulatively more than 30% and 80% respectively in the past decade, which is to a large extent due to China's contribution. Thirdly, sharing and assisting the rest of the world is the guiding principle of China's green development. President Xi Jinping said, "Climate change is a global challenge. No country can be safe from it." China has no hesitation in taking actions. Up to this June, China has signed 50 memorandums of understanding with 41 developing countries, hosted 58 training courses in South-South cooperation, and trained more than 2,400 professionals in its international assistance package of fighting climate change. Now, China is the world's largest energy transition investor, having provided more than 1.2 billion yuan special funds to South-South climate change cooperation. Many Chinese clean energy enterprises have set up branch offices and factories in Malaysia, such as China General Nuclear Power Group, Trina Solar, Jinko Solar, etc., who are making their contribution to developing Malaysia's solar photovoltaic industry and green transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, Earth is the only home for us mankind. Climate governance is a matter of life and death to our offspring and this global sustainability. The only way out is to get united and act concertedly, always bear in mind that people of all nations are facing a shared future. The world is a global community. Every nation, organization, and individual should do its bit. First, we must uphold the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities which is formulated in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, constituting the cornerstone of global climate governance. Developing countries are the ones who have suffered the most from climate change. Their particular difficulties and concerns should be given due consideration. Developed countries should set themselves as examples in addressing climate change by providing financial, technological, and capacity-building support to developing ones. Second, we must adhere to multilateralism. President Xi Jinping has pointed out that in meeting the climate change, no one can be aloof, and unilateralism will get nowhere. Only together can we effectively address climate change. The international community should enhance mutual trust and take concerted actions, being wary of certain countries taking protectionist and unilateral measures in the name of addressing climate change or de-risking. Third, countries must take actions to honor promises. It is actual deeds other than lip service that will make the Earth sustainable. Whether the Paris Agreement can be effectively implemented depends not only on what member countries have promised, but more importantly, on how they have turned their promises into actual laws, policies, and programs. Developed countries should take lead in reducing emissions and fulfill their financial aid commitments as soon as possible. It has great impact on the building of mutual trust between the North and South, exercise of climate justice, and the future of mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in unprecedentedly challenging times. What we do today will greatly impact and even determine our future generations' life and fate. For our children and our children's happiness, let us get united and work harder to give a clean and beautiful home Earth to our future generations. Thank you very much.
There we go. Thank you, Minister Zheng Shuifang. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Let's give him another big hand. And of course, in order for the world to reach net zero, Asia must reach net zero. The ambitions of both India and China are truly inspiring, and let's hope here as ASEAN countries and also in Asia, let us work together to make this happen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be taking a very short break, just a short break, yeah, because we are a bit dragged out of time. So please go ahead if anyone would like to go to the restroom. We will be continuing on after this in possibly less than 10 minutes if possible. And of course, may I remind you once again, to get the CPE points, you will need to fill out our survey form, which will be provided right after this. We shall see you in a short while, and please return back in less than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050.
Appropriate support for paying all obligations. We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union.
I am light. I am water. I am life. I am nature. Through me you grow. With me you thrive. I can challenge, but I prefer to nurture. So S.D. Guthrie, I ask you to be my partner. Draw on your ingenuity and tap into my strength. My land, my water, and my energy are yours to use wisely. Find new ways of nourishing our world. Together, we can make a future where we all flourish on the planet we call home. Our only home. I am your past. I am your present. I am your future. Unlock my power.
S.D. Guthrie. Unlocking nature's superpower.
Innovative minds from around the world are creating business solutions aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, to mitigate the immense challenges our planet faces due to climate change and environmental degradation. Though these businesses are key to a better future, they often face a critical barrier: access to capital. The funding gap is huge. Estimates reveal Asia's developing economies need at least $1.1 trillion annually to meet climate mitigation and adaptation needs. For Malaysia's energy transition to accommodate its clean energy ambitions, an estimated 1.2 trillion ringgit is needed between 2023 and 2050. The cost of grid development alone is estimated at 180 billion ringgit by 2050. In the next 10 years, Malaysia will require 60 to 90 billion ringgit to fund critical projects aligned with the SDGs. Government funding alone cannot meet the gap, and the call of the hour is to create synergies that can allow businesses to access public markets faster. Mobilist and Bursa Malaysia's partnership is an initiative in this direction to overcome the funding gap in Malaysia. The combination of Bursa Malaysia's platform and Mobilist's expertise creates a powerful bridge that connects promising, sustainable ventures with the capital they need to thrive. Together, it empowers SDG-driven companies to scale their solutions, create real-world impact, and unlock new economic opportunities. Mobilist provides funds earmarked by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK government and is committed to investing approximately 1 billion ringgit across emerging markets in sustainable infrastructure, climate finance, and inclusive finance projects. Working with its partners Palladium and 18 East, Mobilist facilitates listings through its Source Select and support process, provides technical assistance, and global exposure to selected companies. While Mobilist provides the necessary funding, Bursa Malaysia operates and regulates a multi-asset exchange, offering a comprehensive range of investment, capital raising, and exchange-related services for Malaysian businesses. Committed to its mission of creating opportunities and growing value, Bursa Malaysia provides unique insight into Malaysian businesses, capital markets, economy, and society. This partnership between Bursa Malaysia and Mobilist aims to create momentum and incentivize organizations to develop innovative solutions and support Malaysia's journey towards a more sustainable future. So if you are a company that can help with SDG goals, then Mobilist and Bursa Malaysia can help you. Let's build a better world together. To know more, email us at mobilist@bursamalasia.com.
Hi everyone. CelcomDigi aims to build an inclusive, sustainable and trusted digital society. As an operator connecting more than 20 million customers and one of the largest corporate entities in Malaysia, we have the responsibility and capability to drive meaningful change to the society and environment that we operate in. Our environment, social and governance, or ESG practice, is an integral part of delivering this purpose. We have a clear focus on 4 priority areas. First, in enabling inclusive and safe digital access for everyone. We want to ensure that all Malaysians from all walks of life and all parts of the nations are able to safely and equitably participate in the vision of a digital society and to become responsible and resilient digital citizens. Second, in order to deliver our services, we rely on local and global business partners. We aspire to build a sustainable value chain, and we continuously raise our standards across our operations, uplifting hundreds of Malaysian businesses through capacity building, while raising human rights, environment, and health and safety standards. Our third focus area is in building a strong governance and performance culture within our organization. We are committed to delivering our business practices guided by the values of an ethical, agile, diverse, and high-performing company. And last but not least, in managing our environmental impact and action, we are focused on both decarbonizing our operations and putting in place a clear pathway to achieving net zero by 2050 in alignment to the Science Based Targets Initiative, or SBTI. Each of these areas help us to fulfill our commitment to do business responsibly, adhering to the highest standards. Now, as we continue this journey to build a strong digital society in Malaysia, please hear more from us and how we are delivering our commitments.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wrap up our short break, shall we? We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. All right, 2 more minutes and we'll be starting with the next session. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for you to get your CPE points, you may now scan the QR code currently being shown on screen right now and just simply fill out the survey form online. Okay? Again, you may scan the QR code shown on screen, fill out the survey form, and you may acquire your CPE points. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We shall begin with our next session in just a short while. Once that everyone is seated, then we may continue. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on with our next keynote. Our speaker is a trustee of Client Earth, senior advisor of World Business Council for Sustainable Development, a member of multiple different advisory boards, and former chairman of HRH, the Prince of Wales Corporate Leaders Group on Climate Change. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to IAP member Philippe Joubert, founder and chief executive officer of Earth on Board. Let's give him a big hand, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. We are slightly late. Nothing to do with the reduction of emission of CO2 globally. And I will try to share my view and my experience quickly on something that we have not been talking yet. We have been listening to a lot to new business possibilities, challenge, optimism, pessimism, and I'll try to share my view from the board where I sit most of my time now. And one thing that we have not touched, which is called procrastination. I am not saying this is what we are doing at the board. I'm just taking the word. So let's go back first. That's the way we have been doing business. Taking nature for granted, unlimited. So whenever we talk about value creation and all the wealth we have been creating, let's be a little prudent and humble we have taken most of our wealth from the fact that we are not paying from the services that nature is rendering to us. And we have been doing that for the last 100 years, for example, at a higher scale. And now science is just sending the warning. We are crossing the planet boundaries. You can call that whatever you want, but science is quite pretty sure now of what they are saying. You don't need to believe in science. You don't need to believe in me. You just have to look at the signals that nature is sending. When I started this new life, after being the CEO of a very large company worldwide, 10 years ago I started this, to go from board to board and to try to convince them that they have to read the small letter of their contract. We have a problem with climate, and they have the duty to take the lead to change the way we are doing business. I was looking for example to raise their attention. Unfortunately, 10 years after, I don't have to look for any example. Just open the newspaper or TV and you have plenty of examples. And all this is a threat to business. But we continue to raise emission as if nothing was happening. We talk a lot, but the emissions are continuing to raise. And we have discovered a few other problems now. I just took one, but I could have taken much more. There are much problems now. Again, result of basically of our economical life and basically of the way we treat nature. And we know that there is no business in a world in shambles. No business at all. So are we crazy? Are we stupid? Are we greedy? All of the above? Just think a little about this. And now, I am going to procrastination. Despite this, there is a new movement now. Call it whatever you want, greenwashing or backlashing or whatever, that is saying, we are not that sure that we should continue with our plan. The SBTi index is nice, but let's wait a little. Now, 2030 is too soon. Let's go for 2050. We have time. So I try to understand why. And to do that, I base myself on the question I got from the board, a little like the last panel with Karina, a very good panel, by the way, saying, oh, this is, I am listening from the board. So, with all respect to the presentation of my friend of technology, the first answer you get is this: don't worry, keep sleeping. Technology will save us. Let's continue, no problem, free lunch. Probably technology will save us. And certainly technology is a necessary element of the solution. But before saying that technology will save us, we have to look at one or 2 points. First, the resource consumption of some technologies that want to save us. The time to be scalable, and it has been very well demonstrated, the acceleration for some of them, the time that we need to be scalable and start to be a solution for the problem we are creating. And a few, what we call precautionary principle. Let's not create more harm that we are trying to solve. If we do that, technology will help to save us. But we will not, for sure, depend on continuing the way we are wasting resources. We will have any way to go for efficiency, sufficiency, and economy of scale. And you see, I am criticizing technology. Immediately, the guy is stopping them. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. And let's find technology for the world we want, as it has been said. not for the world that we are dreaming of. I have nothing against these little things, but I don't see why we need this. And perhaps bike is also a good solution for some element of solution. So what I want to say here, we have to be very careful to employ our scarce resources on the technology that will really help, like greening the electricity, for example. Second thing I hear, the favorite, it's too expensive. We are under pressure, short-term finance results. Why do we have to do that? It has been said it's costly. It's costly. The real answer to this is it's not about expenses. It's about investment and return. You are investing for the new world, for a new economy. And the fact that you are spending on some aspect of sustainability doesn't mean that net this is a spend. Look at the economy you are doing also, and look at the fact that you will be present on a market that will be growing. Exactly the example that I've been taking. People that are still relying on coal probably have a few decades of delay. And interesting enough, the fact that we are offering things different are also calling some new reaction from the demand. I just took one example here, this sneaker, Veja, that is sustainable. And to be at the same price that the other sneakers, I don't see as Nike and this kind of thing, they are just stopping the publicity and advertising. 60% down in cost. So you see, and they rely on the consumption and the demand side that is moving in their direction. So you see, you can also have some different business model we have not been thinking about. Next, please. Second, look at who is pressuring you. For the business, we can choose the right financial partners. We are absolutely, the short-term profit finance world is less than 15 or 20% of the total resources employed. You have 80% of money to discuss with. And this 80% needs you, and needs you to become green, because they know that if the world goes in the wrong direction, they will go too. They are too big. They are systemic. So don't give up in some very violent declaration of you have to increase your profit at any cost. And we have plenty of examples now of some companies that are even saying, no, you are not the shareholder we need for the company. We want shareholder understanding our model. And this works. This doesn't work. So the conclusion of this part of you are too expensive is, please don't evaluate what you are investing in a business model change with the financial criteria of the past. It's not serious to say that you are decreasing your result if you invest in new solution for the future. It's just a fallacy. It's a play on word. Today, what we should understand today is that we are generating profit that are not profit because we are not putting the high cost in it. On this profit, we are paying dividends. We are paying big bonus. We are just counterfeiter. And this is not because we are not today paying the bill that the bill doesn't exist. We are just sending the bill for the next generation. So this is what means this question of we are too expensive. You are not too expensive. You are just right on time to be the future winners. The other one that I love is I will compensate. I will plant trees. I am at the board of several companies planting trees because they are in the business of planting trees and they know how to plant trees. But for other business, we don't need them to plant trees. We need them to reduce emission. I am not against planting trees, please. And I understand that planting trees can generate absorption of CO2. But you cannot compensate an emission today, certain, with a perhaps consumption or absorption in a few years from now. This is not serious. So let the people that knows how to plant trees, planting trees, and let's reduce emission when you have to reduce emission. And by the way, on top of that, there are plenty of people not really serious in the avenue. So let's also be serious and be careful with the reputation of the company. So business is recognized as a solution, right? But business must change for this. We have to understand what is our real place and role, as it was said this morning, in the society. Business never was created to make profit only. We need to make profit to survive and grow, but we are created to present a contribution to society respecting nature. That's why we are doing. That's where the value creation is. And we have forgotten this. And the bill is really important. Yes? Just summarizing this, because I have seen that in a lot of boards. Denial, procrastination, this is not an answer. 90% of the board and the CEO knows the danger. They know the solution. They don't want to do it because they are afraid by the conclusion of their analysis. They say, wow, if this is true, we are in deep trouble. Let's put that under the carpet and wait for the next one. And this is what we are seeing more and more at the moment, and could explain this backlash type of motivation just to generate profit. So in conclusion, first, let's be resilient. Because we have opened the Pandora box, the extreme weather events are there, more and more. We don't know where they will be stopping. We just know it will accelerate. So the first responsibility of a board and a CEO is make sure that his company is resilient. We have to adapt of what we call the constellation of disruption. There is no more things like a risk and a consequence. Now a risk generates a lot of other risks, generate a lot of reaction of, for example, environment or social behavior or policies and regulation, and business should take care of this. Because to be resilient, the only thing I know is a company cannot be resilient alone. A company should exist if the company works in a resilient ecosystem. So the new regulation in Europe about the responsibility on value creation, not only on the company, is just a translation of the obvious. We are responsible of our supplier, and we are responsible of the use of a product. And the key question is not how to decarbonize the current activity. An electrical SUV is not the answer to sustainable individual motorization. We have to revisit the mobility. That's the solution. So you have plenty of possibility, but thinking that just putting 1.2 tons to move somebody which is around 90 kilos is a solution because it's electrical is just blind stupidity. So we have to look at this immediately and not to be allured by this kind of analysis. All this starts at the board level. This is what we will do tomorrow afternoon in a masterclass. Have to look at why the move in business model should trigger also an action from the board, because this is just their duties. And I started my presentation with it has never been so urgent, and I just want to finish that on the sense of urgency. I am just worried about the facility we have on trying to negotiate with nature, as if nature was negotiating. We say, no, don't move. We come back. We said 2030, we'll do 2040. What is the problem? The problem is that in this kind of world that we are creating, anyway, there is no more business. So what I am proposing to you is a true win-win solution. Working because we want to continue to exist. And I am absolutely convinced that without business, without collaboration with the government, there is absolutely no solution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Philip. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do our part to minimize emissions. Thank you. We now continue on with our third panel discussion for today for the topic, Climate Ambitions and Expectations of Trading Partners. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue without further ado. The moderator for this session has under her belt over 25 years experience in the Malaysian capital markets. She was the founding MD for the Malaysian office of Nomura Asset Management, which she grew from scratch to an award-winning firm with over 30 billion ringgit in assets under management. A truly inspiring leader, please welcome Regina Rahim, advisor of the Institutional Investors Council, IIC, who will be our moderator for this session. Now, our first panelist is a career member of the Senior Foreign Service. His prior assignment was the director of the Office of Economic Policy and alternate senior official for APEC in the Bureau of East Asian and Pacific Affairs in Washington, D.C. Please give a big hand for Manu Bala, Deputy Chief of Mission at the U.S. Embassy in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And last but not least, we have our final panelist, studied the EU integration studies in Germany and Latin American studies in Spain. He has previously served as a diplomat for the Federal Foreign Office of Germany between 2009 and 2021. Now he has joined the team of EU delegation to Malaysia. Please give a big hand for Timur Guzman, Minister Counselor, Head of Political Affairs, Press and Information at the delegation of the European Union to Malaysia. I now hand over to the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big hand. Regina, over to you.
Hi. Right. Okay, thank you everyone for still staying in the auditorium at this time. But what we have today is talking about the trading partners' expectations of Malaysia's climate ambitions. So I've got today not climate experts, but actually ambassadors, really. So it's going to be really interesting because what we're going to do is we're going to do a dive in and have a more realistic look at Malaysia's climate expectations, as well as what our trading partners think we should be doing. So to start off with, I'd like to just share the results of the poll that I actually posted on WOVA. And it's really interesting to note that 53% of you don't believe that Malaysia has got what it takes to actually meet the expectations of our trading partners. So I thought that was really interesting. And 8% of you have actually said you have no idea. So I guess with that, let's just start. Malaysia's actually revised its nationally determined contribution, the NEC, to reduce its intensity of GHG emissions by 45% by 2030. And that's actually been incorporated within the 12 Malaysia Plan, which actually runs to 2025. However, the NDCs are not legally enforceable. And which makes it very, very vulnerable. And what's really scary is because we're also a middle-income country, we're also not able to actually access funding and investments that we need. And according to the Bank Negara governor last year, he had quoted $280 billion for us to actually meet our climate ambitions. So with that, we've got these two panelists here, and I will start with Mr. Bala first. In regards to our climate ambitions, how do you think your climate ambitions of the US actually aligns with the global efforts to actually combat climate change? where do you see the greatest alignment and misalignment with the Malaysia's own goals?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank Climate Governance Malaysia, Datin, Sunita, and everybody who's involved in organizing this wonderful event today. We're delighted to be here, and I'm personally delighted to be representing the United States in this important event, of course. Fighting the climate crisis, of course, without doubt, remains a top priority for the United States government. 2022 U.S. National Security Strategy clearly outlined it as an existential crisis of our time. And it is very clear to us that action, decisive action in this decade is critical to making progress. And some of what we have seen so far, some of the impacts of climate change, frankly, are just a preview of far worse things to come if we don't take decisive action. So that is very clear to us in the United States. And in terms of what we are doing at home in the US, we certainly are trying our best to take decisive action and working with our partners around the globe, including Malaysia, to address this. One of the ways we have taken action recently is through the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA. Now, don't get confused by the name. That is a misnomer. The IRA is really a climate investment bill. It is probably the single largest investment in reducing climate carbon pollution in US history and perhaps around the globe. It provides clean energy tax credits, loans for companies, and many other ways to get to making bigger and more sizable impact investments in fighting the climate crisis. According to a McKinsey study, they estimated that in the coming years, the IRA will direct almost $400 billion of investment in clean energy and expediting its deployment. Now, the mantra of the IRA is really government-enabled but private sector-led. So in a way, what the US government is doing is serving as a catalytic effort to unlock private sector investment, and that is happening. So far, about $900 billion of private sector investment have already happened towards semiconductors, batteries, clean energy, smart grids, and other areas. My home state is Virginia, and I've seen this IRA at work already. There's a town called Chesapeake, and I saw evidence of a $700 million investment in the town of Chesapeake in manufacturing high quality, high voltage undersea subsea cables to bring energy from offshore wind farms. And now that is being supported by a $100 million investment from the IRA. So again, it's serving as a catalytic effort to unleash much more investment. And while I'll try and stay modest about this, but the fact is the US economy is sizable, the US market is large, and sometimes it does have a ripple impact on what happens in the US can ripple through to other countries. And again, there are some estimates actually by the Boston Consulting Group that IRA investments could help drive down costs for clean energy by 25% around the world. And again, that is good. That helps other countries go further and faster on their own clean energy and economy deployments. Now, I think the goals of the IRA are very aligned with the goals in Malaysia, the National Energy Transition Roadmap, the Clean Energy Plan, and many other plans that the government of Malaysia has unveiled. It's similar goals as well. The government makes investments, but the private sector also needs to step up. And that, I think, makes us very well aligned. We have many programs underway to work bilaterally with the government of Malaysia and the private industry, regionally through ASEAN, and then, of course, in other multilateral fora, such as APEC and other multilateral programs like the Global Methane Pledge and others. So I'll leave it at that for now, perhaps.
Right. Thank you, Bala. Mr. Bala, I will, sort of pick holes in your statement earlier later on, because I want to give Mr. Guzman a chance to give his version of what the EU is actually doing.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and let me join my good friend Manu in thanking Datin Sri Sunita for the kind invitation and for the opportunity to be here with many friends, colleagues, partner institutions, people who care about climate change, people who care about the future of our planet. So, in a nutshell, the European Union has started a massive project called the EU Green Deal in 2019 to address the global commitments that the EU and Malaysia share. And the idea is precisely what has been mentioned before in your outstanding presentation. Given the urgency of the situation, given all the science, given all the data that underline that procrastination is not an option anymore, it is absolutely instrumental to move from pledges to regulation, from words to action, from nicely done words and skillful language to binding agreements, to law. And without getting into any details about this, because it's simply impossible to do this in 5 minutes, the EU Green Deal is a set of 167 legislative proposals. I think in Malaysia, 2-3 of them are really well known, like CBAM or EUDR, but it's 167 in total. It's legally binding. It's not just words, but it's legislation. Of the 167, around 100, close to 100, are either already into application or very close to getting into application. So the work is not done yet, but a lot of it is reality, and it's also dynamic. It's also reactive. Many of you will have heard of the Fit for 55 package. So part of the EU climate deal is to reduce the emissions compared to the 1990s level by 55% until 2030. And this is not just words. We are well on track to reach that. And because that is the case, there has been an addition to further get more ambitious on our own climate laws. So the ambition that the EU has defined now is not to wait until 2050, but to try to achieve 90% reduction already by 2040. So I would say it's the opposite of procrastination. It's not being happy about the fact that we will most likely be able to achieve the goals of the Fit for 55 package, but the reaction of the lawmakers has been to make it even tougher. And so in this sense, this is the approach. This is linked to global commitments that we share with Malaysia. And the basic idea is to move from words to action.
Thank you, and I think that moves really nicely into our second question, in terms of what exactly are the expectations of both of you as the third and fourth largest trading partners of Malaysia. What are your expectations from Malaysia in terms of meeting your own country's goals? So maybe Mr. Bala?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I think our expectations of Malaysia are those as they are of every other partner in this crisis, that everybody shows commitment to what they've already pledged, but then shows more ambition, comes out with NDCs for 2035 that are more ambitious than we would otherwise have expected, show the political will to follow through, and show the ability to execute on the commitments already made and those in the future. I think that's an expectation we have for ourselves, but also every partner in this common united battle we have against climate change. I would also add that otherwise we do have some expectations. The United States, we are very proud that we are one of the biggest sources of foreign direct investment. In fact, perhaps the biggest foreign direct investor through our private sector, which has been investing for over 50 years. They come here with a vote of confidence in the Malaysian economy, but they also come with an expectation. They often have their own commitments to reaching net zero, and they, in a way, are doing good things when they come here and ask for renewable energy to meet their own net zero commitments in their own operations. I've been to US facilities in Penang with big manufacturing sites where companies are paying a premium for renewable energy because they think it's important, it's the right thing to do. And that serves, again, as a demand driver for Malaysia to invest in its renewable energy infrastructure.
What do you mean by being a bit more ambitious, you said earlier?
Well, I'm not going to go into details and quantify what the commitments should be, but I think that's a general goal around the world. Everybody needs to step up their ambition to the greatest extent possible, and we recognize that, and we are constantly trying to see what we can do as well in this common goal. I know Malaysia has is it about 19% renewable energy, has some very ambitious targets of reaching 70% renewable energy by 2050.
That's
The 2035 NDCs will likely be coming out next year, as they will for most countries. And again, we want to see ambition from all countries, including ourselves, of course, in that.
Okay. Mr. Guzman? What's the EU's response to that? I mean, in terms of your expectations of Malaysia, obviously we are, a developing country, so there's a lot of things that we need to, rise to the occasion as such. So, what are your thoughts about what are the things that we should be doing to meet your expectations, and what are your expectations?
It's not my intention, and also not my capacity to tell the Malaysian government what to do. Absolutely not. It's up to the Malaysian government to find ways how to make global pledges a reality. So Malaysia has signed up to similar commitments than many other countries of the region and the world. And now it's up to Malaysia to find the exact ways on how to get there. And I must say that over the last 2 years or so, there has been a plethora of initiatives, of roadmaps. We heard YB Nick Nazmi this morning speaking in a very optimistic mode about the ambition to get a first draft of the climate law out to the public, to do this in a very transparent way, to have a engagement with youth, women was mentioned, with civil society organizations about the pathway to net zero. I believe there are many different recipes. In Ian's presentation earlier today, we heard a lot about the reduction of the costs of solar panel and the tremendous impact that this has. Sanjay has mentioned that the road towards greater efficiency is exponential. There were many messages of hope. There are clearly different approaches between the IRA in the US, between the Green Deal in the EU, between the strategies in India and China that our colleagues have shared at an earlier stage. But my takeaway from today is, apart from all the problems and apart from all the challenges to put this into practice, and of course every year global thought leaders, climate leaders meet at COP. So some of you might be headed towards Baku rather sooner than later. And we all know that at the moment when all of these commitments are translated into actionable documents and also financial commitments, things get more difficult. But the bottom line is Malaysia is taking all of this very seriously, and we highly appreciate the many ways in which the Malaysian government is moving forward on this very ambitious agenda.
Thank you. I think the next question that needs to be asked is also the fact that because we all know it's not going to be an easy journey, that given the difficulties of actually meeting everyone's expectations, etc., how do you think all these climate ambitions and your own respective country and regions requirements in terms of climate ambitions, how is that going to impact our trade? Because how is that going to actually affect Malaysia's exports, for example? Because clearly there's a lot of stringent regulations that perhaps in Malaysia we're still taking small steps to get there. So what are your thoughts, Mr. Bala?
Well, I think I mentioned earlier the US companies here. There's a lot of manufacturing which they undertake in Malaysia, and they are trying certainly to do that in a sustainable manner, not only with a good environmental footprint, but also with good labor practices. And a lot of the products manufactured in Malaysia by those companies are actually exported and contribute to Malaysia's exports. So I think that's, again, a good sign that it's, the expectations of consumers outside Malaysia for products in Malaysia are being certainly met in terms of ESG goals. There are other initiatives underway. We are glad to be partnering with Malaysia as part of 14 countries who have come together on the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. We have concluded 3 of the pillars in that, and one of the pillars is focused on decarbonization and the green economy, and sets rules of the roads and agreements and norms for how to move ahead in the economy of the future. And again, we look forward to working with Malaysia and the other partners in that agreement as well.
Thank you. Mr. Guzman, anything to add from your side in terms of how you think Malaysian companies are dealing with it?
I think Malaysian
because I think definitely, the EU is our, benchmark as such.
Malaysian companies are extremely strong, and the trade between Malaysia and the European Union is more than just solid. It's extremely dynamic. The level of investment is very high, so that shows that there's a high degree of trust and confidence in a good future. So I would not see these kind of elements, pieces of legislation that you're referring to as impediments. Quite the contrary. It is building the effort of doing this kind of laws is an effort to build bridges, because the consumer expectations in many parts of the world are very, very clear. Consumers in many parts of the European Union don't accept things like carbon leakage, don't accept things like deforestation that are caused by the demand for certain goods in their own markets in the European Union. There is a consciousness for this. So it is impossible to ignore by our policymakers. So these pieces of legislations are efforts to strengthen sustainable trade, to strengthen a way of trade that helps us all to bridge these kind of demands on both sides.
Okay, now let's move on into using climate change as a trade lever. So how do you think the climate commitments are actually used in trade negotiations by your respective countries? Because if technically it's not a negative impact to our Malaysian exporters, how are you using that trade commitment, the climate commitments? Bala?
Well, again, I think it goes back to fundamentally the consumers, the private sector, the companies who manufacture are demanding that adherence to ESG principles. They're demanding a lower carbon footprint in the manufacturing, and also eventually in the whole supply chain, not just their own operations, but the supply chain. And while they might start with their own operations, they're going to start looking at supply chains and seeing what is the carbon footprint in those as well. And I think that is the way that products are going to improve and be more sustainable in the long run. From the US perspective, our definition of sustainability, of course, goes beyond the environmental and carbon footprint. And I think there's recognition in Malaysia that we have been very focused on labor practices, forced labor issues, and we commend the Malaysian government and the private sector for the many improvements we have seen over the last few years in those, and I think those were discussed earlier as well. And to us, that is part of the sustainability umbrella, of course.
Right, thank you. We're running out of time, so I'm just going to sort of speed up and just ask, Mr. Bala here, given the fact that US and Malaysia, how do we enhance the collaboration when it comes to climate initiatives, especially in areas in clean technology, etc. But how is that going to be impacted given the fact that you've got your presidential elections coming up? What do we expect from a Harris administration or a second round of a Trump administration? Thank you.
It took you a long time to ask me that question. I know you wanted to start with that. I would say a few things. Firstly, I know there's intense interest in the US elections for good reasons, because it has a great impact in the US and also has broader impacts. We recognize that. Two, I would say this race is really close to call. And frankly, there have been many twists and turns. Today, there's a debate. There's 2 more months to go. There'll probably be more twists and turns. Anybody who tries to opine too much on the outcome is probably lying and, doesn't really know the outcome, frankly, at all. Yes, there is. 3, I'm a public official. I am here in Malaysia to represent the US government and our foreign policy in a non-partisan way, and so I would get fired if I say more than that. But I will say a bit more than that, which is that, A, investments are being made in the US, the IRA is already in our tax code, jobs have been created, and everybody knows the importance. I remember one story. In 1855, then Native American chief Seattle wrote a letter to the US President Franklin Pierce. He said, "Do your children know what our children know? That the earth is our mother, and what befalls the earth befalls all our sons and daughters." Those words ring today, true today, and I can tell you most Americans understand the importance of what befalls Mother Earth. So I'm confident.
I hope so. And Mr. Guzman, I think you want to definitely ask a question or comment on that.
If you think that I would comment on tonight, I have to disappoint all of you for obvious reasons. Maybe we can do that without microphones. But I'm really grateful for this opportunity, because I would like to publicly say something that I have said to 2-3 of you during the day. And I have really noted that some of you have asked me about European elections, which already took place. We already know the results. We will only in a few days know what it actually means. So we expect for tomorrow an announcement about future commissioners, about the European commissioners, on key areas of our concern that we're discussing today. And there are rumors, there are newspaper articles about rumors. And I just want to say that the names that are currently on the books, rumored to have prominent position, like a future executive vice president on the Green Deal, where Teresa Rivero from Spain is rumored to be a favorite for this position. And also, as a commissioner for climate action, a number of newspapers seem to currently favor the Danish Minister of Environment, Dan Jørgensen. Dan Jørgensen has been, I think, a quite unique Minister of Environment in recent years. He has been a key stakeholder, key negotiator for the global stocktake last year at the COP. And he has already been appointed as a key negotiator for the big financial package in COP29. There are, of course, always two. Would be the Minister of Environment from Denmark and from Egypt in this case. So if it is true that the EU were to appoint a person like Dan Jørgensen, who has been a key stakeholder in 2 consecutive COPs as the future Commissioner for Climate Action, I think this would be a very strong statement to those of you who have been asking me about the future of the Green Deal, about consequences of the election result. Will it alter climate action in the EU? If it proves to be true tomorrow that personalities like Teresa Rivero and Dan Jørgensen would take up these positions, I think it would be a very strong statement that the Green Deal is not only up and running, but it has to, because it's legislation. It's not just words, it's binding law. It would require a very complicated procedure to get rid of these laws. But with personalities like Dan Jørgensen and Teresa Rivero, I think there can be a certainty that quite a lot is yet to come.
Okay, so this comes to a good segue into this question that's on WOVA, whereby what is your thought, Mr. Guzman, on some comments from stakeholders that the EU regulations are complex and overwhelming in terms of in the implementation?
I cannot really say it's entirely wrong. EU legislation is complex, and it's also overwhelming to ourselves. Many of the people who are criticizing EUDR or CBAM are our own companies. Some of these legislations are completely under fire internally because, of course, they are non-discriminatory. They affect third parties, third countries, but also they affect the companies in the EU. So yes, they are complex. Yes, they are ambitious. They reflect concrete consumer demands that we have in Europe. So there was a strong move towards this legislation. And it was mentioned twice this morning that with this kind of legislation, continuously we move the goalpost. And I just want to go on record with this. We are moving the goalpost. And if we look at the development goals, if we look at the statistics, we saw the red line in your presentation just before this. So we all have to change to move the goalpost. To continue the status quo is not an option. This is not easy. It's massive internal trade-offs. I would never deny that there is a backlash against the Green Deal also within the European Union. But in order to avoid procrastination and in order to be serious about these things, these are necessary discussions. We will see what the impact of these legislations is. All these regulations that you're referring to have review clauses. So quite soon after entry into application, there will be the first review. So there will be impact assessments, and so then we will see how the future will be shaped also through the documents that are currently being negotiated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guzman. And with that, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying on. We're going to have to conclude, and I don't think we've got time for any more questions because, like Mr. Guzman says, it's a journey, and we're definitely having to review ourselves, and hopefully that goal doesn't, goalpost doesn't move too much that we can't catch it. So in conclusion, we know where we stand in terms of where we have to be. So lots of work to be done, and hopefully that money will come in, and so that there will be business for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for leading the session, Regina, and also thank you, Mr. Bala and Mr. Guzman, for the insightful session just now. Here we go, wonderful, gonna take a photo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while the panelists and our moderator is doing that, again, a kind reminder that for you to get your CPE points, make sure you fill out our survey form online, yeah? We'll be showcasing the QR code shortly. There we go, thank you once again, Regina. Thank you, Mr. Bala. Thank you, Mr. Guzman. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and scan the QR code. Fill out the survey form online and you will be able to get your CPE points. And let's continue on with our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall proceed with a fireside chat for the topic, a new narrative for climate resilience. Again, for this session, since it's a fireside chat, you may cast or upload your questions via the WOVA app under session Q&A. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be moderated by a seasoned journalist and entrepreneur with a diverse background in internal audit, tax consulting, and financial media with over 25 years of experience. Let's welcome Khoo Soo Chuang, Managing Director of KHC Ventures Sdn Bhd, to the stage. And together with him, we have our guest for this fireside chat. He's a respected Malaysian economist with numerous contributions, including having authored over 35 monographs, edited over 50 books, and translated 12 volumes, besides writing many academic papers and articles for the media. In 2007, I believe this is something that I must note, he was awarded the Wasili Leontief Prize for advancing the frontiers of economic thought. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to CGM's IAP member, Professor Dr. Jomo Kwame Sundaram.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Simple exercise to start the day, if you can, Professor Jomo. Having spent the better part of 4 decades analyzing with a very critical eye the interplay between the government, the economy, and the environment, and having had the privilege of attending the closed-door sessions in the last day and a half with your fellow panel members, which I'm sure were much more honest and less politically correct than a public arena such as this. You've had the better part of a day and a bit to digest what will happen in the panel, in the closed-door sessions. In 3 bullet points and less than 5 minutes, what is your unvarnished assessment of where we stand on the climate issue?
Thank you very much, Su Chuang, and thank you to Climate Governance Malaysia for kindly inviting me. Allow me to, at the risk of sounding alarmist, I am very alarmed by the situation in the world today. We have a situation where there is very little seriousness in terms of efforts towards reversing or at least stopping the continued warming of the globe, of Earth. And this is extremely serious, precisely because the rich countries, which are primarily responsible for the warming of the planet, do not seem to have the resolve. This happened about 3 decades ago, when the Kyoto Protocol was rejected in terms of implementation, not initially by the US Senate and subsequently by other developed countries, mainly because of the provisions requiring a heavier burden under a principle called common but differentiated responsibilities. More recently, as we just heard, we have had the IRA, which basically seeks to encourage climate finance, principally at the expense of the rest of the world. So we already have a divided situation in the world where the global economy has not been growing very well in most of the world, especially since the pandemic. And now we have a situation where this is being worsened in many different ways by a variety of factors. So the result is that then more recently we have had the war or wars, and this has meant that many of the commitments have been thrown to the wind. We've heard a lot of talk about Glasgow 2021, and within less than half a year, the Glasgow commitment to get rid of coal went downhill. Was basically abandoned. And we have various other reneging on various other commitments which were made. But I think very importantly, we have to recognize that the greatest victims because of geographical reasons are the countries in the tropical zone, including Malaysia. The countries which are probably most vulnerable are the small island tropical countries, but many of the others in the tropical zone. They are also the poorest countries in the world, the poorer countries in the world, and we have different means, and so struggling with the attempts to try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is extremely difficult. On the home front in Malaysia, we have a situation where to some extent we are very well placed. Malaysia is very well placed in 2 regards, which are very obvious to everybody. Firstly, we are the number 2 exporter of photovoltaic solar panels in the world. Unfortunately, most of these companies which are exporting the solar panels are actually foreign companies rather than Malaysian companies. Only one major Malaysian company is involved in this. And it's not as if the technology is so difficult to acquire. There are very weak, there are no strong IPs. Now, at this point, it's probably very difficult to try to catch up, but Malaysia, Petronas particularly, has actually done an impressive job in all countries in Vietnam, where they have been able to develop a grid system promoting renewables in ways which are very important. But it cannot do so in this country because we have been privileging the independent power producers who have, instead of progressing from diesel to renewables, have actually been regressing from diesel to coal. The other example, of course, is biodiesel. Biodiesel from palm oil has the potential of being the most economic biodiesel in the world, but for various reasons which I'm sure you're all quite familiar, we heard earlier from some of the speakers, we are not in a position to compete on a level playing field. So it's tough, and despite many fine words, I'm afraid to say that the European situation is also not very conducive, where through what is called the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM, we have effectively the ability of European companies to effectively discriminate against countries, against products, exports of countries in the developing world. So we have a very unfortunate situation. All the protestation claims of free trade from the 1990s have basically been largely have diminished in significance, and we have a situation where I think we have to wake up and recognize we are living in a different world, and we need to get our act together. But the fact of the matter remains that, as Mark Carney, the UN Special Envoy and former Governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, has recently reminded us, we are very likely to exceed the 1.4 degrees Celsius, which is basically what was pushed for by developing countries, and we do not have a similar, and we seem to have a rather not a terribly serious effort to try to do something on 1.5 degree Celsius threshold. We have, of course, the European Union continues to be committed to its 2.0 degrees Celsius threshold, which has, of course, many different implications for the rest of the world, and this is largely embraced by the global north. So we have a situation where we have a divided world, and a divided world is frustrating international cooperation, and it's important for governments to get the act together. Unfortunately, small governments, which characterize much of the tropical world, are not able to do so, and it is rather the larger governments in the developing world too who are basically setting the terms. But the victims will be people in the developing world. We have to do far, far more for adaptation, but that's a subject which we don't have, I won't get into right now.
Yeah, that's a frank assessment, Prof. Jomo, and somewhat bleaker than Mr. Munro would have us believe with the slides, I'm afraid. Assuming you could assume a gender change, Professor Jomo, and take on Mrs. Doubtfire, in the sense that if you would become Mother Nature, what were the three things you would do first and foremost in terms of moving the needle, and how would you implement it? Three things. The biggest needle movers, if you were Mother Nature now.
For developing countries, adaptation is a clear priority. We are quite unprepared. Anybody who flies over the Klang Valley, you can see how the river Sungai Klang struggles to get to the sea. It meanders in ways which suggest that with, for example, a higher sea level, a high tide, or some other drainage problem, we are going to have a very serious, potentially catastrophic problem in the Klang Valley. There are many other problems which one can point to, but let me just say that we are quite unprepared. We need to do much more on the adaptation of buildings, of existing buildings. We need to do much more to make sure that future buildings are much more conducive to ordinary people living lives which are not, which are not characterized by high temperature levels. We have seen increasing numbers of people who are dying, and much more people who are collapsing in all kinds of situations from heat, excessive heat, and so on and so forth. The second thing I think which needs to be done is to step up the level of commitment as far as mitigation is concerned. And with this, because of the high bills for adaptation, it is important that the rich countries bear their share of responsibility to enable that kind of development to be made possible. This can be done, for example, by reducing the costs of mitigation, by making technology available and much more concessional finance. But there's very little. Instead of spending billions or hundreds of billions on war, which is happening right now, much of that money could be directed to alleviate the situation which we find on the climate front. Also, I think, as many earlier speakers have emphasized, we need to make this earth much more livable. We have a curious situation in Malaysia where, in the name of promoting industry, we have almost 200 licenses for plastic waste processing already issued. More than 160 of them are already in operation, but they cannot even process 80 to 85% of what the waste they receive, mainly from countries like Japan, Australia, and Singapore. That waste has to be processed. Instead, it is being dumped in landfills, which basically may contribute to the fact that Malaysia is one of the highest Malaysians are among the highest consumers of microplastics in the food chain. So we are not actually doing enough to improve the conditions of life for the vast majority of Malaysians.
To catalyze those things you mentioned, Prof. Jomo, it needs two things in general. It needs financial resources and it needs political will. The financialization of the environment, some say, has slowed down or captured, I guess, the inertia, the momentum. And then, of course, political will is something which is lacking in most parts of the world, which we have seen with the European elections, the US elections, and even in Asia itself. How would you plot or navigate this way forward with these two possible impasses?
Well, quite honestly, I rarely have any dealings with government leaders in the West anymore. So I would not say this. My one Warholian moment in 2008 was to push for the idea of a global Green New Deal in response to the global financial crisis. And at that time, the global Green New Deal was conceived of as an effort to, among other things, to basically do far more action on climate. At that time, most of the technology was held in the West. China was almost nowhere to be seen in 2008 on the technology front and so on. But look at what has happened in the last decade and a half. It has been China, perhaps more than any other country, which has made a determined effort to advance on with new technologies, renewable technologies, and so on. And that is something to be applauded. Unfortunately, Malaysia left it until too late. It's been about 3 decades since that new technology became available, and about a decade and a half since China forged ahead. And we probably cannot compete now in terms of making our photovoltaic solar panels, for example, comparable. We are nowhere to be seen on the battery front. We are nowhere to be seen on the electric vehicles, except for offering sweetheart deals to people like Mr. Musk, and who have basically not done anything with it. In fact, basically dropped the ball on this. So we have a situation right now where we basically have to have a much more consistent strategy. We shouldn't be thinking of Tesla, which is basically like saying, you know, Rolls-Royce, we are going to give you a concession on Rolls-Royces for Malaysians. No, you really have to think very seriously about, if you're serious about EVs, I would start actually with electric motorcycles. There are so many people who are using electric motorcycles in this country. Many of them are risking their life, going at great speed, sometimes against the traffic. At least I live in the inner city, and I can testify to that. So you can have much more use. I'm not sure about Bhutan, but Nepal, for example. Now you go to Nepal, there are so many EVs in Nepal. It's a relatively poor country, but the few vehicles they have are basically EVs, largely from China. Not just BYD, but relatively unknown brands, at least as far as we are concerned. But you know, they perform very well. They're very proud of it, because the hydroelectricity available in Nepal allows them to generate that. So we have to be sensitive to what we have. I remember more than 3 decades ago, arguably up to 4 decades ago, people like Tan Sri Augustine Ong and Tan Sri Yusof Basiron forging ahead, talking about developing biodiesels with palm oil. But unfortunately, we have not really advanced since then. We have not sustained the effort. In fact, Indonesia has probably done much more in recent years on the biodiesel front. So we really need to think not only about Southeast Asian producers of palm oil, of which there are many more now, but we also need to think about our friends in West Africa, where oil palm is endemic, where it originally came from. We have already profited in the past, not only from oil palm, but also from cocoa at one point, and also rubber is, of course, originally as smuggled out of Brazil to Kew Gardens and then to Malaysia. So we have been very open about immigrant plants, okay? But we need to take a far more hard-nosed attitude as far as looking at the potential which we have and improving the lifestyles of Malaysians.
On the subject of EVs and the idea of electrifying everything, Professor Jomo, do you not find it incongruous that we might be pushing the EV argument, but we, I guess, conveniently disguise the fact that I think in Malaysia nearly half of power generation sources remain fossil-based, and even the procurement of the battery minerals themselves require some kind of extraction itself. So that could be problematic. What do you think?
It's hugely problematic, but the original sin lies about around 1990, when the decision was made following Mrs. Thatcher to basically issue independent power producer licenses. This was against the objection of the TNB, Tenaga Nasional at that time. Tan Sri Ani Arop lost his job precisely because he continued to oppose this policy. And we now have open testimony by some of the beneficiary companies that the vast majority of their profits actually come from these sweetheart deals. Instead of, as I mentioned earlier, instead of progressing from diesel to renewable energy sources, we actually have regressed to coal, which contains a whole range of things like sulfides and sulfates, which creates a lot of problems, especially for the people, the relatively poor rural people who live in the vicinity of the coal-fired power plants. So we really need to think about these issues in a comprehensive fashion and think about the welfare and well-being of Malaysians rather than thinking simply about making the most money. And this is where I think an organization such as Climate Governance can play a very important role in changing the environment. You cannot just rely on market incentives alone. You need markets with suitable regulation. As the Europeans know, as Mr. Biden knows, and so on and so forth. So you basically need to have a judicious policy framework in order to induce the kinds of needed investments.
Well, the challenge there lies in the paucity of capacity, I think, Professor Jomo. I think Datin Sri Sunita has talked about how we lack the data points to drive sufficient policy or cogent policy, comprehensive policy. We lack the manpower, we lack the financial resources, and certainly because the status quo is profitable, we lack the political will. Does that make their job harder, do you think?
Well, I think we can be like the OECD in demanding more and more data. But I think many of the broad facts to make much more judicious policies are already well known. The question is, are we prepared to break eggs? Are we prepared, for example, to break contracts with the IPPs with or without compensation? I mean, they made those contracts on the assumption that they were going to. Everybody understood that they were going to continue to use diesel. They have stopped using diesel. They are using coal. Do we honor those contracts? I say no. I know some of you might go and immediately ask your friends to sell your stock, but this is the kind of decision which needs to be made. This is what is meant by judicious leadership in a very complex situation. I don't think just waiting for more data is going to necessarily solve the problem. I think the basic framework is already known.
Well, the problem with politics, Prof, I think you know, is the fact that politics is a game of popularity, not of taking medicine, right? I guess that's part of the reason why entities like Petronas and Indonesia's Pertamina have been accused of not investing in new sources of energy because the current state remains profitable and they don't look for the long term. How would you help or how would you advise the thought leaders and the decision makers about traversing this impasse?
Well, I think basically, if you look at the situation about the effective ban on palm oil in Europe, okay, of palm oil from Southeast Asia, we have made two types of mistakes. Number one, we have negotiated rather poorly. That's my sense of what has happened in the past. But the other problem, I think, is that we have also allowed Europe to take the high moral ground. So you have a very curious alliance between certain corporate interests of European vegetable oils and some NGOs, many of which I might not even realize where their money is coming from. So what we really need to do is to begin to understand and change the conversation. For example, the discrimination against palm oil goes back to the 70s at least, perhaps even earlier, when there was something called the European Common Market, for those who are old enough to remember. At the time of the European Common Market, there was what economists call tariff escalation. When Malaysia started refining palm oil, the Europeans raised the tariff. So what Malaysia did was to counter that by imposing duties on exports of crude palm oil. So you're trying to offset that. So eventually, if that kind of discrimination was preventable, Malaysia would have prevailed. But eventually, Malaysia did not prevail, and what happened was that Malaysia started making these deals first with India to sell palm oil in exchange for importing beef, which actually is bovine beef. Bovine meat from India is actually healthier than all the air-flown stuff from the southern hemisphere. But that's a digression. The fact of the matter was that then Malaysia did another deal with the then Soviet Union, and then did another deal with Pakistan, and finally did another deal with China. So in those days, after the end of the Bretton Woods system in 1971, you basically had a great deal of uncertainty. Many countries, including the countries I just mentioned, did not have enough exports to earn foreign exchange. So they were quite happy to have these kind of deals which were termed barter trade. They were not quite barter trade, but I think one gets a sense of what it means. So these were the kinds of adjustments which were made. But now that world no longer exists. So to rely on Indian preference for that kind of an exchange or barter trade or a deal or rely on China, they don't have any foreign exchange constraints as they did 4 decades ago. So we really need to get our act together, to update our act, to begin to realize what kinds of alternative arrangements can be made in the present circumstances.
Early this afternoon, we heard emissaries from India and China make bold, committed statements on their climate ambitions. What about Malaysia? What can we take away from those bold statements from India and China? And what can we learn from them, Prof? This is a question from the floor, by the way.
I think we need to learn from everybody. We need to learn from the collective world experience. India and China are not the only sources of knowledge. For example, who are the sources of knowledge on building materials, on improving building materials so that you do not have the retention of heat from the tropical sun? We need to go to wherever the best knowledge is, and also to recognize that we need to think about feasibility. And these are some of the options. So I would say, yes, learn from China by all means. Look at how China did. I mean, you look at the propaganda right now against all these products. Supposedly, you have Chinese overcapacity. Frankly, if the Chinese want to subsidize the rest of the world to go green, I wouldn't object. But it's not even true. That charge against China is not even true. And this, I think, is important for us to recognize. So we need to, we are too small to stand up to all the powers that be and say, you're wrong, stop BSing us. But the fact of the matter is we can politely ignore a lot of this stuff and get on with our work, get on with what needs to be done in the Malaysian context.
Another question from the floor via the app, actually, Prof. Jomo, asking you, what of the poor, the marginalized, and the less privileged? Do they get left behind in the climate journey, do you think?
Yeah, I mentioned, for example, the small island developing states in the Caribbean, in the South Pacific, and elsewhere. They are probably the most vulnerable. The Maldives, for example, is in very bad shape. Vanuatu may not survive the next 2 decades, and so on and so forth. So we are talking about countries which are at existential risk. But rising sea levels will inundate many other things. You have extreme weather events, the speed at which typhoons and cyclones and hurricanes, all basically different names for the same type of phenomena. Basically, the speed of these winds are much higher now. Some people claim 40 to 50% higher than they used to be. Whatever it is, the fact of and then there are other poor countries elsewhere in the world, which also need to desperately need reforms. But I think Malaysia is not in a position to do very much. But I think the sharing of technology is something which is important. And I think, you know, I do hope that if China and India develops new technology, the cost of the new technology is not subjected to the kinds of commercial forces which, for example, which was responsible for the vaccine apartheid, for example, during the recent pandemic experience, where many poor countries just simply could not access vaccines, and not just vaccines, a lot of the other equipment and other therapeutics which were needed during that period was simply not available because they were unaffordable.
We've got 1 minute and 15 left, which means we've got time for a question or two from the floor. Anybody willing to stand up and ask Professor Jomo anything? Going, aha, lady in the back. Please approach the mic.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing with us your views and your insights. I have one comment to make and one question. As we see today, everyone realizes that 2050 is not the target date, that it has to be brought forward. So some presenters had mentioned about 2040, and recently some even went to 2035. But I'd like to share one particular very important event where the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, in June 2024, during the special session on climate change, he has already highlighted that there is a special study which indicated that the carbon budget that is left is 200 billion, and that every year the world is spewing 40 billion. That leaves us only 5 years. So that means it is 2030, which is a much earlier date. So I just like to share with the audience here, it's not 2050. Actually, when you look at the carbon budget, it's 2030, which is much more scarier. Professor, as we know now, globally, everybody is very excited about artificial intelligence. And the data centers are taking a lot of electricity and water. When we had developed the NDCs at that time, Malaysia wasn't focusing so much on data center, so the NDCs was a certain amount. So with this aggressive investment by foreign investors in data center here, how would you think that the government should accelerate and increase the NDC so that this goalpost that everybody say is moving, I think for ours is also moving. What should we do in order to make sure Malaysia as well as the world reaches the Paris climate target for the survival of inhabitants of planet Earth? Thank you.
Thank you, Puan Sharifah. I don't have any, I mean, it's a very complex and big issues you have raised, and I don't have any easy answers, but I do think that given the you are absolutely correct in emphasizing that 2050 is just not going to do it. As I said, Mr. Khani has pointed out that we are going to exceed 1.5 within less than a decade. Okay, so it's much more urgent. But leaving that aside for one moment, I think it's also important for people to recognize. People often think that you can reverse it. When you develop the technology, for example, for carbon sequestration, you can reverse this. This is not on. I think it's just not going to happen. There's no scientific basis for such presumptions, and I think we need to recognize this. As far as Malaysian meeting the net zero by 2050 is concerned, I'm not so concerned about it. I think what needs to be done, because of the urgency of the matter, is for us to move as quickly as we can on things which are relative, what people like to call low-hanging fruits. And of course, for a lot of this, it requires international cooperation, including making available technologies. It also requires the kind of access it requires interventions to reduce the kind of energy intensive types of activities, and basically, as I pointed out earlier, I think the first thing to do is really cancel those sweetheart deals for the independent power producers. That is the single largest problem right now. Now, how you do it, under what conditions you do it, and all that remains to be negotiated. But I think it is very important to recognize how these sweetheart deals actually involve, if I can put it less diplomatically, corruption.
In the absence of any other burning questions for Prof. Jomo, I think we've run out of time. And I'd like to pass back to the MC, and I think our closing remarks. Back to you, MC. Thanks.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give another round of applause. Thank you so much, Shu Chuang, and also Professor Jomo, for that very insightful sharing just now. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the task is indeed daunting, but we all have a responsibility for climate governance and also making a change to make our environment, Mother Earth, a better place for us. All right, there we go. Can we give them another round of applause, please? Ladies and gentlemen, before we end our day one of NCGS 2024 with a closing remarks by an accomplished communicator on the science of climate change, climate impacts, the history of international climate governance frameworks, and the implementation of no regrets initiatives in the context of a global just transition to a low emissions economy. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Gary Thassira, Director and Council Member of Climate Governance, Malaysia.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's very humbling to be asked to follow the whole range of speakers, extremely gifted, extremely intelligent and articulate speakers that we've had the whole day. And I'm sure that you will completely agree that you should join me in giving all of them a truly, truly big hand. We began with a bit of a stock take, as usual, as things normally begin. We had a review of all the bad news that we've had, how impacts are worsening faster than we think, perhaps. Some of the outcomes that were perhaps unanticipated, things we thought would go one way, but they came the other way. Volcanoes that would normally spew sulfides in the air and give us some aerosols that would protect us from the sun. We had one particular volcano that instead put a bunch of water up beyond the stratosphere, increased the stratospheric moisture content by more than 10%, and in effect gave us the 12 consecutive months of the highest temperatures we've ever had. Also about the inadequacy of some of the measures that we're taking, both developed and developing countries, to address climate change. But in this talk take, we also heard some good news. We heard about some of the serendipitous effects of the volcanoes that are putting out sulfides and reflecting sunlight, about the growth, unanticipated growth of some of the tech that we have. It's nice when the IEA continues to be wrong and saying it's going to plateau off, but it keeps going up, plateau off, keeps going up again. I think good news about the growth in the level of information and the level of knowledge that the average person on the street has. And I'll come back to that in a little bit. We talked a lot about the solution sets, what the solution set is for the world. That's not the same as the solution set for ASEAN, regional areas, not the same as solution set for Malaysia. And we really need to think about what is our solution set? What should we pick from? How should we cherry pick from technologies out there, from the various regulatory frameworks out there, from the institutions? So what works? What works for Malaysia? I think that's very, very important. And I think the way we are finding out what works for us is mostly by doing. And when I'm talking about this, I'm extremely proud, extremely gratified that the government agencies that are leading this charge, Central Bank, the JC3, the Securities Commission, Bursa Malaysia, the things they're doing are actually chasing hard on the heels of very progressive groups like the EU. We're leaving North America behind, really, and it's in doing these things that we're actually finding out what works, what doesn't work, and how well we're doing. So the range of regulations that are coming out now are really showing us a lot. The decisive move to go ahead and remove the subsidy on diesel. I mean, if we didn't do that, we wouldn't know who we were subsidizing. We were subsidizing Singaporean tour bus companies, and we didn't know it. Can you imagine that? You know, how did that go unnoticed? You know, so all of these things I think we learn by doing, and the current spate of new regulations out there, I think if we design it well enough, it can send strong signals. It can also help us to sandbox, to test run, to dry run, many of these things. Perhaps if we started off with a carbon tax that's fairly low, started off with a slow, we would learn how to handle the unanticipated consequences. We would also learn how to address some of the pitfalls, some of the difficulties that come. So we would buy time for our businesses to adjust, to change. So the work of the JC3 in coming up with maintaining the climate data catalog and a bunch of other things, I think is extremely progressive, extremely far ahead of where we are. And it's an area where perhaps I disagree a little bit with some of the knowledge, some of the comments made so far that we're too small to do anything. I think that Malaysia, in terms of this kind of regulation, is leading the way for ASEAN. It's leading the way for many other countries. There's countries in South America, countries in Africa look to us for this kind of leadership, as they have in international fora all over the world. The other thing we've heard about is that, you know, there cannot be sacred cows. There cannot be no-go areas when you want to address a problem of this magnitude, of this scope. Okay, it has to be this whole of government, all of society approach, and it has to be all governments, and it has to be all societies. I believe that we need to, as was mentioned earlier, look at regulations of outcome, as was mentioned, and let the how be handled by the private sector. I think that's a wonderful idea. If we continue to try to prescribe, you know, through government policy how you should do everything, it's going to be extremely difficult. We can let efficiencies work where efficiencies work best, and leave the how to the business community to find things out. I have only a couple of points more. I've attended 14 COPs. I've had the honor of representing Malaysia in these negotiations. And you talk to any developing country negotiator, the concept of common but differentiated responsibilities is extremely dear to our heart. And it's in that vein that I wish to raise one particular issue that would, you know, leave a note of bitterness in the heart of any developing country negotiator. And that is for the fact that at the end of this year, when Malaysia submits its biennial transparency report, for the first time, there will be no differentiation between the reports that are submitted by developed and developing countries, and there will be no difference in the way that they are considered, the way these reports are assessed and considered. So it's the first instance, after years and years of beating on the door, developed countries, finally trying to get this quote-unquote level playing field. So the submission of the biennial transparency reports is the first time that we're actually dealing with common and undifferentiated responsibilities. So it's a CAUR instead of a CBDR, all right? But are we developing countries up to the challenge? I think if we play to our strengths, we can be. Yeah, it doesn't need to be 2050, it doesn't need to be 2030. You often hear that said that every little bit helps. That's true, but if everyone only does a little bit, then a little bit will be done. On the other hand, if everyone does all that they can do, however little, then everything that can be done will end up being done. I think one of the things that we can take away from this is that, I think you've heard this, that things are changing faster than we think they are, or we expect them to. That's true for the bad things as well. The slope of the warming is increasing with time, right? Instead of us flattening the slope, we're actually steepening it. What that's doing is it's pulling key dates, like the dates we cross 1.5, closer and closer to us. It should be pushing it further down the line. It's the opposite. On the other hand, some of the solutions are also moving along faster than we think, all right? And that should give us cause for hope. It's only been 20 years since Malaysia was a net sink, right? We became a net sink in 2004. We crossed over from being, the other way around. We became a net source 20 years ago, and we crossed over from being a net sink to a net source. So finance has driven the deployment of technologies that has brought us to this point. And it's my view that if we use finance to direct the right kind of technologies and investments and take advantage of all the gifts that Malaysia has. We have more water than so many other countries. We have more sunlight than so many other countries. We have biodiversity more than many, many, many other countries. I used to say that if you stand still long enough in Malaysia, something will grow on you, all right? I have discovered now that that's not true. If you're moving, something will still grow on you. Okay, I found seedlings sprouting on my car. Okay, that moves, I wouldn't say how fast I drive, but seedlings can sprout on a moving car. That's how vibrant life is in Malaysia, all right? And this is where I would like to close, because I think today has brought me to one word and its derivatives. That word is value. What do we value? All right, so do we value the electricity, or do we value the fact that how it's produced does matter, right? That it's produced from renewable sources, or it's produced from fossil fuels, or something in between. And with the word value, we then have the word values. What kind of values do we communicate, do we transmit? What kind of values do we want our children and our grandchildren to grow up with? Because I think that's important. And I think how this plays out is in the way we value things, or the word valuation, all right? So once again, are we going to look at different lifestyles? How are we going to look at resource management? Every time I unwrap something, and I hold the wrapper in my hand, is it paper, is it plastic? Whom can I give this to who will take it away from me? Who will take it from me? And how much will I have to pay them to do that? Is there a somewhere else that this can go? Because the older I get, the more I realize that there is no somewhere else. Okay, we are living somewhere else. Okay, this is the only place. So I hope that today has proved, filled you with ideas, with thoughts, with inspiration, a bit of dread perhaps, but the right kind of dread to inspire greater action. And I know I'm standing also between you and a good night's rest and an amazing day ahead tomorrow, where we shall have more of the same. Very, very high quality speakers, very, very informed and experienced panelists, and I look forward to seeing all of you there. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you so much for staying beyond the time. Have a very pleasant evening. See you tomorrow.
There we go. Let's give another round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Gary Tasira. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying until the very end. Can you give yourselves a round of applause, please? Now, before you leave, I do want to share something as well, so that as you leave and go back, contemplate on what have been shared here today and prepare yourselves for tomorrow. There's an article that has been shared by WWF Malaysia in 2017. The headline reads, "Changing Climate Change Starts With Us." So again, I hope to see you tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are getting the CPE points, this is your final chance to do so. Scan the QR code shown on the screen right now and simply fill out our survey form online. There we go. We hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us until the very end, and we hope that you have enjoyed the rich food for thought as well as invaluable insights that have been shared by our respectable array of speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, as you leave, please do not forget your personal belongings, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you and have a pleasant evening ahead.